All right, everybody. I wanted to welcome you to another amazing day, the day of education, information, and learning. We're so excited to have you on our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, live across the internet. Many different ways to hear what we're doing. Comments coming in, again, saying the big welcome, which is fantastic. People jumping on, people listening to the stream. Today is education. And as people get on, we'll do a little bit of a preamble. I'll wait about another minute. I'll let you know who I am, but you can see it on the bottom. We've got a fun-filled, packed day of speakers. The greatest thing is I get to bring them up, and then Bill will be bringing up some of the keynotes later, and I get to see them smiling in the bottom to see if they're happy, if they're excited, if they're ready to go. I see our next one. Yeah, I see that down there. That's awesome, Lauren. And it's really the information and the power that we're going to put forward today. There's a couple things that you should know that I think are critical before we even start. For those of you jumping on right now, share the stream. Allergies, okay? It's nothing else but allergies today, but share the stream. Share the stream with many different people. Make sure that you share the stream across everybody that you think is out there who needs the information, should have the information. And really at this point is maybe just sitting at home with nothing to do. That's that piece of, making sure that you have something to do and that they truly have something to do. And that makes a big difference. Yeah, I see it. I was looking at the phone. So what I want you to do is truly make sure that you are ready today. So what is that going to be? Have a piece of paper. So what I'd like you to do, and I'm going to show you this in a minute, is have something to write on. I know it sounds funny. If you want to type on your iPad, that's fine. If you want to type on your computer, that's fine. But really get ready to take notes on how it is and works for your business. The other thing, too, is share this with people across the universe. There's a lot of different ways to do it. You can go to successsummit360.com. You can go to powerteamlive.com. We've got many ways for you to connect with us. And for those of you on Facebook, share it with your other Facebook group. Start a watch party. That's what I did, actually. I love doing these and listening to these. And then I start a watch party. So I know my other friends and people I know and associates. We're learning something together. That makes a big difference as we're doing this really at the same time. The other thing that's important, and I will flash this through the day, is that when a speaker comes up or somebody that I present, you think they are really amazing. What I'd like you to do is you can just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. You find their name in the drop-down, you fill out the information, and they'll connect with you directly. That way you can take your business, your life, your health, whatever it is, to the next level. You do it together, you do it with us. Now, we're going to keep putting that up today, so you might not be writing it down, you might be scrambling, you might be walking away. You don't have to do that right now. We will bring it back up through the day so you can write it down and start connecting with the speakers that will make a difference in what your life is, what you need, and how that looks. And it's going to be a great day. So here we go. We're going to ramp up the energy. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Executive Vice President with Powerteam. I'm Head of Global Training. Give yourselves a round of applause for being on this call today. I'm going to start off for a little bit here and then bring up our first speaker, and I'm going to really frame the day. The frame of the day is it is now noon Pacific Standard Time. It is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's New York time. It is even later in New York, and it is earlier in Australia, even though you're a day ahead. And for those of you coming in through Asia and Canada, well, Canada, you're the same time zone as us, except for that two people deep on the other coast. And it's about education and learning. So sit down, get ready. You'll be taking breaks today. We'll be moving you around. When you take a break, it's to use the restroom really quickly and come right back. If you got to grab food, but do it really quick and come on back. You want to have something to write with or take education or notes, and you want to stay from the beginning to the end. You want to do your best to stay from the beginning to the end because it's a sequence. And a sequence builds up to the very end where we have some amazing speakers who are going to really take a look at your business and how to really process with us. And if we have hundreds of events a year live, plus we have all now these hundreds of events virtually, do you want to partner with us? Is that a team you want to learn from? Is that a team you want to be with? Is that something that you think in your business could help your business? I say yes. Do you want us to look at your business for the next year and stay side by side with you? That is a critical piece of what you'll be learning today. Plus, we're going to have the masters on. So first of all, I want to say hello to our guests. We have people following on this line, jumping on their Twitch. I love Twitch because it does that, right? And that's also big for gamers. So it's really awesome. What a world to live in. And let us know where you're from. Let us know where you're from. Type where you're from. Hello from Las Vegas already. You guys are awesome. It's really what it does. You can make it a powerful day. You can say, bring it on from Christine. Fantastic. So through the day, I'm going to talk a little bit about, I run the global training. So we are looking for speakers all the time, trainers, coaches, people who understand business in business. But we've developed a whole mastermind. Boston's in the house. Awesome. We've really developed a whole mastermind. We've had it for a long time. Bill has had masterminds before I even did them. And we've developed all these local masterminds. Well, you know what? The local masterminds for the next month or two or however it works are not meeting. They meet in small groups so they can social distance. It's not a problem. Charlotte's in the house. Florida's in the house. This is awesome. And so we're developing these masterminds, and it's part of your business. And I'm going to talk about that later, really how to put it into your business and how to incept it your business. But I want you to join us. We're going to have a big virtual mastermind next Tuesday, and I'm going to give you information later in the day. But what I'd like you to do, if you want to connect with me, and I'll just send you a link to it today, so you get set up today, and then you actually get to meet with me later. We can talk about your business, what's going on in your life. No, it's not a social call, but I will ask about your family. You can ask about my grandkids. It makes my whole day. But you can connect with me, and it's very simple. There you go. Text SBA to 26786. That's about our small business advisor. Just text SBA to 26786. Everybody in the line, do it right now. Get an appointment with me. But the other thing that I'll do is I will send you the link to get into our mastermind, and you'll be part of that's going to be a group of individuals next Tuesday who are getting together around the world to help each other, help their businesses, create their business, mastermind concepts and ideas for their business, network. We're going to actually, after the mastermind, it's going to be 2 hours for the mastermind. It's interactive. I don't talk almost very little of it. You're going to be in groups and breakout rooms. And then we're going to have a gathering afterwards. Where are you from? What do you need for your business? How can we help you? And setting up private calls or anything else that you need. So we're really excited to have you all part of that. But I want you to take a look at this as you're texting me right now, and I'll send you the information to be part of this worldwide mastermind. What I'd like you to do is think of your business as a funnel, right? See, that's a funnel. And so right here, by the way, this right here, this is technology. This is the latest, greatest in technology. It took me 6 months to find it, 3 months to draw it out, and here it is for you. So this is the funnel of your business. Michael, I don't even know if I want a business yet or how to develop one. Good. You start somewhere. Draw this out. Make it simple. Remember, this technology is cutting edge, and it's working now. Michael, I'm not sure how to make it virtual. We'll talk about that. We'll help you out with that. Michael, I don't know my why. We'll also help you with that. So again, this is the funnel of your business. These are clients that come into your business. They're clients that come into your business. How do you get the clients? Who are the clients? And then what happens when they come into your business? That's what we'll be working on today. You'll be thinking about that. We'll mastermind it if we need to during the mastermind. This is a path of your business. It doesn't mean your business is going down. That just means that your clients and people you work with are on a path. Your clients might be B2B, business to business. Now, some of you I know are new entrepreneurs. You're just learning how to create residual incomes or what that means. So it is about B2B, business to business. It might be client to client. The reason that we also have all these speakers on the call is to bring a lot of new connections to you. So we have like Lauren's coming up next and all these other speakers. And you know what? I'm going to invite a lot of them to jump on our mastermind next week. It's next Tuesday from 4 to 6 p.m. and be with all of us because nobody is more or less than anybody else. We are a team. We work together and we're here to help each other. And that's what makes a difference as we build and grow. So text SBA to 26786. I will literally through the day text you. Now, here's what happened last week. So I got a whole bunch of connections, right? And I was texting people. And during the stream, halfway through the day, they said, someone's spamming me. Okay. So you're going to see a 425 number. It's me. Don't worry about it. All right. Because I know there's a lot of phishing and stuff going on. But I don't wait. When I see those come in today, I will literally be messaging you back out with my calendar invite, how to get on that call on the mastermind. And if you lock yourself in to be part of that next week, which I know you're doing now, right now, you're all putting it in, you're all texting SBA to 26786, you're taking a spot, right? So I want you to know that because there's going to be a limitation on how many people can join that mastermind. So when you take the spot, you're honoring, and I'm honoring, number one, you're going to be there. Number two, you'll play full out. Number three, we'll do whatever it takes to get your business to the next level. So first of all, give yourself a round of applause for being on this call today. We're very excited to have you on. It's just amazing. So today, draw one of these out, and I'll try not to turn away from the mic. I know I do fade a little bit, so I will do everything in my power to look at you guys the whole time, and it's not me the whole time, by the way. So what happens here is draw this out today, and as you learn from the speakers today, where does it fit in your funnel? Is it part of lead flow? Is it part of how you make first contact with your clients, your business, other businesses, your friends? If you want to do business with your friends, let's talk about that. And then how does it fit here? And where is your mastermind? Where is your group? So let's just say a coaching business. I'll just say a coaching business. In a coaching business, if you think of a funnel, you have leads, you have clients coming in, and then let's say you're coaching one-to-one. The thing with coaching one-to-one is you're still one-to-one. So even if you're charging, let's say $300 an hour, even $2,000 an hour, right? Even $50 an hour, it's still one-to-one. What if you brought them in, you do one-to-one for, let's say, a 30-day package, okay, in your business, and whatever it is, could be business coaching. And then you move them into group, right? And in group, the great part about that is now, instead of, let's say, $200 an hour, you have 10 people in your group and it's only $50, right? For the month, plus everything else you give them. Well, that's $500 now for that same hour. You have to think of it from a business perspective. And you can do this with any business. I'd be happy to draw it out with any of you. You just got to text SBA to 26786, get on my calendar. And I'll also be talking about that during the mastermind next week. We're going to mastermind, get together, do all that. And then the after hour, as we say, the gathering we're going to have, we'll really take a look at your businesses and I'll move you in directions, whatever it is you all need. Then you want to take a look at how do you build this concept of a virtual, because right now it's virtual. It will go live, right? We're all going back live. If I have to wear a face mask and gloves, hey, make it so, right? It's all good. So, and by the way, I was a nurse way back when, so male nurse jokes, we're done. Okay, good. We wore a lot of masks and gloves on a lot of units where we had to be very careful. And you still communicate, you still part. We had a Rainmaker a month ago, which is our 2.5-day business summit, which is a brilliant course. And we knew this was all going on, and we did social distancing. We had people sit spread out on the tables. We had the tables spread out, and we had the most amazing course on the planet. It didn't change anything, and everybody had their little Perels on the table, and nobody high-fived. Everybody just, we just congratulated, learned, educated, and built businesses right out of there, still keeping social distance, still being socially responsible. So it's absolutely doable for any of you. You can make this happen. Right now, I'll teach you how to build these virtual masterminds online. They're very lucrative. You'll be part of ours. You might even join up with us, and we'll be talking about that. I'm not shy about that, right? We take a look at where your business, what it should be. Are you going to join the mastermind? Are you going to partner with us to help facilitate and build your own and be part of a larger conglomerate? It's whatever it is for your business. But even within your own business, I'll show you how to build a mastermind at that next level. Usually it's lead flow, client flow. Then you might have customer service work with them. Then they move to more of an individual basis. You can think of this. You can do this in any business. Then it's a group situation. Then it's a mastermind where they create something out of nothing. You can read Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. It will help you with this. And at the same time, hey, welcome people. At the same time, I'm going to take this off so you can see my name again. I had a comment there. There we go. Um, at the same time, you make sure that you do this together as a team. The more you're a team, the more your business will grow. If you do this alone, it's lonely. All right. Even I'm a huge introvert, and my team, everybody I work with knows it. After this 6 hours, I love this, by the way. It's energizing. I love it. But then it's time to power down for a little bit. That doesn't mean that I can't get more work done. That means that I just need to re energize and then come back. Right. So you do and you take care of yourself. But now is the time to power up. There's changes happening in the world. And you having a business structure, being an entrepreneur, doesn't mean it even has to be your own business. You partner side by side. We have a lot of people who partner with Powerteam because we're a driving force. And I've got Mr. Bill Walsh driving this thing to the next universe, right? But in that, it's still a team concept. So if everybody was a leader, you've got to have the other people, driving the engine, right? So what happens is there's the ship and there's the rudder, right? There's the captain, there's the first officer. We can do Star Trek analogies, but I won't. And that's how you build your business structure. So if you're sitting there going, I'm not sure how I want to build a business, partner with us. Got that? Partner with somebody who can drive you to that first success. You do all the work, by the way, but we'll be side by side with you. And you might fit into our mastermind design, right? You might be running a local mastermind and a virtual mastermind for us. You might be just inviting people on there and we'll pay you an affiliate fee for every person to see how it works. There's all these ways you can do it. So stop doing it alone. Anybody, this is not the time. There's too many people out there. As people say they're out of work, they're looking for more. And this is the time to get going, because if you wait 6 months, then everybody else has jumped on first. And it's also being a first adopter. This is the time to adopt, to do something like you've never done. Take that fear away for the moment. And by the way, it's okay. We all have fear. Fear is okay. I come from 20 years of speaking on stages around the world and working with a really tall guy and working with actually another really short guy. And, on some of the biggest stages in the world in 12 countries with clients in 30 countries, blah, 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 blah. And I still have fear at times. It happens, right? And I can dance around, I sing, and usually my go-to music is AC/DC. It always has been. That's the music that ramps me up and gets me going. Yeah, absolutely. And at the same time, right, we anchor into it. It used to be one of my anchors when I would hit the stage. They'd play it from the back. It was pretty funny. But it's still, you have the moments you go, wow, because I've read the newspaper again, or I've turned on the news and they're telling gloom and doom. Well, what if we're actually a world coming together to be better? What if this is a moment? And for those who have lost loved ones, we pray for you. We love you. Most of us have been affected in some way. But what if this is a moment where we say no more? We're going to do this together as a world instead of individuals, and we're going to create this together. When I built the mastermind, this mastermind division that Bill so lovingly really just gave to me and said, go for it. I did not expect a pandemic to hit. We already had 35 cities off and running. So now we've turned the whole thing virtual within 2 weeks. And so we're having virtual masterminds going. And we're still building because we're opening, right? We'll open, there'll be small events, and then we'll be back to our major events. But we have small events, hundreds of small events. And so that's what you want to be part of. That's the force. So say, I will be ready for more. Say, I will be ready for more. And you know what? Failure is only feedback. It keeps you moving together. And it is the more you fail, the more you learn, the more you come up. And if you have a team behind you and you know your why and your vision and it's strong. When I went to Rainmaker, you got to get the sides right. When I went to Rainmaker, that thing just locked in my vision. I always wanted a podcasting company, and now I got one. And Rainmaker, I sent thousands of people through our other companies to Rainmaker. And when I went through it, because do what your students do, I went, I get it, guys. I get where the results are coming from. And here I am now working side by side with Powerteam, and very excited by that. So first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for being on the live stream. We've got Facebook in the house. We've got YouTube in the house. We've got Twitch in the house. And now we're about to bring on our speakers. We're going to keep the energy up. That doesn't mean that we're just hyping you. Not what this is about. And some of the speakers are going to be quieter. It's personality. Take the notes through the day. Stay with us all the way till 6 o'clock. I'll do a close at the end. You'll be hearing me through the day. But to work with us, make sure next Tuesday you're in our virtual mastermind around the world. We're going to be doing breakouts. We're going to break it into rooms and groups, and then we're going to have a hangout and just get business done. Text SBA to 26786. SBA to 26786. Here we go. Now, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. I want you to think of yourself as you're virtual. At the same time, they're walking in front of you on the stage. They are here to spend their time with you and to give you everything that they know to help you move that business forward. Everybody ready? Okay. Move around a little bit. Do a little dance. We're not going to go make a little love, but stay with us right now. All right, here we go. And as I read it, think of it as is not how it can help you, but how the information you're about to learn, you could go teach 10 other people. And here we go. Lauren Turton is a revenue expansion specialist for wellness experts. She has successfully worked with over 200 companies on their marketing, the word's marketing, branding, advertising, and events. She has produced over 100 events. Clients include companies listed in Fortune 500 and Forbes' richest list. She is co-creator of the Wealthy Wellness System, a transformational program for wellness experts. She is a partner at Ciao Ciao Padini. I hope I said that right. An Italian restaurant located in La Jolla. I know that restaurant. That's really awesome, actually. She is vice president of Namaste Wings to Fly America, a volunteer-based nonprofit. Being part of a nonprofit and helping others, there's nothing like it on the planet. She helps provide children in India education and essential services so they can be self-sufficient upon adulthood. She founded at least one day a month a program which collaborates with small nonprofits based in San Diego to provide them with people power, monetary donations, supplies, one or more days a month. That's Lauren, we got to talk. Lauren lives in San Diego, California with her elderly Chihuahua, Jack Russell, Lucky. And here we go. Everybody give a huge, thunderous round of applause for Lauren Turton. Lauren, you're on.
Hi, how are you? So nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, take it away, Lauren.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Lauren Turton, and I'm so happy to be here today with all of you. I work with wellness experts, and I also have been listening to what's been happening in the market over the last couple of weeks. And so I've put together a mini training for you all that goes into why you need to figure out what your niche is, how to do that. And then I have a download for all of you that goes through the blueprints so that you can start creating your signature online offer so that you can start working from home and serving clients all around the world. So let me go ahead and get into this training, and I'll give you the link to download those blueprints. And if you have questions, drop them in the comments. I will monitor those. And thank you for the people who said I'm fantastic and awesome. I appreciate that. Back at you. Okay, so this is my first time using StreamYard, so bear with me while I go through the tech part of it. I'm going to go to share screen, share my entire screen. I'm sharing it. Let's see. Okay, so now it's sharing my screen, and I'm going to go through these blueprints. So these are the 4 blueprints that you need to create your unique signature program. And I also want to throw in a little reminder that you need to be selling the benefits, not the company or the service. People buy results, not features. Please go to this link, thewealthywellnesssystem.com/SPLM. That's where you'll be able to get these blueprints that I'm about to go over right now. So you heard a little bit of this in the introduction. My name is Lauren Turton. I am the Revenue Expansion Specialist for Wellness Experts. I've worked with over 200 companies on their web and social media accounts, photo and video assets, brand activations, and events. I've produced over 100 events, including companies listed in the Fortune 500 and clients listed on the Forbes richest list. I have been a part of some amazing events and amazing parties. I've got a lot of stories in that arena. I am the co-creator of the Wealthy Wellness System. Shout out to my business partner, Kai Light. I know he's watching right now. We combined forces about a year ago, and I'm pulling this in from the introduction. If you guys are trying to figure out how to take your expertise or services online, I highly encourage you to reach out to your network and see who you can partner with. Combining forces takes things to another level. So, co-creator of the Wealthy Wellness System, a program for wellness experts to take their services online so that they can have time, location, and financial freedom while serving their global tribe from the comfort of their home. I am the vice president of Namaste Wings to Fly America, a volunteer-based nonprofit that helps provide children in India education and essential services to allow them to develop the skills of self-sufficiency. Another shout out to Nandita Bijou. She's the young lady that I sponsor in India. I think she's tapping in right now and watching it. She's only 16 years old and she's already working with people on mindset. I'm the founder of At Least One Day a Month, a program which organizes volunteer opportunities in San Diego. I like to collaborate with small nonprofits to provide them with people power, monetary supplies, and donations. So if you guys know of a San Diego-based nonprofit that needs support, please send them my way. So I'm going to jump right into this. This has been coming up in the last week as people have been talking about, why do I need to pick a niche and how do I do that? Oh, and in the picture, that's Kai Light. That is the amazing individual that I partnered up with. So that's him and I in that picture. So I'm going to just tap onto this lightly before I get into the heavier part of the training. So you need to know who your target audience is so that you can craft messaging that's so specifically tailored to them that it's magnetic. You're going to be speaking to the hearts of these individuals. And yes, you can work with people outside of your niche, absolutely. But the first step, you need to start with a marketing plan to drive your ideal clients to your offer. So you do need to niche down. Now, the next question that I get from people is, well, how do I choose a niche? How do I do that? And there's a few different ways to go about this, but one of the favorite ways that I like to teach is the younger version of you. What problem or obstacle have you overcome that you can now help people with? For me, I used to be project to project based or working with clients one-to-ones. So the younger version of me are experts who are still working with their clients one-to-one. And I am so passionate about taking them out of that space because I know the struggles of running around town, meeting to meeting, project to project. And I want to get them out of that scattered, disorganized space and have their services packaged into a scalable online program. So I hope that's a little tidbit on a way that you can start narrowing down your niche, the younger version of you. So I love this blueprint. It's your avatar's archetype. Take a screenshot of this because it's not included in the download that I told you about earlier. So take a screenshot, and this is also going to help you wrap your head around who your ideal client is. So you want to go into the demographics of who this person is. Their name, gender, age, household income, marital status, number of children, where they live now, and where they're from. Then you can get into what is their top social media platforms that they're on? What social media groups are they in? What experts and gurus do they follow? What books and magazines do they read? And then you can start getting into what their limiting beliefs or excuses are, their avoidances, objections, and resistances. And you're going to take all this information and it's going to be used in your marketing, your advertising, so that you're speaking to the hearts of these people. So now I want to get into who my ideal client is so that you can understand this a little bit better. So my ideal client, her name is Melly, Monica, Jessica, or Chelsea. She identifies with being a female. She's 28 to 38 years old, household income over $100,000. She's not married, doesn't have kids. She currently lives in San Diego, but she's not from San Diego. She's from somewhere else. She's on Instagram. She's exploring TikTok, and she started to get into business. So she follows certain social media gurus in the business space. Do you see how we can start to picture this individual? She wears Lululemon. She goes to yoga classes. She goes to house music events. So you can see as you start getting into who exactly this person is, how you can start creating marketing messages that are going to speak to Melly, Monica, Jessica, and Chelsea. You know who that person is. You know who they like and what they do. I hope this blueprint is helping you in figuring out how to talk to your ideal client. So now I'm going to get into what I came here to talk to you guys about today. I wish you could see me as I'm talking because I'm like jumping into my computer because I'm so excited. So as everyone is going through the shift in the world right now, so many people are saying, but I don't know how to take my services online. I don't know how to create a signature program. What do I do? These blueprints are going to help you do that. This first blueprint I have for you is the 3 mini transformation phases of your program. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You're going to start breaking down the name of each of the phases and where you're taking your clients from to where you want them to go, and then picking the subject. So now I'm going to give you an example of my blueprint that I do with my clients so that you can understand how this works. So phase 1, our name of phase 1 is plan. I'm taking my clients from scattered to structured, and I'm working with them on their mindset, avatar, and signature offer. Phase 2, we're building, and I'm taking them from invisible to connected. And how am I doing that? I'm working with them to create their masterclass, their community, and their funnel. Phase 3 of the Wealthy Wellness System, launch, baby. We've launched, and I'm taking them from being frustrated with sales, not enrolling clients, to a place of service. How am I doing that? Facebook ads, enrolling clients with integrity. Do you see how you can start building out your online offer with the help of this blueprint? Now we get into your signature journey. As you can see, the 3 phases that you just built out, you're going to plug that information. Phase A, phase B, phase C. You're going to be able to input your signature journey name. Your signature journey is going to be broken down into 9 modules. You're going to take your clients from point A to point B. You're going to transform their lives. You're going to be able to start breaking this down in this blueprint. Let me go to the example to help it make sense. So phase A, plan. Phase B, build. Phase C, launch. And then you can see what I'm doing with my clients through each module. Module 1, I'm working with them on their millionaire mindset. I'm taking them from stagnant to ignited. And this is called reprogram thinking. Module 2, I'm taking them from ambiguous to crystal clear. Why? Because we've figured out the heart of their avatar. And this is called laying your foundation. Phase 3, they were undercharging for their services before, so they were cheap, and now they're premium because we built out their bulletproof signature offer, and that's their unique program. See how this blueprint start breaking down everything that you're doing with your clients. And then you can see when you do a blueprint like this and you start breaking down your program, what it's going to look like when the user sees it. So your signature journey. Here, we're going to outline the 9 modules of your signature solution. This will provide significant competitive advantages and market differentiation. Prospects will find comfort in your ability to articulate and deliver their desired result because it's about showing them, not telling them. So you can see how this will take you through foundation, funnel, flow. I hope this blueprint are helping you make sense of how you can take your services online. Again, here's the link, thewealthywellnesssystem.com/SPLM to download these blueprints. So I'm done with that portion of my presentation. Stop sharing. Hi.
Oh, I've got you covered. Don't worry about it.
Hi there.
Really good. You got a couple more minutes. And so if I'm someone who's interested in actually working with you, and let's say, again, starting a business from brand new, what are 3 tips you tell me right away?
So the first tip is find a coach to work with, someone that you align with. You can't do this alone. And there's so many experts out there in support systems, whether it's free downloads like the one that I just gave you, or a program you can enroll in. That's step number 1. And then step number 2 is figuring out, do you want to help people? Is that your calling? Is that your passion? So yeah, that's your calling, that's your passion. You've identified that. So then let's dig into how you're going to help people. And then, like I said, when figuring out who your ideal client to work with is, a good tip number 3 would be the younger version of yourself. It's so easy to work with the younger version of yourself because you know those pains, you know those struggles, and you know how to take people out of that space.
That's fantastic. And what is when you take a look at clients you work with, and I know you work with clients all across the spectrum, but what would be, I'm looking to start a business, maybe I have a business taken to the next level. What is your ideal client? Because people always get confused on how to find their ideal client.
So Kai and I, who is the co-creator of the Wealthy Wellness System, when we were building out the structure of our offer, we had in-depth conversations about who it is we wanted to work with. And we decided to work with those in the wellness industry because we knew that by combining our knowledge in marketing and advertising and their intellectual property in the wellness space, doctors, therapists, energy workers, breathwork facilitators, yoga instructors, that we could change the vibration of the planet by having them work with more clients around the world. So that was a calling for me to make Earth a healthier and happier place. And that's why I chose the wellness industry.
I love it. And just one last thing on really giving of your time. How important that is for your life.
It has changed my life drastically. 2 years ago, I had an opportunity to volunteer at an orphanage in southern India. And I went there for 2 weeks and it changed my life in such a drastic way. So I would encourage people to get involved with giving back and serving others and making it consistent, whether it's once a week, once a month. Making it a consistent action puts momentum behind it, and it's going to drive something in you that you've never experienced before.
Fantastic. Lauren, this was great today and a great way to kick off too. And I love that piece about that giving back part, right? Of truly being of service, because I think it makes us better at who we are. It also makes people want to work with us. And, sometimes a lot of people are sitting out there going, I don't know. So I'm not in the health industry, or maybe Lauren, you know what? Still make the contact, because Lauren can move you where you need to go. She can bring you back to us. But it's just set the appointment. So go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. You'll find Lauren's name in the drop-down list. Fill out the information. She's ready to go, and she will help you with whatever you need. You're not gonna call her and set the appointment. She's gonna go, yeah, you're not the client for us. Don't even want to talk to you. You get something from everybody, right? There's information, and you never know. You might be the one person that Lauren needed to talk to.
Exactly. Let's connect. I'm here for you.
Awesome. So Lauren, thank you so much. Thank you for being on today. And audience, let's give her this is the round of applause down below on the live stream. Let's give Lauren a huge round of applause. Lauren, have an amazing day. Thank you so much.
You too.
All right. Bye, Lauren.
Bye.
Okay. Is that energy? Can you hear my timer going off too? That's funny. I haven't really said loud. So Lauren, you were amazing. Let's give her a big round of applause again. So if you didn't get the site and you want to connect with Lauren, it's very simple again. www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. You see it sitting on the board right there in front of me. And she is somebody you want to connect with. So if you just joined our stream, because I know more people have, my name is Michael Silvers. I'm Executive Vice President of Powerteam, Head of Global Training. run all the virtual masterminds. I'll be telling you about that again in a little bit. A lot of you have already sent a lot of emails. You've texted in to SBA. So thank you for texting. I will be getting, during the next speakers, you will be getting text back from me, and I'll teach you how to get in. I'll teach you how to get on my schedule. Let's talk, and I expect to see all of you next Tuesday. We also have weekly events at Powerteam. We have, you can go to powerteamlive.com. I do a 3 p.m. entrepreneur call every Monday. Every Tuesday, we have a 3 p.m. internet marketing and everything you wanted to know. And Wednesday at 6 p.m., we have the Master, Mr. Bill Walsh, how to be a speaker, what it means to speak, to sell, work with us. And then every Thursday, and we have more coming, by the way, but every Thursday, we have our summits. So put in your calendar from 12 to 6. Every Thursday, we have tremendous speakers. I'll tell you a little bit about that later on today, who's going to be on next week. And today, we are really looking forward to Mr. Brian Tracy later in the day. So now I'm about to bring up our next powerful speaker. I'm looking at her. Yep, she's smiling down there. She's ready. All right, here we go. Our next speaker, I like it. It says that too, and I'm reading it. Isn't that good? I'll tell you guys a little bit about introducing people later. Is Barbara Williams Hardy. She's a leadership expert and currently consults at one of the top 10 hospitals in the U.S. Global speaker, former head of global diversity, inclusion, and belonging, visionary coach, and global citizen of the world. I love that. Born in Los Angeles, so was I. Later moved to San Francisco. No, I didn't. Barb is married to Bruce, a Navy veteran, is a bonus Air Force mom to Demetrius, and has a fur baby named Brady. That's awesome. Never seen it written that way. Barb has been recognized and honored with numerous awards, including the Black Enterprise 2019 list of top executives in corporate diversity. She is, again, ready to empower your day. How many of you here today want to be a better leader? Say, I do. How many of you want greater personal and professional success? Say, I do. How many of you would love a coach that will enhance your leadership toolkit? She's also the creator of the Barb List. Today, she'll be sharing a couple of principles leading into the 21st century. Are you ready to be a change maker? Are you ready to be an entrepreneur? Small business, large business, not even sure where you want to go yet? She's the one you want to talk to. Let's level it up for greater success. Let's give Barb Williams Hardy a big, thunderous round of applause.
Ooh.
How are you?
Great. How are you, Michael?
Really good. I'm going to drop away and you rock their world.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, first, I just want to say a huge thank you to Bill Walsh and to Cheryl, Michael, and the entire Powerteam family. I'm Barb Hardy, delighted and honored to share the stage with all of our featured speakers, including Michael and Bill Walsh, Brian Tracy, and Bill Williams. So to our audience, first of all, I want to just say thank you for joining us today. And a special shout out to our veterans and those that are serving in the military. Thank you for your service. I'm excited to be here today. You know why? Because I get to share what I've learned, both in my personal and professional life as a leader, as a coach, consultant, as an executive in Fortune 500 companies and nonprofits. In addition to this, I also get to share what I've learned in working with tens of thousands of 5 generations, new and experienced leaders, change makers, small business owners, as well as large business owners. And we've designed and delivered leadership programs on a variety of leadership practices. One of the key practices that I've learned is that how you lead matters. I'm going to say it again. How you lead matters. In fact, your leadership casts a long shadow. Leadership is about who you are and not about what you do. Anyone can be a leader, and anyone can lead anytime and anywhere. So what I want you to know today is that leadership is a muscle. So you got to exercise it. You got to strengthen it, and not a title. Great leaders are born. They're built. Great leaders are built. They are not born. So, how many of you would like to strengthen and elevate your leadership capabilities? If yes, let me know in the live content. How many of you would also like to increase your leadership toolkit and distinguish yourself from others? If this is you, sign up for my free coaching session at ipowerteam.com/freedom. Because our team empowers change makers, entrepreneurs, small and large business leaders to inspire their teams, lead more effectively, and together achieve even better personal and business success. So I see those yeses. Thanks, Janice. Yes. And Marquita. Yes. And Kanitha. Yes. So before I go into this topic on leading in the 21st century, can I have permission to just share a little bit of my story? So you heard all the great things in my bio. Yes, I've worked and done this and accomplished this. But you know what? Like many of you, I started out as an individual contributor. And you know what? I had lots of success. I was collaborating, I was influencing others, and I was driving and delivering stellar results. Once I started moving up the ladder chain in management, those same skills that made me a great individual contributor. Think about a corporate entrepreneur or an entrepreneur. Those skills that made me great at that were not necessarily the skills that were going to make me an effective leader and leading my teams. My goal was to be a great leader. However, the truth is I was basically a good manager to some, but not to all. So after a couple of missteps with my team, you know what? I asked for coaching because I believe don't go it alone. I believe asking for help, that is a sign of strength. And with some coaching, I found that I wasn't a terrible manager. In fact, I was a pretty good leader, but I just needed to make some tweaks in my style and begin to lead with both my heart and my head. I still delivered results. However, what changed for me was that I began to lead in a way that unleashed the strengths and the talents of others around me. I helped them win. And together we became a high-performing team. And you know what? We achieved even greater success. My big aha was that, many of us think we're leaders because of our titles. The truth is that some of us are really managers with big titles. This was a turning point for me. This is why I've decided to not only do the role and have the role that I have, but also to go bigger. That this message was really just too small to contain in corporations or nonprofits, but to really get out and share my learnings, my message, my success, my learnings, my failures with everyone. Because the truth is, we can all lead with our heads and our hearts. We can still have a passion for results. And you know what? We can still unleash the strength of others. And what that's going to do, that's going to increase new ideas, solutions, and better outcomes. We can all be better leaders because leadership is not static. It's that muscle. You've got to exercise it and you've got to model and practice it every day. So here's what I want you to do. Think about the best leader you ever worked for or perhaps worked with. What I'd like you to do is just live chat a couple of key phrases. What I want you to chat back to me is, what did that leader do? So there were some actions, some behaviors that leader had. And I also want you to share with me, how did that leader make you feel? So I'm going to pause for a few minutes. So for me, that leader made me feel like I was valued and seen, like I belonged and I was included, and that I could even trust them, that I could share and be vulnerable with them. The leader made me feel like even if I failed, they had my back. And I love what Janice said, servant leader. Amber said, I felt included. Anita is saying, listen, they were trustworthy. This is great. Thank you for your contribution. Now think about how you worked. How did you contribute? What did you accomplish? So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to think about that as well. What did you accomplish? How did you work? Did you work even greater hours? Yeah, Marquita, you're right on. I felt like if I failed, it was okay. Yeah, they had my back, that they were right there with me. Yeah, and they cared for me and boosted my natural confidence. Absolutely. Because when you think about your contribution, for me, man, did I work. I enjoyed the work. It didn't even feel like work, right? And Anita said, yeah, all in. That exactly. I could share new ideas. I wasn't holding anything back. I wasn't trying to figure out how to say it properly. I was myself. And in being myself, I could shine. So now think about this. If that leader called you today and needed your help, would you help them? So think about that. If they called you, you just heard my phone ringing. That could have been one of my leaders. They're going to call me back. But hey, I would help them. Absolutely. I would jump right in and be of service to that leader. And so here Anita's saying, absolutely. And others are chiming in now. So think about that leader, because even now, you still remember how that leader made you feel. That's what I call the leader's shadow. Because leaders cast a long shadow. No matter when you actually worked with that individual, you still remember. So now we see that leaders cast a long shadow. And Amber said, hey, without a second thought, I'd help them. All right, so now here's another question for you. And you don't have to respond on this one, but ask yourself, are you that type of leader? So you've written down a couple of phrases. And if I spoke to your team, your client, your customers, and even your family, what would they say? So here's an opportunity for you to start building that list, even about who you and how you want to be remembered. When people connect with you, what do you want them to remember about you? So now think about what it's costing you if you're not that person that you would be all in for, that you would give your all for and work harder. Think about what that looks like on your team if your team didn't feel that way. So think about what it's costing you. That when people are not willing to share their best ideas because they think, you know what, if I share them, you're going to take the credit and you're not going to include me. So think about what that could look like. Because here's what I found. I found that we would lose greater team and customer relationships, better ideas and innovations, and even greater contribution. I know that for me, that even when I wasn't that best leader, that I lost the opportunity for my teams to shine, for them to out-innovate. And you know why? Because I felt like I had to be the know-it-all, the smartest person in the room. But here's what I found. I found that they are the smartest. And if I just sat back and asked great questions and listened and coached, that they would outperform and we would all win. So we strengthen leaders. Now, if you answered no, or you're not sure, or maybe yes sometimes, or maybe no, it's not consistent, then listen, please connect with me at iPowerteam.com/freedom, because we strengthen leaders. Now, I believe that leading today in times of disruption, COVID-19, digital transformation requires self-awareness, compassion, courage, resilience, and the ability to adapt, be agile, and flex as well. I call it inclusive leadership. Inclusive leaders make a conscious choice to deliberately consider their own style and model behaviors that build better relationships, value, and leverage the strengths of their entire team. So not just a few people, not just your go-to people. And these go-to people many times are people that act like us, they might look like us, they might deliver like us, that we think that we can actually, they're going to do the same things that we do, right? So these go-to people, this is really about leveraging the entire team, all of their strengths. Imagine what we could accomplish, because we were going to actually achieve even better results. Inclusive leaders also have a growth mindset, so they're always learning and they walk their talk. So two of the traits that set inclusive leaders apart that I'm going to talk about are self-awareness and courage. So self-awareness, it's about recognizing your strengths, yes, but it's also about understanding your unconscious biases, your blind spots, and your triggers. Have you ever been in a meeting where the leader of the meeting was rushing? How did it make you feel? Did it make you feel like you weren't, like they weren't fully present? That you were just an item on their to-do list? So it was like, check, next. Then they're done. And then they ran off to someone or something that was more important that they had to do. So self-awareness is extremely important. And the key about self-awareness is it's not just about what you think about yourself. It's also about what others are saying about you. What happens when you join the webinar? What happens when you're on that Zoom meeting? What happens when you join the conference call? Are you open? Do people feel like they can trust you? Do they feel like you're listening, that you're present, that you want to help them succeed? Or do they feel like it's really all about you? This is your time to shine, so you're going to share everything. So again, self-awareness is key. So it's also about pausing and recognizing that if something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Many times we'll pause and move and rush past that and go, man, something wasn't quite right. I don't know, Barb, I couldn't see her on the camera, or maybe she didn't participate in this call. Something didn't feel right. And then we move to the next thing. What I'm sharing with you, one key behavior that you can model is pause. Just slow down. Reflect. What happened? What do you think happened? And check in. The second trait that I want to talk about is courage. And do we need more courageous people now? Because we can do right and do good. So courage is really opening and admitting your shortcomings. Many times we feel or can feel like we have to have it all together, that no one can see a flaw. Well, that's not real. And that's not who our true self is. Courage is about openly admitting mistakes and shortcomings. Michael was talking about we don't fail, we learn. I believe that. We either win or we learn. It's personal risk-taking, like sharing the stage with all of you and just sharing with you how I missed the mark, how I thought I was a really good leader and I actually was just a manager with a title telling a whole bunch of people what to do when I could have been so much greater. And I learned from that. So courage is about getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. Now, today, with what's going on, we have an opportunity to reinvent and reinvest in ourselves. We have an opportunity to grow, to do things differently. So why not take advantage of it? Because many times we're more focused on failing versus flying. So you can soar today. So as I share, courage is about openly admitting shortcomings and mistakes. It's getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. It's sometimes speaking truth to power or challenging the status quo. And that includes our own beliefs. As a leader, I have found the more vulnerable I am, the more trust and connection I gain. I've worked with leaders who've said, Barb, I don't want to be in the meeting or the sharing, the learning that you're going to do, because I want my people to be able to be their best selves and to share. And what I would share with leaders is, I tell you what, if you're in that meeting and you're not trying to lead it, you sit back and you begin to share your vulnerabilities, your mistakes, your shortcomings, that you're not in there to figure out who's speaking and who's not, but you're in there to learn and to share your insights, then man, your persons and your teams are going to be so highly engaged. So, courage and self-awareness are just two of the inclusive leadership traits that I talk about. And I actually share a little bit more depth at my coaching session. So sign up now at ipowerteam.com/freedom to learn even more. We've got a few seats left. And once you're part of the program, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to also share, and we're going to also share the full traits, some strategies, some techniques, some challenges, what you can model as well. So before I close, if it's okay with you, let me tell you why I do what I do. My mission is to unlock the untapped brilliance in all of us. I'm in service to our world. You know, I believe, and I do believe this, that we all have greatness within us. And sometimes we just need somebody to remind us that we're great and to help us to break out of that familiar mode that we're in. Perhaps our background or perhaps our experiences. But I'll tell you that your greatness is within you already. And our team, what we do is we just help you and we just unlock it and pull it out of you. So I believe not only are we great, but this is also part of my give back. So as a coach, mentor, sponsor, consultant, I've learned to share my knowledge. And at the end of my journey, at the end of my days, what I want people to do is I want them to be inspired. I want to help them to be their best. I want for someone to say of me that they didn't give up, that I inspired them to stay in the race. So if any of what I shared with you resonates, please sign up with me at iPowerTeam.com/freedom. And before I go, let me leave you with one of my favorite quotes. This is a aha for me. Leo Tolstoy said, "Whoever said, everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing themselves." We all have these great goals. We want to change the world. But if we really want to change the world, it begins with us of changing ourselves. It has been a delight to spend time with you today. Thank you so much for your time, your comments. Have an amazing day. Enjoy the rest of our speakers. Michael, back to you.
Fantastic, Barbara. Everybody give Barbara a big round of applause. And you can type applause. You can even, some people type round of applause. Because the speakers, you know, they're spending their time with you in that education, and that was brilliant. Barbara, give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much. To work with Barbara, again, you just go to iPowerTeam.com/freedom. Find her name on the drop-down list. You want to work with her. Do it now. Don't wait till later. I'm about to do another intro, but it's exactly where you want to be. Barbara, have a great day. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Michael. Have an amazing day, everyone.
Thank you. All right. You ready for more? We are now into it. It is time to get the education and learning. This next piece is something that everybody needs in their business, whether you're starting your business, getting it going, whatever it is. Listen up, take notes. I've had him on before. I can see him smiling down there, playing with his computer. His computer just went away, but that's okay. And it's brilliant information to truly, there we go. Round of applause is coming in to keep you moving through the day. Get yourself comfortable. Again, I've got a chair. I've got food next to me. I've got a drink right there. It's what do I have today? It's an iced tea. And take care of yourself through the day, but don't leave. 6 hours of your life can make a whole difference. So here we go. Mr. Jeff Cohen is a serial entrepreneur. He's created a financial services and software company servicing the membership space and grew it to 11 million in annual sales before selling it and starting Mind Me. Give that a round of applause. He's passionate about sales, marketing, and technology. And you know what? Sales, marketing, technology, you put those together, you've got to win, which is exactly where you want to be right now. I can tell you in all the companies I've been in, and many of them are major corporations, those are the pieces that sometimes don't exactly flow. What he's created I've seen it now for 2 weeks. I get it, right? And you want to see what this is. He's excited to share about his latest venture, Mind Me, and an all-in-one mobile marketing solution for small businesses. Let's give a huge, thunderous round of applause for Mr. Jeff Cohen.
Hey, how you doing, Michael? A little
Good.
change of
How are
venue.
you?
Was able to get out of the house for once, so you know.
A new perspective, you know. All right, over to you, Jeff.
Right? I've got my gloves, my mask. I'm all ready to go here. So, it's a different reality, that's for sure. Well, thanks everyone for coming and for being a part of this great event that Michael and Bill are hosting. So let's get into it. Show you some cool stuff. So we're going to start with a little presentation, and we'll kind of roll through that. All right, you guys should see that. I'll stop my cam so you can see it. And let's set this up, and we'll share it. There we go. Is that right? Okay. There we go. Okay. All right, so you guys can see my presentation here. So let's go through it. So very pleased to be working with Powerteam and Bill Walsh for a number of years now. Our systems in Powerteam SMS, and the system, every time someone says text this to this, or you go into some of those landing pages and register for an event like this one, they're using our technology. We've set up a Powerteam SMS system for Bill and his group. And so that's the Mind Me technology behind all of it, which is really exciting. And we have a new version that we're just about rolling out, and we've got a bunch of people that are using it and loving it. So it's really exciting stuff. So let's get into it. You know, the big thing really, you know, when you're doing any type of business is you've got to drive those leads to customers, right? You got to capture leads and somehow figure out a way to communicate with them and nurture them along so they become customers and they're converted. And then once they do, that they're highly engaged. And so those customers can become, you know, can really move down this funnel, if you will, from leads to prospects to customers to really your best customers, right? So it starts with capturing leads. And there's lots of course, different places. You guys, most of you, I'm sure, have a website. If you're just starting out, maybe you don't yet. You've got, you know, on-premise marketing with signage if you're a restaurant or brick and mortar of some sort. Obviously, that's changed a little bit right now, unless you're an essential business and you're still open. But there's also print and mailings with direct mail. Those are essential businesses, so you could do direct mailing to clients if you wanted to, or potential customers. Like I said, online ordering, events and speaking like we're doing today. Perfect use case with events is, you know, text Freedom to 26786, and then you can get a package or you get information on Freedom or Powerteam or Mind Me or whatever solution that you're looking for. It's a great way to capture that information quickly from a potential interested contact or lead, and then send them information that they want to receive. It's a great way to do it. It works really well with speakers using a text opt-in technology. Or if you're marketing a video or a pay-per-click campaign, whatever it is, you know, once you capture those lists or those contacts, then it's really key to kind of organize those contacts. So here's an example of a web form that you can create in our system. And you could ask for certain interests, or you could do a poll, and you can capture that information, and then that goes in with the contact. So now if I'm sending stuff on, you know, people who, you know, ask for that sign-up offer, I can send targeted information just to those folks. Or if in this case, if I was a personal trainer and I had functional training or some program, I can market that. So it's really great. A lot of times, you know, you have all these people in a one big list. And if you're doing an email marketing tool or a text marketing tool or, you know, social media, whatever it is, it's really this big giant group of contacts, and it's hard to kind of know what people are asking for, where they came from, what's going on. So that's really critical in being able to target and send people information that they ask for, right? If you just send information to everyone, there's gonna be a lot of people that either opt out or that are just, you know, ignore it. Not going to open email. They're not going to do anything with the text message, whatever it is. So it's really important that you find a way to organize that. And most platforms out there don't give you an easy way to do it. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's say you send an email through a popular email program. The most you typically can do is see if someone clicked on a button or not. And you might have different, you know, elements in there, right? But you really can't see who who answered a poll a certain way, in most systems, or you can't organize those people by capturing their interest or updating them, putting them in a list, right? You can't create actionable information, and that's what's critical. You really want to create a conversation with folks, right? You're in it for the long haul. It's going to take time sometimes, multiple touches, multiple communications to turn that lead into a prospect, and then a prospect into a customer, right? And then here's an example where we just released it, very exciting. We're working on it for about 7 months. We just released automation this week in our new system, which I'll show you. And that lets you do some really awesome things in a series of communication, and you can automate it all, which is great. And those are the types of communications or series of communication that you can set up. So you can start, someone in a sequence, and you could say, well, I'm going to give them a welcome email, and then a follow-up text, 4 days after that, and then maybe an offer, a coupon, basically, right? Or maybe you're going to see, you ask a question in a text message. Hey, are you interested in my event? Would you like more information? Okay, if they say yes, then boom, do this. If they say no, do this. They may not be, a dead lead, so to speak. They're a lead for someone, maybe just down the road. So maybe you send them communication, but not as frequently, or not about that particular event. So all kinds of cool stuff that I'll show you. And then the other piece is really managing your contacts, right? It's again, turning those contacts into relationships, which is critical to driving whatever business, whatever product, whatever, sales that you're trying to achieve. So how can you do that? Well, you can organize for better results, with types and lists and interests, a variety of ways. I can go in and create a dynamic list that's always up to date, and I'll show you some cool things you can do there. Or you can create custom fields, and you can capture that information about your business. We have fields, and we have lists and interest tags. Some of this stuff is generic, some you can customize, but you can create a custom field in that if you haven't used a CRM or a contact manager before, you can take that custom data and then you can tag people off of that. You can do all kinds of things, but more importantly, you can work that lead, right? So it may be important to know what their goal is, what their fitness level is, what their time frame is. Hopefully it's not never. And then you can actually, contact those folks the old fashioned way via, horse and buggy. No, I'm just kidding, with a phone call. And here's an example where you might want to communicate over different methods, right? So email's great, but not everyone opens an email. Text is great, but it's more expensive. Well, what if you could send an email and then send a text message only if they didn't open the email? We do that. What if you don't have a website, or you're launching a new product or a new event? You can create a landing page just for that offer, just for that special program that you're marketing. You don't have to call up someone in some basement somewhere, although we're all in a basement almost somewhere anymore, but you don't have to call up someone to, program some web page for you and pay all this money. You can create a simple landing page yourself, right? And like I was alluding to earlier, what's great is having the ability to send, ask a question and capture information, then do something with that. And we call that responsive communication. It's not just, one-sided to that person, but it's in mass. And then being able to do promotions, digital offers, things like that. Right? And then once you do that, then it's sending communication that's engaging, it's vibrant, whether it be videos or, countdown elements to create urgency, whatever you want to create, you can do. What I think some of the biggest challenges for marketing or mobile marketing today are, there's a lot of different things you need to do, right? You guys need to learn or implement almost all these different areas, right? You need some type of contact management, some way to store it that's not, an Excel file, to basically store your contacts and manage them. You probably have some videos, or you're creating some videos. Videos are highly engaging, so I recommend that highly. And how do you get those out to people? So you need to do that. A lot of people have some type of email marketing tool. Our first version of MindMe was text only. So now we've evolved into offer different multiple routes here, like email and text. So you don't need two separate systems anymore with us. A lot of times you want to create a landing page to capture a lead, like for this Powerteam 360 event, for example. Or you can go in and create some automation. So when people register for something, or they say I'm interested, things can automatically happen. Or you can create offers, right? So all these things in chat, of course, one-to-one communication. That's our next big thing that we're going to be rolling out hopefully later this summer. So all these different components are really important, and that's where having one solution that's all of your tools in one place, it's just easier to learn, it's faster to use, all designed to communicate and work together, right? All similar interface, all they have to learn new things, and it's cost effective. Our systems basically cost less than $100 a month, and sometimes half that price. It just depends on what features you want and really your volume, of lessons. So there's different use cases, and we can create some today. Kind of went through these last week, some of these, but I can give you some really cool ways you can do some stuff. So I might have a restaurant. One thing I could do with a restaurant is do a text opt-in. A lot of restaurants are open right now. If you guys are running a marketing company and you're selling to restaurants, MyMe is a perfect tool that you can use here, Powerteam SMS, that you can actually market a keyword opt-in. And when you opt in through a keyword, then you can actually capture more information on a landing page. Sometimes someone's birthday, for example, right? Which is key, because you might want to send an offer on their birthday, right? You might want to ask them what type of pizza topping they're interested in, whatever it is. And then you could send them an offer for joining. And that could be a landing page with, some type of code that you might have if you're using like Instacart or, Fresh Direct, if you were a grocer selling material, selling produce or whatever it might be. If you're a restaurant, you might use a system that gives you a coupon code like Grubhub, right? So you can set up different things there and market that. Those people aren't typically coming in and showing it to you anymore, although they could show it to you when they pick up the food if you're a restaurant. So here's an example, right? Someone texts the word VIP, just like you see up here, text Powerteam SMS to 26786. That 26786 is called a short code. It's a special number, just a little easier to type than a full number. And we can do a lot more volume, right? We can send literally millions of text messages out on that number, where a phone number, we're a little limited with the speed and how fast we can, initiate that. So it's just, let's just get faster marketing out for our clients, and it's easier for them to type, right? So here's a perfect example. In this case, instead of Powerteam SMS, they're texting VIP, and then they get a text right away, and they can go to a landing page, right? They can fill out some more information, and then they can deliver an offer, right? They can go right in there and deliver an offer on the landing page. In this case, a free pizza, right? If you're doing something like personal coaching, our friend Bill, for example, he could enter a new sale, and then we could initiate automatically a welcome text that goes out. And in this case, let's say he was doing content each week. So a lot of you guys have maybe books or other content that you're offering to people, right? If you're in the information business, well, these are things that you can automatically set up. The second someone signs up, through a sign up page, let's say you want to Stripe or you invoice them or they pay you some way, then you can add them to the system, and you could just say, okay, they're now a customer, and boom, instantly things can start going out to them. And you can automate all this, so you don't even have to manage it once it's set up, right? It's really cool stuff, right? So in this case, for personal coaching, the example might be, okay, we add a new contact to the system, there's a sign up thank you, then there's a week 1, goal setting page, and these could, of course, all have videos on there, whatever you want, and week 2 empowerment. So those are all the different things that we have, right? So I'll get into this and I'll show you the system. So we have a special offer, right? We had a really special offer where we were doing a personal coaching session prior. People were loving it. We had a ton of interest, ton of people that wanted to do it. And so we're a little limited in some of the space because we really give personal attention to this. We want to help people really get set up. So we have a new package that we're offering today. It's 4 sessions. $997. You're saving 40% off what we would normally charge for that. We only have a few spots. Might be able to squeeze in a 4th one, but we really only have a few spots because we work with each person individually, and our experts are coaching them and working with them. So that's something you can do. In addition, if for anyone who texts powerteamsms.com, you can actually get our platform, $10 for the first 60 days, right? And then you'll get an upgrade to the new system, which I'm going to show you. So those are things that you can do, and we'll get into that. So let me stop the share here and show you the system, and we will get into it. All right. So let's see here if this comes up. Sometimes I have to stop and share this a couple times for some reason. Okay. All right. I don't know if you guys see that. I don't see it yet. Let's see. Michael, I don't know if people are seeing that. Are they? This happens sometimes. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it just takes 2 or 3 times to get it. Okay, no problem. So now you guys can see it. This is our system. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Okay. I've got a couple contacts in this system right now that you guys can see. Okay. And there's a main dashboard area where you can go in and you can see kind of new contacts. You can see if there were any last campaigns. This is a little, intro dummy account. So I really don't have, I just have a few contacts in here at the moment, but it gives you a way where you can see what's going on with the system. And then if you click on contacts, you can see those individual contacts. And if you want to, I'll zoom out a little. And if you want to go in here, it's really super easy. So we have these filters on the side, right? Like a type of a contact or a list or an interest. And I can go in here and I can edit these things and do it. So I have a list called follow-up. And if I want to add Joe to my follow-up list, I just click on Joe. I can get in here, okay? And then if I just hit plus on list, there's follow-up, boom, okay? And now if I go to my list, okay, now you can see there's one contact in there and Joe's going to be the contact. So it's instant. It moves super fast, really great. We have an iOS and Apple app that's going to be complementing this that should be released to the App Store in the next week or so, that you'll be able to use the system through the app too, at least most features as well. We'll work on Android after that for the Google fans out there. But here's a way where I could say, well, give me everyone who's in my follow-up list and show everyone who's interested in boarding if I had like a little doggy daycare, let's say, and there you go. And so I can instantly see, okay, well, Joe is interested in this. He's on my follow-up list, right? And he's interested in boarding. So it's super easy, in doing whatever you want to do here, right? And you can do tags as well. And then we also have things like birthdays, for example. So I could go in here and I can hit plus and I can add my birthday. I could just pin that. So now it'll show up all the time. And now in my birthdays, we could tell when someone's birthday is. So you could have something where you're saying, let's send a campaign to everyone whose birthday it is next month, right? And to do that, I would just go in here and I'm going to go into birthday and we'll just add a birthday. So let's just say we want to add May just so it shows up, right? So now all of a sudden, if I go into birthdays, okay, you could see next month, Joe would show up and there you go, right? So it's very, very cool what you can do. Then you can come in and create campaigns. Right? So once you have a list of contacts, now I want to set up a campaign. Well, what do I want to do? So let's say in this case, I want to send to everyone. In this case, just 2 people. I'm going to hit continue. And then you decide what you want to send. We're going to have other options here like voice and multi-step, options and print, like postcards. We're going to be adding other options here. But for now, you do email or text. So it's up to you. If I want to do an email, I can drag email over here and I simply hit continue. And then we give you this really easy to use builder, right? Now, for those of you who've never used an email tool before, some are better than others on the capabilities. We're mobile first. Everything is really designed to be, really for on a phone. I mean, almost everyone's opening, especially a text message on a phone, even email. It's 60, 70% of people. So it's designed primarily in a single column design. Although we'll be introducing an option where you could do multi-column too. But essentially, when I want to add something, I just go in here and I just drag it. Really simple. And then I go to my library where I can hit upload, right? And we'll store all your stuff in here. So let's say I had, a doggy daycare place and I wanted to market my, Lucky's Doggy Daycare. That happens to be my little dog. I showed this last time, sitting on this other dog. So I love that photo. So I can do that. I can drag in a video if I want to, okay? And if I had YouTube, I literally just go to YouTube. Oops. Okay, I go to YouTube and let's just go dog daycare, let's just say. Thank God that's an essential business. For some reason it is. So we're going to go in here. All right, and let's say that's my video that I want to promote, right? So I come in here, I just hit paste and I hit set, and that's it. And there's my video. Right? And that's going to be something people can click on in the email. And if it's a landing page, because we'd let you do mobile pages or landing pages too, then you can do the same kind of thing here, right? You can set it up. And then the other thing you can do, which is way cool, is I can come in, I can add a countdown. So I create some urgency if I have an event going on. I can add buttons. You can see, all these options, they just open or close. You just click button, and then I can put whatever I want in here. I can redirect to a landing page, click to email. We're going to add things like send an offer, whatever I want to do. okay? I can do all those things in here. And the other thing I can do, right, is I can add things like a question or a form. So I might add a poll, and I might ask, well, you know, what do you think about our dog care? Or are you interested in a certain thing? We could ask a question, okay? So these are all things that you can add, and then you can automatically do things. So I could say something like, are you interested in our doggy daycare? Okay, and then if they answer yes, I could do something with that information. Remember we talked about responsive communication? So I could say, well, if there's any response, I might want to update that contact and I might want to put them in a list, all right, or tag them, or maybe I want to make them my favorite. You know, I can say, okay, let's add a favorite, hit done, save that, and boom. So anytime someone answers this form in an email, and you just send them with a landing page or a text message, this becomes a link to a little question from a text message, same idea. Someone does that, you can automatically mark them and put them in, you know, as a favorite, okay, if I want to. I could also say, well, if they say yes, maybe I want to start sending them information right away, right? These are the automation sequences you can set up ahead of time and they just start. And I can go in here and I could say, well, let's add to a sequence. And I pick a sequence that there might be, and maybe I have one called dog care, right? It's not active now, so it won't add it unless it's active, but you get the idea. I can hit save, and then every time someone hits yes, they're automatically going to go in there, right? Or I can add a form here if I wanted to instead, and that form could actually capture interest that I may have, right? So I could have, well, it's daycare, boarding, or grooming. And again, based on their answer, I could do different things. So let's say I had this type of thing, and I wanted it instantly. The second this happens, the second someone fills out this form, I want to start sending them stuff. Okay, well, let's do that before we run out of time here. We have a few minutes left. So I'm going to go into automation, right? And if you buy that package, by the way, we'll help you through all this. We'll work with you. We'll give you best practices. It's a really in-depth one-to-one coaching. And in fact, the last session I will personally do with you for some of this advanced automation. So I'll just show you this real quick. So if I create a new automation sequence, now I can start this however I want. So let's say I want to start this. Okay, and there's videos and all kinds of ways to learn how to do this. You know, if you don't do the coaching, so that no problem. You know, this is a do-it-yourself system, very easy to figure out. In about 15 or 20 minutes, you'll be an expert. So if I come in here, right, I could say, well, let's add something to this. So let's say I want to go in and I want to do an interest. So what we're going to do is the second someone expresses any one of these interests, this automation sequence is going to start. Okay, we might send them an email that's a thank you email, right away, and then we might want to wait for, let's say, 2 days, right, or 2 hours, whatever you want. Okay, and I can then do something called a split, and I could say, well, let's send them specific information based on what they just asked for. So we'll go back to our interests. We'll do one for boarding, we'll do one for daycare, and we'll do one for grooming. Boom. And now these can all be very specific. So if someone's interested in boarding, they'll get stuff there. If they mention daycare, they'll get that. If they mention grooming, they'll get that. And it's in an order. So you can pick which order is most important, and that's what they're going to be sent. Okay. It's very, very cool. In fact, you could even do, well, once they're done with grooming, right, I could go in here and I could now point them here. So once they're done with grooming, right, they can get an email or a text in there. And then once they're done, they're going to start getting this. So way cool stuff that you can do. I'm showing you some really cool advanced stuff. It's really flexible. You can do anything you want really in here. I'm just going to show you what you get with those packages real quick, and then we'll be off to the races here. So, and you'll be enjoying some really great stuff for some other folks. Okay. All right. So here you go. So basically, if you want to take advantage of that personal coaching, it's 4 sessions of 60 minutes each. So we've enhanced the personal coaching sessions that we've just been offering the last couple of weeks. We also give you an upgraded account. So you get double the account that you would normally get, right? And then each one is broken out. It's typically weekly, right? And then we'll also give you priority coaching too. So if you need some help after these coaching sessions, we'll make sure that you're well taken care of. So complete setup, reviewing your business needs. We send you a survey. We'll find out what type of business you have and a little more details. And then we'll give you some general system training. And then we'll start mapping your communication problem. What type of content do you want to send to people, how often, all that good stuff. And then we're going to build out your marketing flow with you, right? We'll give you, lead capture forms, whether it be a text message or a web form, landing pages, campaigns. Start thinking about some basic automation sequences, right? We'll help you build that out. Test your initial marketing flow, advanced filtering and campaign techniques. So you're really going to be, you'll be able to, work with us and actually teach other folks after we're done here on this coaching. And then I personally will work with you to, complete that build out and really give you some advanced automation and sequence designs. So for example, one of the things you could do, which is really cool, is I could have a whole sequence of communication over time, right? And then I could I could basically tell, okay, I have 1,000 contacts, they're all going to start right now. So you could create a campaign instead of one email or text, you could initiate a series, right away. So, really cool stuff. And so that's the deal. So it's $997, you're saving 40%. We just have a few spots, right? You're getting 4 sessions. You're getting the last one with me personally, and we're going to really help you rock your business to a new level. And there you go. Look at that, right on time.
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm good, Bill. How are you doing?
I just want to say that's some great information. I know you always over-deliver, and like I said, I put on the post, I've been a customer for more than 5 years now. Your products rock. I love that each week you give some new content, some new ideas, but it really just comes down to the fact that you own your space. You've been doing this for so long, and I think now it's great to finally see the new beta version come out and make it live for people. So we're super excited with that. And like I said, if you're trying to automate your mobile and you want a team to do it for you, there's one option. If you want a special being on today, you can try the software by yourself for $10. And what is it, for $10 for 2 months or something like that, you said?
$10 for 2 months, and it's $49 a month after that. It's month to month. And on the coaching, you actually get it included. So, and you'll get an account that's worth $100.
So
included
how do you beat that, everybody? So you're listening today and you want a great value. There's some great value. So listen, man, I'm gonna let you run. I know your time is super valuable. I've got an amazing special guest just waiting on the other podcast to come in, one of our keynotes for the day. So Beautiful. I just want to say thanks again, and I appreciate you a whole lot.
Thank you, Bill. Love working with you and the group. Great group. Thank you. Bye.
I was dropping in there, Michael, for a second. Just say thanks for all your hard work and all the things you're doing. Much appreciated, buddy. So let me actually take the call out. I'll take it over now. And I've got, once again, another special guest just waiting to jump on. But I want to tell you something about this individual I'm going to bring on now, that he's been noted all over the world as the master negotiator. So whatever you do, you better take great notes, because he's going to give you an onslaught of great notes and great concepts and processes that work. I don't think he's a bestseller once. He's probably a multiple bestseller. He's probably sold close to 1 million books. The United States Congressman actually lists him as Businessman of the Year. And more importantly, right, he really understands how to empower your body, your language, your movement to define any situation that you're in. So it's not just the verbal that we always hear about, it's also the nonverbal. But I also asked him to talk today about, what are some of the things you can do right now to be able to break through this bind. I know a lot of people are facing anxiety right now. I get it. I even get crazy. You got to realize I've been traveling for 20 years, that on the plane, on the road, a couple days, 3 days a week, but at least 4 or 5 times a month. And now to be sitting home, working but I'm more excited now. And I think the big thing is that if you will allow your mind to do nothing, you're going to be in a tough situation. But if you'll keep your mind active, engaged, learning, working on new things, and that's why the program we've created, what we're doing here now, if you guys could just share these on your streams and go create instant watch parties and get some more folks on, you know what, we send out emails and texts, and sometimes you don't want to hear great news, but we need to hear great news. We got to keep feeding to our system. I will tell you this, that I had the honor to meet this individual as part of a group I belong to called the Global Gurus, and I'll let him tell you his ranking, but to be, top 10 in the world in his space for, I don't know, probably a number of years is pretty awesome. But he really does over-deliver, and he's someone that is just a fine gentleman. And, I trust him. I believe him. He comes from a total place of high integrity, and he's here to share with you some great information today. And I just want to make sure that you definitely take note of all of his value and his knowledge. He does have a gift for you guys towards the end. So I'll give you a simple text for the gift. If you just text the letters GW, it's so simple, GW to 26786. And I'm sure somebody can type that out and put it up there for you. But I need you to take a lot of notes on what this gentleman's going to share with you, because you don't want to miss anything that he says. So this is not the time to take a break. This is the time to get really tuned in. And please, once again, tag it, share it, do what you have to do to get some more people on, because I think his message is so profound, especially at this time, that everyone needs to hear this. So I'd like to actually just bring the call, and I know that I believe he's in Florida right now, but let me bring Mr. Greg Williams onto the line. Let me see if I can add you, Greg. Hey, there we go. Nice to see your smiling face.
And Bill, it's nice to be seen. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it very much.
So if you wouldn't mind, maybe just take a few minutes and just share a bit of your story and how you got to where you're at today, and maybe a highlight of a couple of the books that you've actually sold around the world. And I know you sold lots of books, and I know you've done keynotes for the Fortune 100, the Fortune 500. I know that you're 100% a giver. You always add more value, and no doubt because you add more value, you keep getting rebooked, and now is a great time to share some of your wisdom with some of our folks around the world. So with that, maybe a bit of your background and maybe just some of the things you've done in your past that certainly will help everyone here today step through the challenge they face and become even better tomorrow.
Well, thank you again. And Bill, my background started from the time I was a little boy. And I say a little boy, I was literally 4 years old. And at that time, during that time, it was okay for kids to do different things and not worry about some of the things that kids have to be concerned with today. And thus, my parents used to let me shine shoes at the corner bar. And what that taught me at that age was how to observe the body language of individuals such that I was able to get a bigger tip. A bigger tip in that case during those times was maybe an extra nickel or a dime or something of that nature. But it also taught me a lot about negotiations. Now, I said I was 4 years old, but a lot of things about negotiations is intuitive, which means there are times when you sense that you should adopt a particular action and you're not sure why that is. Well, it's something at your subconscious sending a message, trying to connect with your conscious level such that you take attention and pay attention to exactly what's occurring. Well, as I grew older, I started noting such occurrences, and I just formulated more negotiation tactics and strategies. And over the years, I morphed into the master negotiator. And then when I was a Fox News contributor, they branded me as a body language expert since I knew so much about reading body language as it enhanced the negotiation process. And I ended up writing Negotiating with a Bully, which is one of my books. Another book is actually Body Language Secrets to Win More Negotiations. And yes, these books have been well received. But Bill, you said I'm a giver, and that's what's most important about what it is that I do. I give individuals insight from a negotiation and reading body language perspective that they can use to enhance all aspects of their life. Bill, a lot of people don't realize that they are always negotiating. Some people say, well, I thought a negotiation was when I'm on one side of the table and the other person is sitting on the other side of the table. Well, that is a negotiation environment for sure. But what you do to build up to that point is something that you also have to take into consideration, because that will have an impact on how that other individual will interact with you. Plus, you have to be very much concerned about what it is that you're going to do, how you're going to do it, the time frame in which you're going to do it, the strategies that you're going to implement, how you're going to detour around the path that you had set for the negotiation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And thus, you are always negotiating, even when you don't think you are doing so. And that's something to be very, very aware of.
I always like to talk about is that, when you're dealing with difficult times, how important is it also for you to kind of stay in your zone? I know that sometimes when you're out in a meeting, you can have that look and that feeling, you got that swag. But now when you're home working by yourself and you don't have that, are there certain exercises or things you might comment on that would empower people to play even bigger when they're, all of a sudden they went from all these meetings and all these events to Now they're solo. I told everyone when I went through and this stuff started, we went digital in less than 10 days. We went from only 40 plus live events to 0 live events to within 10 days relaunched a whole digital platform. And when I came home, I set up a war room. I have a lake house, and we set up at the lake house a war room that included a couple of laptops, an old projector. I bought one of them lights from Amazon, and before you know it, we were live. But there's some things that you can recommend people do, and especially even more books they can read or downloadable books. And I want you to promote your books, right? If you've got something you think people need to read today, what would it be? And what are the things they can do right now, though, to really stay in that place of what I call passion, purpose, and power?
Well, first of all, and you hit upon it when you spoke about the action that you took, because our environment constantly changes. That which was true yesterday does not necessarily have to be true tomorrow. And thus, if you go off of the old premise of what was true yesterday, trying to implement it into tomorrow's environment, and tomorrow has changed, you will be at least a step behind, if even more further than that. The point is, you have to have a mindset that says, I can do, no matter what it is that others say you can't do, no matter what it is that others challenge you to do. You, and only you, are the master of your soul, and thus you're the master of the fate that you hold within your hands. And thus, if you want to sit down, sit alone, stay at home and go, oh gosh, I can't do anything else right now because fill in the blank, you're giving your power away. And if you give your power away, it's nobody's fault except yours. That means you have the power, you have the control to determine what your life will become, what your life will be, and only you can do that. Now, some people go, but yeah, but my boss has laid me off right now. Okay, and go out and start another daggone business, or start a business. Do something to enhance your skill set while you're sitting at home. Don't take the mindset of, or don't adopt the mindset of, oh man, I can rest now. No, you can't. The world hasn't stopped. Others will pass you, thus you will fall further behind if you take well, I'm going to rest on my laurels because I've reached a certain point in life. It's the mindset that has gotten you to the place that you are. It's the mindset, hopefully enhanced mindset, that will get you to the place where you wish to be tomorrow. One of the aspects that I spoke about before, and believe me, I'm not trying to sell you anything. As a matter of fact, Bill spoke about the free gift that I'm giving at the end of this presentation. I'm doing so because I genuinely want to assist people in enhancing their life around the world. I believe that's what God placed us on earth to do, help other individuals. So, negotiating with a bully, sometimes you encounter difficult situations with individuals that, for whatever reason, you have difficulties with. And like I said, you're always negotiating. This is one book, Bill, that individuals that wish to learn how to negotiate in tough times might actually make an investment in themselves by acquiring that book. The other one is Body Language Secrets to Win More Negotiations. We give out cues all the time. You note the pace at which I'm speaking right now. If by chance I started to alter my pace, that could denote that something was occurring in my mind per the thought process that I was engaging in, which means you may have asked a question that I had to give thought to. That's a clue as to the degree of importance the question was, what I may have been thinking about in order to answer the question, and you could have noted some of the other signals that I may have emitted. For example, I may have looked up and to the left to think, which is where we look when we try, well, I say we look, you have to always establish the boundaries, the baseline for which someone uses their body language in a particular manner. And doing that will allow you to understand what a meaning is as you delve deeper into your interactions with them. So most people will look up and to the left to recall something that has happened in the past. Others will look up and to the right to actually assemble thoughts of what they think will occur in the future. So if you ask me the question, what did you do last night? And if I looked up in the manner that was in reconstruction mode, or I should say in creation mode, you should be able to get a clue that, wait a minute, he should know what he's doing. How about this one? Someone says, what's your name? And you go, okay, what happened? Did you just awaken or what? It's a clue that they've just given you when they went, I mean, everybody should know their name and be able to recite it readily. So those are just some little quick body language cues that you can pick up on when people are literally telling you through their body language something different than what their words are actually committing to you. And body language secrets to win more negotiations will actually give you more insight about that. Here's the other point that I want to make. If you adopt the mindset that you are always negotiating, you will start looking at life differently. Again, we're in a situation throughout the world right now where a lot of people are clustered in place. And one individual that I saw a video of, which was quite humorous, actually was asked the question, if you had the choice of A, staying in confinement with your wife, or B, he said B. He didn't even wait to hear what the question was for B, which, okay, so maybe it was humorous. But at the same time, suppose that was a real life situation. That individual would have been stating through his verbal mannerisms that he really does want freedom, and that's what he was actually seeking more than being confined. If you know you have a mindset that says, I don't like being pent up, alter that perspective. Instead of thinking you're inside, and now this gets into psychology and we won't delve too deeply into it, but if you think you're inside, you can look out through your mind's eye and place a window there and experience what's going on around you. The point is, we don't know what's real and what is not real. We come upon these sensations that we have and we assign values to them, and thus in our mind's eye we make it real. But is it? Who's to say that what somebody else sees that we're also viewing is real if they say it's not real? The point that I'm making is understand the power that you have in your mind. Control your thoughts, because your thoughts control your actions, and when you control your actions, you control the direction in which you take your life.
I'm just over here taking notes, buddy. I appreciate your time and your effort. I got another question that was someone was asking me before, even before you came on. They said, ask Greg, you can talk about what are some great negotiation skills? You know, whether you're going to, let's say that you're going to buy something, you're going to spend a lot of money on something, right? What have you found, or you want to move a group towards a certain direction? What have you found have been great negotiation tips or things you can put into your language that make you not only know you're more powerful, but kind of own the conversation?
Oh, Bill, excellent question. One of the things that I'm telling people to do right now, if possible, keep more cash on you. The reason I'm telling them that is because anytime you're in a situation where people are either a little short of money or for whatever reasons they are in a depressed environment, flashing cash will generate some excitement in them real fast. And here's the thing. So let's say, hypothetically, of course, you're making an offer to someone for purchase, and they say, okay, I'll give it to you for $5,000. And you're going, $5,000? Now notice, I don't care. You were expecting to pay $10,000 for it, but they said $5,000, and instead of going, wow, I'll take it, you respond by saying $5,000. Like, how dare you? That price is way too high. It's nothing more than a negotiation tactic. And then don't say anything. Believe me, if you sit there, stand there without uttering another word, they will truly say, well, $5,000. How about $4,000? You can repeat the same thing. $4,000. Now remember, you were happy with the first price, 5,000, 10,000 you were willing to pay. But the point is, you never know how good of a deal you can get until you've exhausted all attempts to get the best deal that you can acquire. And note something else, Bill. You talk about verbal language also. If you'll note, a lot of my verbiage is on a beat. Again, that's one of those unnatural influencers that psychologically people pay attention to when they're not aware of. Because if you speak on a beat, you sound more believable. And thus, I could tell you that the snow is falling from the submarine. And while the submarine was trying to catch up with the bus, I saw a plane go overhead. And the lady that caught the plane in her parachute thought, wow, that was a good catch. Now, some people would go, what the heck did he say? But some will get transfixed and nothing more than the beat, the rhythm of the verbiage, and it's something else to be aware of, because you can almost charm someone when you're negotiating with them based on the speed, the pace, the pitch, and the rhythm at which you speak. And thus, that's yet another negotiation strategy that I say is a hidden strategy, because most people don't pay attention to that stuff at a conscious level, but it is affecting them subconsciously, and thus it's something that you can also use. And here's one other tip about negotiations. Since you're always negotiating, before you enter into an environment in which you know you'll have exchanges with someone for something you wish to acquire, try to find out as much about them and their background as you possibly can. What you're seeking is points of leverage that you can use to actually apply pressure such that they bend to your will. Now, I say that not to say that you have to be dogmatic, not to say that you have to be someone that just goes in and strong arm someone. I believe in being very respectful to others, because if you're not, it will come back to bite you, and you'll be the one in the bully book that people are looking to get even with. Speaking of which, that's something else. In any negotiation, as you get towards the end of it, that's the time when you are most vulnerable to other requests for concessions from the other negotiator. As a matter of fact, good negotiators know as you get towards the end of a negotiation, that's the time to ask for just a little bit more. Wow, we've gone through one heck of a session. I am so glad that we have been able to engage in this negotiation and come to an amicable outcome that both of us can agree to. Let's shake on it. Well, instead of possibly shaking on it at that particular moment, you could say, or more so, be aware of the other negotiator doing this to you. The other negotiator, instead of extending his or her hand, says, well, yeah, we have engaged in a long session, but there's just one more thing that I need before we can actually conclude this negotiation. The point of that matter is, the longer you engage in a negotiation, the more vulnerable you become to making concessions. Why? Because psychologically, you want to see the conclusion of that negotiation come to a satisfactory close, and thus you figure, well, I'll give in, give you this concession, and then we'll close the negotiation. If you do that without prepositioning the negotiation, or I should say the offer, right in a negotiation, all you've done is set yourself up for more concessions. Because what have our kids taught us? If we give them something that they want that we say they can't have, they'll find another way to get it from us. So the way to conclude in that particular situation, if you were going to make a concession, you could either ask for something in return, or you could say, if I make this concession, can we conclude the deal now? If the person says yes, then if you feel it's in your purview to make the concession, make it to conclude the deal. If not, back away from it.
I just got one more quick question for you. And I know this is things you like to talk a lot about. And I've been flashing your text opt-in at the bottom. You can probably see it on your screen there. So I know you've got some folks that are probably opting in for this, because I'm telling you, everybody, the thing he just said was worth the entire day of you spending time. The longer you negotiate, the more vulnerable you become. So, if you keep blah, 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 your position goes way down. And I've watched this in so many deals. Make the point, here's the offer, and let them make a decision. Because if you want to keep talking more, the more you talk, I promise you this, the less you're ever going to sell. So just keep that right in the back with that as priceless content. So before we finish up here, what would be a couple of tips you would recommend on creating that win-win deal flow? I know you like to talk about the win-win deals, but what are a couple of tips on creating the opportunity and presence for that win-win deal flow? And then we'll finish up. Thanks so much. Hey, I'll turn it back to you. Go ahead.
Sure enough, Bill. First of all, a win in a negotiation is perceptional. What I mean by that is I can think that we have a win-win solution. And if you don't think we have a win-win solution, we don't. So to that end, you have to make sure that the other negotiator appreciates the outcome, sees value in the outcome, feels as though he or she has been treated fairly per the process you engaged in to reach the outcome. Because even though you may come out with a win-win, let's say you came out with a 60-40 split, 60 your favor, 40 the other individual, and the other individual said, well, "Yeah, I'm happy with that." Boy, if you didn't catch those body language signals, hey, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up type of thing. The point of the matter is you had to have seen the hesitancy in that individual in the way they actually said, yeah, well, I'm happy with it. Here's another signal for you to observe. Well, I'm happy with it. Again, watch the body language. So the clues and cues that I would give you, the assistance that I would bestow upon you as we conclude this session is to not only understand what is of value to the other individual in order to obtain a win-win perspective from that person's view, let the person also feel as though she has earned the outcome that she received. That's to say, if I give you something in a negotiation, the first thing you really should think is, my gosh, could I have gotten more? And if you don't think, could I have gotten more? Okay, it's time to up your negotiation skills. The point is, if you make something too easy for someone, it will not have as much value as it otherwise would, and thus it will diminish the perception of a win-win outcome. That's number one. Number two, make sure that you're reading the signals from the other person as you're engaging throughout the whole negotiation, because those body language gestures, those nonverbal gestures, will give you more insight than the verbiage that they are using to convey their thoughts. And that's how you reach a win-win outcome in any negotiation. And last but not least, remember, you're always negotiating.
Hey, listen, this has been powerful stuff. I just want to say thanks so much. Any last words of wisdom you might want to share with the group before I bring it back to our host? This has been great, Greg. So I just want to say thanks for being on today. Thanks for sharing these golden nuggets. We put the text op in there, guys. Take advantage of this offer. You know, it's a great content. I've already went through some of the download that I opted in for myself. But I will tell you this, that you only get better when you invest in yourself daily. Not weekly or monthly, daily. And you got to feed the mind and the soul with great stuff. And this is absolutely great stuff. Any last words of wisdom you want to share before we let you go?
Yes, Bill. And literally, I would like to tag off of exactly what you just said. No matter where you are right now with your negotiation and reading body language abilities, you can and will get better if you invest the time to do so. And it's also important for you to do just that. You are dependent upon yourself as well as your loved ones in order to reach higher status and states of mind in life. So remember, not only are you always negotiating, but you're doing it for those that you love and care for. And thank you for allowing me the privilege of bestowing some of the insights that I've gained over many years, some from the School of Hard Knocks, with you.
Yeah, I love you, buddy. Thanks so much, and thanks for being on. Let me bring on our co-host
Thank you, Bill.
today. Yeah, thanks for being on. I'll let you go right now. Thanks so much. You were absolutely awesome, as always. Michael Silvers, how are you, young man?
Really good. Ready for more.
Tell you what, that was great stuff. I mean, Greg he was just pouring out, content after content that I'm like, man, he is so right on some of this stuff. So now you know why the best companies in the world pay him to come over and coach. And I'm talking about the biggest companies in the country pay him to come give keynotes all over the world for them, because his insight and his wisdom on what he speaks about just shines through. So definitely text GW26786. Get the gift right away. It's pretty awesome. So, Michael, I'll turn it back over to you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks for all the dedication, and thanks for doing a great job today.
Excellent. All right, everybody. We are in it now. Say, I am ready for more. Michael Silvers again. I know a lot of you joined since we first started, and you're going to have your watch party. So those of you on Facebook, start your watch parties. I started one too. It's pretty awesome, actually, the technology we have. For those of you on Twitch and YouTube, share it. Share the feed. Share it with those that you know. Share it with those that will use this information today, or maybe need to think about it for what that next piece is. It's pretty amazing that as we bring you these amazing speakers, normally people you wouldn't run into, and actually people that I wouldn't always run into. We all have circles of influence, and we're bringing them fully to bear to you virtually. Everybody we worked with, we know, obviously, people who have made difference in our lives. Next week, we have John Astroff coming, so you get ready. It just is better and better. And today, we still have, of course, Mr. Brian Tracy up and coming, and that's very exciting. And then, Bill's going to take us to the next level later in the day. So really glad to have all of you on. We're going to move forward now. We're going to move to our next speaker. Make sure again that everybody you're getting water, you're getting fluids, you take a quick break, run to the restroom. I've got a big speaker in the restroom actually, so I can hear what's going on. It's not odd, okay? It's you don't want to miss the information, because that might be the one thing that I needed to know for the day. So I'm just going to let all of you know, just jumped on. This is your wonderful funnel that everybody's going to draw. We'll talk about it. See, this is how your business flow works. Your business, how clients come into your business, they lead down here. This is just a path to success. And for those of you who have already texted me to join our virtual mastermind next Tuesday, really rocking and rolling. You guys, you have done an amazing job. If you want to join our virtual mastermind, which is 2 hours of us helping each other, building something out of nothing, it will truly, truly, truly make a difference in your life. You just text SBA to 26786. SBA to 26786. I'm going to send you the link for the mastermind. I'm also going to send you a link to my calendar. I'm the head of global training. If you want to just talk about where your business is, what you'd like to do with your business, text now. Text SBA to 26786. I've gotten back to everybody already who's already texted. Thank you, and thank you for all the comments I've received. And we're ready for more. Here we go. So our next speaker, I see she's smiling and ready. Fantastic. So Theresa Puskar is America's brain decluttering expert. Our next speaker, I love it when they put that on there, right? And I read it off too. That's pretty funny. Is an esteemed author, inspirational mover and shaker, international television and stage actress, and outstanding success architect. She is CEO, founder of Edutainment Productions. She has been a television actress, having acted on renowned shows such as The X-Files. Again, that was one of my family's favorite. The Judge and The Addams Family. She's become a mother at the ripe age of 40 and is proud to have a wonderful relationship with both her daughter and co-parent, her former husband. That is really awesome. I am also a parent. And I am also a grandparent, and it's the legacy. It's why we do what we do, and we keep moving forward. So, Theresa, that's fantastic. How many of you here would like to access 10 times more brain power than you currently do? How many of you have a message to share with the world, and you know that now is your time? Say, I am ready for more. Our next speaker has built one of the most fun-filled brain power programs in this country. If you get the opportunity to be a part of any of her programs, take advantage. You won't be disappointed. Let's give a big, standing, huge, thunderous, by the way, if you're new, type applause to Miss Theresa Puskar. Theresa, how are you?
I'm very good, Michael. How are you?
Really good. Have a great time with them.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. So my name is Theresa Puskar. There's no H in there, but it's pronounced Puskar, like pushing a car. It's been an interesting name to live by. So actually, I'm going to talk about a bit of different things today. I'm not going to talk about 10xing your brain, although you do need to 10x your brain to get to where we want to go. But I'm all about building a workbook and getting your words out and getting those to make a difference in people's lives to move them forward. Before I go to my prepped speech, I'm going to throw it away for a second because I can. I got you here. You're stuck with me. But basically, Greg Williams, oh my goodness, I was just watching him as I was waiting to go on. What a guy. So I'm going to ask you something. As I watched him, I fell in love with the man. He was warm. He was engaging. He gave us so much information for free. It was clear to me that he really wanted to help us. There was an authenticity about him. And he gave us practical life applications that we could move forward with. In fact, gosh, where was he? 10? I would have liked him in my back pocket about 10 or 15 years ago when I was doing a lot of negotiating. So looking at Greg from that perspective, I wanted to learn more. I wanted to engage with him after the call was done. So that is what it takes to be really effective as a motivational speaker. And as a writer, as a workbook writer, all of that. So just a little bit about me so you know why I'm saying this. I have a background first as an actress for several years. As Michael said, I did a lot of television. And then I transformed, and I'll be giving you more about my story in a little bit. But I transformed into production, into motivational audiobook production. I ended up at Nightingale Cohen being director of coaching programs and later an audio producer. I worked with wonderful authors like Brian Tracy, who's going to be coming on a little later. But basically, my world is about page to stage to engaging your audience. So starting with the page, starting with the concept, then working yourself up to be able to write the book, to get it, to do the audio, to get on the stages, and then follow through. As a producer at Nightingale Cohen, what was most important to me was I didn't want to just inspire the listener for 6 hours of audio with the author. I wanted them to be able to move forward in their lives. And you and I have all seen a lot of wonderful speakers who are really inspiring the heck out of you. And after the virtual meeting, after the conference, the weekend, you would end up leaving going, oh my God, I'm so pumped, and take zero action. So that's where I step in. My commitment, my soul is about moving people forward in this world. And right now, holy cow, we are given, as much as we're challenged, we're given this incredible space. Guys, we've got all the time in the world at home to be productive. So I'm going to encourage you, turn off that television. Oh my goodness, I watch it, it pulls me down. So watch it for a couple minutes a day so you get what's going on and turn it off. Let me tell you, for 9 years, I didn't have a TV because it was wasting time. And I wrote books. I wrote a one-woman show. I got so productive. So that aside, I want to start with something I found in my office today. Now, I was Nightingale Cohen for about 20 years. And this was in the days of Brian Tracy. I was working with Bob Proctor, Robert Kiyosaki. So this says it all about what we're at right now. Watch this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you let me out of here? Is that not where we're at right now? I saw this yesterday. I've got to bring this to you guys. We're all stuck. We're stuck in this little box. But the little box is more than just our homes that we're stuck in and being quarantined. We are stuck in our small minds. And what's been hitting me as I've been here in this little world of mine is, what impact have I made on the earth? If I were to die tomorrow, as we see so much suffering and destruction around us, if I were to die tomorrow, did I leave my legacy? Did I leave my message? So that's what I'm about here, is if you want to transform from your everyday life, if you have that autobiography, that memoir, that self-empowerment program that you want to create, that book, then I'm about going from page to stage to engage. Let me explain that. Page is getting the concept. Okay, so Theresa, this is what I did as a producer, as I helped the authors. We had a concept. I would sit and I'd write an outline. And being in the moment, as you can tell, I'm not about reading scripts. I hate that. I would write outlines, Q&As with the author. I'd go into the booth with them and we'd engage. And we'd also allow any other information or thoughts that came in to come in and affect the process. Then from that, we went in and we transcribed their material, and then we'd have the concept or the outline, the route for the book. And then after that, I would create the workbooks. And in the programs as well, it's about how can we move our audience forward? How can we move the followers from going, oh, that's really a powerful story, to no, let's take it to our lives. So that's what I'm about. And I'm going to take a little bit less time on my story, but basically I want to ask you, in this quarantine, what has been the thoughts you've had? What have been the aha moments? What have been the questions you've been asking yourself? And as I said, for me, it's, have I done my soul's work here? Have I affected enough people? And so I'm going to encourage you to step out of your comfort zone. I'm going to be available for coaching sessions. If you do ipowerteam.com/freedom and type in Theresa, I would love to talk to you. And it's about, what is your message? And I help people form their message. And I help them to turn it into something that's palatable and something that the audience needs to hear. And then the workbook to add that, to move them forward. So they're not stuck in inspiration, but they're moving from inspiration to implementation. So I have to tell you, my planned speech has gone into hell in a handbasket, but I'm all about living in the moment. I've actually just written a book about mindfulness and being present. So it's all about that. But basically, just to backtrack a second, if I can share you with my story with you. And before that, I want to thank everyone here. I want to thank Bill and Mike and the team at iPower and all of them for their support in being here and having this opportunity to share with you. So basically what happened was, I was an actress and I was doing very well. But if you know the business, high highs and low lows, I did my little X-Files, 60,000 bees I was swarmed by. And yes, they were real bees, which is a crazy story. But from that world, I got to a point where going, now what? And in my early 20s, I was already listening to all the audios and reading the books and doing the self-empowerment work. And so I said to the universe, I kind of made a deal, and this is important for you. Intention is incredibly powerful. But I said, okay, universe, here's the thing. I want something that's utilizing my creativity. I want something that's utilizing my mind, and something in the healing modalities. Well, it was so amazing how the universe, when you are really clear and really intentional, it just kind of goes like this. And so what happened, within a couple of months, I was engaged to a man in Chicago. I was working as a counselor at Clear Mind International in Vancouver, and we were invited to Chicago to do a workshop at Nightingale Cohen. I walked the halls at Nightingale Cohen the week before the workshop, and I went, oh my God, I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm meant to work here. So after the workshop, I called the president, Vic Cohen, and said, hey, Vic, I want to work for you. Sorry, Theresa, we don't have any jobs right now. That's okay. I want to work for you. We're downsizing, Theresa. We can't pay you. No, I want to work for you. I don't know where I got the tenacity, but I just knew I was supposed to be there. So they sent me over to an infomercial with psychic Sonia Choquette in April of that year and said, hey, we want you to start a coaching program with Sonia. So I became a one-woman team. I wrote the ad copy. I literally didn't necessarily have any specific related experience, except the passion and the knowledge of the self-empowerment world. So I ended up doing it all, became very successful as a director of coaching programs, wrote a lot of curriculums and workbooks. And within months, they said, we want to hire you. After a couple of years, I started sitting in on the actual audio recordings. And at that point, I went, you know what? I really want to be producing. I went to the president of Nightingale and said, I want to produce now. And he said, no, we need you as director of coaching. It's going really well. Magically, a couple weeks later, they called me into their office and said, we need you as a producer. So I have got to work. I've had the wonderful grace to work all aspects of the motivational world, from inception and idea to pulling the soul message out of the author in the actual booth. And I did something weird. So I wasn't at the other side of the glass as a producer. I used to freak out my engineers in the beginning because I wasn't in the other side of the glass going, you popped your pee. Could you please repeat that? I was actually in the booth with them so that I could energize them and we could work collaboratively and create a much more powerful conversational product. So what I'm about then is getting that message out, your soul message, so that we are not leaving, and the quarantine keeps hitting me with this, we're not leaving the world going, what if? So what can I do for you? It's what I did at Nightingale and what I do for myself now, because ever since I followed my bliss and started working on mindfulness and being present and feeling love and gratitude over the fear and panic, what's happened is my world has exploded. Publisher I worked for, G&D Media, I've written 9 study guides for them. And I said, you got another study guide? And they went, Theresa, why don't you pitch your own books? I now have 2 books with them. I've written a one-woman show that I've toured in the US and Canada, doing very well. Thank you very much. I have got a children's program I've done. So I'm going crazy with implementing. But what I had to do was get out of my way. And to get out of your way, it's about making a plan. And so for me, setting up a coaching session with you so we can talk about what is that seedling that's inside of you that needs to be nurtured and watered, and then turning that seedling into a book, into a speaking engagement, whatever that might be. And then most important for me is getting that workbook too, so that you can move from actually inspiring to implementation for your listener, for your audience. Why am I doing this? I'm really selfish. To be honest with you, I believe we are at a precipice in this world right now. We are a call to action. We're at a tipping point. And this tipping point is we can go to fear and panic and lack, or we can be compelled to move into gratitude and love and forward motion. And I believe we are investing in a new world that is going to be a lot more connected, a lot more passionate, a lot more conscious and compassionate about the world around us, nature, caring for each other. So selfishly, I want to work with you so you can get your soul message out. Because the more of us that go to heart over fear, the more we affect change in the world. One of the brilliant authors I was able to work with was Dr. David Hawkins. And what he taught with his scale of consciousness is one conscious being who's in the heart place of love, who are doing their soul's work, is more powerful than 100 people who are in the pit of fear and lack and scarcity. So my call to you is to go to powerteam.com/freedom and type in Theresa. And I would love to talk to you about what is your legacy? What is that message? What is that thing that you are supposed to share the world? Because people used to say to me, Theresa, how can I be a motivational speaker or a powerful author like these New York Times bestsellers? What do I have? And what I have learned is each of us is an epic hero in our own lives. And if we pull our egos out of our story and we start to tell our story, nobody else can tell our story the way we do. So for me, it's about going from that place of fear for now stepping in. Guys, you might have another month or 2 where you are at home doing nothing. Come on. Oh, I just want to shake you. You are big. Stop playing small. Get your message out. And I look forward to sharing time with you to help percolate that and eventually get to the point where you could either build your own workbook, your own book, or get to that point where you can hire me to do the same. I'm happy to do it. I've done it for a lot of the biggies. So it's something I love. It's about forward motion for the world. It's about making a change. And I'm going to ask you a final question. If you don't make that change, if you keep playing small, and don't live from your soul's purpose, what are you going to feel? What are you going to feel when you're in your dying days and kind of going, I wish I would have, I could have. I've heard too much of that. So give us a call, ipowerteam.com/freedom, and I look forward to connecting with you.
Oh, Theresa, thank you so much. First of all, that was awesome. Everybody give her a round of applause. I love it on the clarification of the names. You know, something I realized, I love it. I want one of those, by the way. Right? That's really awesome. Yeah, on the bios, we'll have to have phonetics, right? Isn't that great?
That's right.
So, but you know, that was amazing because it was really, you've actually done a tremendous amount. You've worked with many of the world's thought leaders, and you started at a young age because you saw something. And so that's an inspiring story, because right now, you're right, people are doing a little bit of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a time to just sort of take that breath and then work with us and help yourself move forward. So thank you again. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Michael. You too.
All right, everybody. So if you would like to work with Theresa or anybody that you've heard today for a complimentary coaching session, go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. All right. It's not time to take a breath. It's time for us to continue to rock it forward. And I want to appreciate those of you who have already texted in to me. And some of you have actually asked questions about your business already. And I'm getting back to everyone. I've already texted everybody back. I see some of you already signing up for the Mastermind, locking into my schedule. And no, we're really here for you. It's all about you at this moment. So our next amazing speaker is all about you. I can tell you right now. She's, when I first met her, I went, this is someone who's going to change the world. This is someone who is truly there for you, not for herself. And that's a really exciting place to be. So here we go. Mary Jo Hilliker, corporate tax lawyer for #1 law firm in Wisconsin, Foley and Laudner. Hired away 3 years later to be vice president and general counsel of the second largest publicly traded company in Wisconsin at 28 years old. Give that a round of applause. Okay. Within 2 years, she decided she'd rather work for herself and started an entrepreneurial business as well as investing in small business and real estate to become a multi-millionaire. Today, her #1 passion is contribution, and her missions work as well as educating people on how to achieve financial freedom, mindset mastery, unlocking the key to living a life of your choice. Her goal is to make a difference in this world by helping millions to live truly fulfilling lives. Without any further ado, please welcome to the stage, Mary Jo Hilliker.
Hey, how are you?
Really
Michael,
good. How are you?
In fact, I'm going to use some of that good stuff in my introductions from now on.
That's it. I know. It's really good. Well, have fun with them.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Michael, for the great introduction. I'm honored to be here today. And I really want to appreciate all the people that are listening in, because I want you to, first of all, write down on a piece of paper, time is my only limited asset. Some of you think it's money. No, their money is all over the place, but you can never have the next 20 minutes back. So I'm just prayerful I can touch your lives in a significant way in the next 20 minutes and hope and pray that works for you. So I appreciate you all being here. Thanks for your time. And let's just jump in. And this first question is, how many of you are successful as you want to be? And then ask the question, how many of you know exactly why or why not? What if there is something out there that you didn't know that was a roadblock to your success? When will you ever solve it? I suggest never, because you don't know. So how do you uncover that? And that's exactly what I help people do. So if you're dead set on having unlimited success in your life, let's get out there and work on it today. I'd like to kick off with the first 30 seconds. This is what I want you to do. I want you to get out a piece of paper and a pen, and I want you to write down the 5 people you spend the most time with. Now, here are some constraints. You cannot list your mom and dad. You cannot list your husband, boyfriend, your children, your grandchildren, your in-laws. Okay, have I depleted enough for many of you? Some of you are looking at me going, okay, I don't have anyone listed on my list. Very critical for you to take a hard look at this. So put those 5 names down, basically taking out all your family and relations, right? So look at those names. Give you another 10 seconds. Are we getting anyone? All right. Now, Jim Rohn once said what? That the most important people in your life are the people you are spending time with. You're going to become the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Write that down. You're going to become the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if you look back at your piece of paper that you just filled in, is that going to bring happiness and joy in your life if you end up the average of their net worth? Or are you leaving something on the table? See, a lot of us are intimidated by people who are successful. And it's crazy because people are successful. There's nothing more than they'd like to do is help other people achieve success. Just like myself, I love to go out there and I love to work with people all over the place, trying to help them achieve success. So whatever way I can contribute in their lives gives me such a blessing. I'm going to tell you, there are millions of us out there just like that. And there's not a lack of millionaires and multimillionaires on this planet. Trust me, they're almost like on every corner today. But they'd love to see you be successful. But you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice, quit being intimidated by them and go up to them and see if you can't serve them in some way or be around them in some way so that you can actually get some real value out of having them in your life. So look at that for yourself and let's start making a direction, moving in a direction that's going to allow you to be successful, right? So let me tell you a story on that exact point, on the point of connecting with people who are successful. Back in 1992, I moved into San Antonio, Texas, from where I was born and raised in Milwaukee. And I ended up getting a phone call from the president of a company called Sterling Foods, Sterling Bakery. And he asked me out to lunch. And I was like, at that time, I had just walked away from a huge job as vice president general counsel, decided to move south because I hated the weather in Wisconsin. I couldn't stand the winters. And I said, I'm not going to lose this part of my life for the next 40, 50 years, right? So I ended up and when this guy called me up, he heard about my reputation. So I said, sure, why not? Again, what am I doing? He's the president of a major company in San Antonio. So of course I would go to lunch. Well, it was a great lunch. I ended up becoming his outside counsel for his company. He also asked me to serve on his board of directors, which is really awesome on top of that. So I got 2 great leads there. But the neat thing that happened in regard to that really happened 3 months later. You see, after we developed a relationship, he called me one day and he said, Mary Jo, a friend of mine called from our Rotary Club. Now, there's a good point for some of you. Rotary clubs, is that a good place to rub elbows with successful people? Absolutely. A friend of his at the Rotary Club had met up with Roy, and what happened is he was about to buy out, he and his partner were about to buy out a company. And Roy said, you know, they came up $100,000 short on buying up this company. And they asked if I could put together some investors, maybe each put in 20 grand. And they were going to give us 20% of the company for $100,000. So I just, of course, my main concern is what? The intangible. It's not necessarily what they're selling, although I would definitely not invest in some kind of prostitution ring or something crazy that isn't consistent with my values. But I really want to know the major intangible in any company is who's running the company. So I went out to lunch with the guys and I decided, yep, this is something I could invest in. So I took $20,000 of my money, which was a lot of my saved assets at that time, cash flow, and I put it into this company and received my 20%. So that little company, the company actually sold fish food, if you can imagine. And I have 3 cats, so I don't do fish. But anyway, so about 3 years later, I started getting $20,000 checks every 6 months. People, that's called a 200% rate of return. Is that good or good, right? Yeah. Well, a few years after that, this small little company out of Cibolo, Texas, linked themselves up with a small distribution chain called Walmart. Is everybody getting this? And a publicly traded company came in and swooped down to buy them out. And so my $20,000 investment in that company turned into $1.1 million. Now, I tell you the story only to suggest to you that's the result you can create by connecting with the right people. So stop being intimidated, right? Look around. Who are you spending all your time with? Can you do better? And it doesn't mean discarding people you love and you care about, not hanging out and doing the charity work that I so dearly enjoy in my life. I would never give that up. But if I'm doing business, I'm going to hang around with successful people. I want to be around successful people. And at this stage of my life, also help people to become successful. So you too need to step into that role and say, where am I not stretching myself? Where am I allowing myself to be intimidated instead of surrounding myself with people that are going to pour into me and make me a better business person? So I gave you a little bit of my background, but it's okay to give you a little bit more. I was actually born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I was the fourth born of 4 kids in 3.5 years. Yes, my parents were very busy. And being the baby in the family, of course, I had 3 elder siblings, and it was very poor family. So as I was growing up, maybe around the age of 3 or 4, I came to the conclusion somewhere that I needed to compete, right? And in order to get anything in my life. So I became extremely competitive. And of course, that paid out in 101 ways. I was always president of my class, president of the student council. I was very competitive in sports. I actually played college basketball. That was pre-Title IX, for those of you who know when that wasn't around. You probably can't even imagine it. But yeah, women didn't get, scholarships back then. So anyway, but I just was very successful in school because I competed with everyone. I wanted to be my best at everything I did. I went on to law school, graduated top of my class in undergrad, law school as Order of the Coif, and that's what landed me in my big jobs. So all of these things being so competitive worked out really great for me. So that's kind of how I went. And then after I went through the my job at the law firm, and I decided when I got hired away by a company, I could hardly say no at 28 years old to become vice president and general counsel of a multi-million dollar company that was second largest publicly traded company in Wisconsin. I mean, it's almost like you can't say no. But the other factor was, for those of you who have ever been around lawyers, you know that young lawyers have no time off. I mean, I was working 6 days a week. I was in the office till midnight, many, many days. And I decided I also wanted a life. So there are a few reasons behind the move. But when I went to a big firm, it turned out I jumped from the frying pan into the fire. There are a lot of ethical issues in the corporation. And I found out very quickly, as much as I fought them, that if you can't change your environment, it's going to change you. And I was never willing to make that sacrifice. So I ended up moving down to San Antonio. I gave you my story about, investing in the fish food company. But the other thing I did on my first entry in San Antonio was I bought into a small little company with a partner. And they were basically, really right on that cusp of going out of business or staying in business. And we thought, boy, and the egos were strong. And sure enough, we could do anything, conquer the world. So it was a challenge to us. So we took it over and we ended up having to file bankruptcy. And then I ended up went to in bankruptcy to protect ourselves from the creditors. And then what eventually happened is we had a huge labor strike. And after that labor strike, we ended up closing the company down. It was the first time in my life, in my early 30s, that I experienced failure. And that failure really took the wind out of my sails. And some of you may have had that experience yourself. Can anyone relate to a struggle around failure? Our world is full of good intentioned people. Many of you are on this summit who suffer unnecessarily from wealth challenges and mental roadblocks we have. We look around and we just start we make up why it happened. Like, I need more marketing. I need to hire. We make all these reasons of why we're not successful or what's stopping it. And I said, all those kind of rationale, they're not going to serve you. It's one of the reasons why, in looking around, I committed myself to start my new business a couple of years back called Global Mindset Mastery. Because my company provides advanced programs for people to overcome your limiting beliefs so that you too can master your mindset around wealth and health and create even greater success for your lives. So how many of you are as successful as you want to be? And how many of you really know exactly why? Because I believe you don't know why, because if you did know why, you would have done something about it already. So it's something you don't know. I call that the kryptonite in your life. And the sooner we uncover it, the sooner we achieve success. So this kind of experience is life-changing. It was life-changing for me. And as Socrates once said, the only true wisdom is knowing that you know nothing. So if you believe that you are meant to be successful and you're not there today, then you need my Kryptonite Breakthrough Program. It will change your life. So going back to my failed business, so there I was in this failed business and having a lack of mindset mastery at that time, I made it mean what? My business failed, so I'm a failure. Right. I was in depression for a couple of months, and thank goodness my Uncle Gene called me, because he called me up one day and he said, he was out of St. Louis. He goes, Mary Jo, you didn't fail. The only way you fail is if you fail to what? Learn from your experience. And that totally shifted my mental state. I no longer looked at myself as a failure. I only looked at it as like, this is an experience in my life from which I can grow. So what a blessing. And from that day forward, I went on and created massive income, massive success in different businesses, and still run a number of them today, including having established my own charity 12 years ago that I operate to go and be in the mission field and help people who are less fortunate. And so it's been a blessing. So, but again, all these things are limiting beliefs that we have. The other limiting belief I had, fact meaning, which is one of those limiting beliefs. Fact, I failed, and my business failed, meaning I'm a failure. How about this one? Fact, I was fourth born, meaning I had to compete. And some of you can say, well, Mary Jo, competition is really terrific. Look at how you achieved so much in your life. Right, I did. But when it comes to relationships with people, when you're so competitive, this is what comes out. The need to be right. How is that working for you? You see, I went out there and I was everybody's best friend. I mean, I was always the president of my class. Everybody loved Mary Jo, but the problem was I really didn't have deep relationships. And when in my late 20s, when I got married, my first marriage, it lasted for a year and a half, 2 years. Why? Because the competitive nature and the need to be right is not a working relationship in a marriage. If you need to be right, I suggest you stay out of that matrimonial walk, right? So I had to find that out for myself, all these limiting beliefs. And we have so many programs in our life that run our life. I just gave you a couple of the ones around fact meaning. We have so many facts in our life that occur to us that in our subconscious, we give it a meaning, and then we live the meaning. When the meaning has no truth in your life, it's just a meaning you gave it at some stage of your life through an event, through influences in your life or whatever. And you store these in your subconscious. And you know what? They come out all the time in some of the most inopportune times. So we need to bust those down. Other programs too, we have programs around money. It's probably the number one thing that most people carry programs around, and it stops you dead in the water. Did your parents raise you and tell you money doesn't grow on trees? Oh. Mine did too. Where did they get that? Probably out of depression mentality. So money doesn't grow on trees. What's wrong with that, Mary Jo? People ask. And I look at them and go, because when you think money doesn't grow on trees, you right away make the relationship that money is scarce. There's not much of it out there. It's hard to find. And I'm going to tell you that your relationship with money is one of your number one reasons why you don't have the wealth you want today. When I raised my two stepdaughters, I'll give you a hint. This is how you raise your kids. And this is what you knock out of your own brain. I raised my kids, my two stepdaughters, I raised them, I said, money grows on every tree. You just need to figure out how to harvest it. Do you know those two stepdaughters became multimillionaires, one in her mid-40s, in the real estate market with her husband and a Century 21 business, and the other one became a multimillionaire in her mid-30s. She's the number one midwife business, and she dropped out of college. And I had no problem with that because I think college is oversold today. So what a blessing to understand all of these things and bust through these limiting beliefs so you too can move forward. So join me. I think they've been putting all these information out there. You can give me a call. I'd love to talk to you to help you bust through your limiting beliefs and truly create the greatness that you are meant to create in your life. That's my goal for you, and I know you can do it. So I look forward to talking to you. Thanks, Michael. I've enjoyed it. I appreciate everybody on this call, and I appreciate you all listening today. I'll leave this with you. Yeah, one last thing. Marianne Williamson quote that I love so much, and I love to tell people. I say, Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. So people, let's move forward. If not now, then when? If not, then where? If not you, then who? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mary Jo. Give Mary Jo a big round of applause. I want to see typing applause. Really thank you for that, because, since I've gotten to know you, I've seen you just, you're all heart. You're always there. You always show up. Whatever you need to do to help, you're there to, for clients, you're 1,000%.
Yep.
And it's been a blessing, and it continues. And I look forward to knowing you for a long, long time. So, Mary Jo, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye for now, everybody. I hope to hear from you.
Bye, Mary Jo. All right. Right now, start texting the word clarity, CLARITY, to 26786. What Mary Jo created at such a young age gave her an understanding of being of service, and being of service is really all it's about. You want to work with her. She will really help you move to that next, whatever that is for you. And this is the right time. This is the time to do it. So text clarity, CLARITY, to 26786. Well, it's been an amazing day so far. We've got speakers to come. We have the greatest of the great going to speak with us today. It's education and learning. I'm taking as many notes as all of you. But now I'm going to bring back to the stage my mentor, business partner, brilliance, turned literally an event live company into a virtual juggernaut within 2 to 3 weeks. It's amazing. Those are the kind of people that you want to make sure that you really walk the walk with. They'll walk the talk. They're doing it every day, and it's pretty amazing. So I'm going to turn it over right now to our CEO of Powerteam, Mr. Bill Walsh.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught Mary Jo, but when you talk about a speaker that speaks from the heart, that's her. She came to Rainmaker less than a couple of years ago, went on national tour, went through our platinum speaker program, and now speaks all over the country. And she has digital courses, free memberships, live programs, masterminds, and she loves it. She doesn't need to do it. She loves what she's doing. So, Michael, I want to say a big thanks to you for making that, taking care of everything today, doing such a great job, as well as Michelle and Cheryl and some of the team beyond, that are outside of the online stream that are making this all possible. I wanted to bring out a very special guest and a friend to talk about a big project we're working on together. And I thought it'd be a perfect time for him to come spend 20 minutes with you. And I just want you to write down these 2 words, big picture. Write down big picture. You're going to hear from a gentleman that literally now makes more in a month than most people make in a year. And his business has skyrocketed during this time. So imagine that during the toughest time in the economy, his business has gone through the roof. And I think you're going to love his message of hope, inspiration, passion, but also how to get paid from home. We're putting together a launch team for this project we're going to have together, and the timing could not be better. It's open in 40 countries. So I want to bring on a really great friend that I've known for 25 plus years. He's definitely my brother, just has a little better tan. And we joke about that, but we are definitely family. We watch our kids grow up together. We have done radio shows together. We have traveled the world together. We've got to empower and inspire tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs to have more success. And I just thought it'd be a great time for you to get a little insight from this gentleman's wisdom on what it takes to really turn a big vision into a big business, and how you can be a part of this right now, starting today. And so let me bring him on all the way from Chicago. I think I've got James on here somewhere. James, how are you, young man?
Yes, I'm here.
Man, it's good to have you on, buddy. Can you speak up just a little bit so I can hear you?
All right. Is this a little bit better?
A little bit. You can still speak a little bit louder.
All right.
Just so I can get you loud and clear here. I don't want anybody to miss even 1 second of what you have to share. So it's super, super important to get all that stuff. I just think with all the stuff you got going on, I don't want them to miss 1 word of what you're working on. So if you could maybe just take a minute and just share a bit of your background, your story, and of course, here you right here, friend. Right here. I just see the big thing.
Right. Can you hear me okay, Bill?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead, James. I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. Well, first of all, I want to thank you and the entire Powerteam family. We've known each other for many, many years, and I watched as you had, when Powerteam was just a vision. It was an incubator. And from office, a little bitty small office, it just dawned on me, to what it's become today. it is testament to what can happen when you have a vision and you're willing to go work and be non-negotiable about your dreams and invest in great relationships and in doing the right thing. So my hat's off to you, my buddy. My heart's always open, and thank you for giving me the call. You know, my phone is going to be ringing a lot in the next couple of minutes, but that's quite all right because this is really important. And again, my name is James Dentley. I'm here in Chicago, Illinois, in the Frankfurt area. And I've been involved in home-based business arena for over a quarter of a century. I went in kicking and screaming. But when I got there, I knew I needed something. I just didn't want it to be this. And this was back in 1994. And it really blessed my life. And as I think back, a lot of decisions I have made that when I went against that decision, it worked out and I made millions and millions of dollars doing it because somebody else saw something that I could not see, that we all have these blind spots. And in this industry, I've trained over 1 million people around the world, audiences of 20 to 25,000 in about 14 or 16 different countries. I'm also an international speaker, author, and coach. And my passion right now is really helping people. You know, as I was building my business and having a lot of success, I went to get a routine physical about a decade ago, and the doctor said I had sarcoidosis of the lungs. And I thought when your lungs were excessively scarred, it came from smoking, but I've never smoked and I was never around anybody who smoked. So I couldn't figure it out. And then I found out a good friend of mine, Bernie Mac, who I went to high school with, had the exact same thing. And he succumbed to pneumonia. You know, so it was quite concerning. And they put me on a drug called prednisone, which is a steroid. They said I would be on it for 4 months. So I said, okay, I can live with 4 months. But I was on it for 8 years. Every time I tried to get off of it, I would actually get sick, even though I had no symptoms before the doctor told me I had the disease. So I blew up from 215 pounds to 375 pounds. Then I had sleep apnea. I was on a CPAP machine with an oxygen tank when I slept. I would wake up with terrible headaches, and I wasn't getting enough oxygen to my brain when I slept at night. And then I had gout, and I was afraid that my lifespan was going to be short. And I'm sure many other people were as well, because I was in the Powerteam family, and so many people were coming off for help and suggestions, but I could not get off of the prescription drug. Well, I'd owned companies in this industry. I've been the CEO of my own MLM company. I was with my first company for 10 and a half years. I was at the top of that company as one of the top trainers and speakers they had there. Even though I left in 2005, I'm still ranked as one of the top speakers they've had. I was a master distributor, and I actually created programs to offer people, to teach people how to succeed in other companies. And 84 people have become millionaires. And I always tell people it's not because I'm that smart, it's because my mentors were. Because all I did was package it and share what was shared with me and be able to look back at what works. You know, you live life forward, you understand it backwards. Now, when I got a phone call about this company, Total Life Changes, and before I even get started, I want you to text TLC to 26786, TLC 26786, because we're putting together an all-star team. And look, when you can solve a problem and fill a need, that's a formula for having success. And right now, there's a lot of issues. Right now, a lot of people, their business is on hold. Even in the speaking arena, for me, we can't have live events. You can do so much virtually, but there is a difference in how that turns out in the bottom line. And everyone's going virtual right now. And that's fine. We're going to come back, but we're going to come back slowly. So many businesses are shut down right now. And this economy, when it tips, when it flips back the other way, it won't happen as fast as it happened going down, because we got to get used to interacting again. When are we going to feel comfortable coming out? I have 4 friends that have passed away this week from the coronavirus, 4, and some last week, and many people who were hospitalized, and some had it and were sent home to isolate. So this is something that's very, very real. And people realize right now, not only do we need to get healthy, but also we need to find different streams of income, different things that we can do. And to be in a situation where, you know, maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, $28,000 a week was pretty good passive income, but go from 28 now to 70 is kind of ridiculously sick. But that's because it's solve a problem and fill a need. And right now we're on the ground floor of a growth spurt, and we actually are shipping these incredible products out to 150 countries. We have partnerships in 28 countries, even in Russia, Ukraine, South America, all parts of Africa, throughout Europe, to help people to position themselves, because we all face a bigger problem that we had before the coronavirus. And that was in the foods we eat. the water we drink and bathe in, and the air that we breathe. Because all of our animals are shot up with steroids and then given antibiotics. And the antibiotics is because they have inflammation. What happens when you have this big, massive body and the bones are that of a calf? And whatever's in that animal, we have to eat as well. All of our fruits and vegetables are sprayed with pesticides, and the average human being has 80 different pesticides in their body, rotating in and out because of what we eat. Because if you spray it on the skin of a fruit or vegetable, it's in the meat of it. Okay, 14,500 seeds have been genetically modified by a company called Monsanto, right outside of St. Louis, Missouri. They brought us Agent Orange. Thank you very much. Very little oversight. Most people don't even know who they are. They may have heard of them, but they don't know much about them because it's a hush hush. They got trans fats out of our foods after 25 years, and they snuck it out of there. They didn't make a lot of hoopla because there was a lot of lawsuits coming down the pipe. I remember years ago, there was a product in the drugstore called Hydroxycut. Many of you remember that. And it worked. People were losing weight on Hydroxycut, but people were dying on Hydroxycut because of liver failure. A lot of lawsuits later, they got it out of there, pulled out the Ethedra, and then it didn't work, and finally it went away. When you look at all the canned goods with all the preservatives, that how else can you keep chicken and noodle in a can for a year? Can't put chicken in the freezer for a year without it still not be pliable for you to eat, and it'd be the same constitution and the same quality. So when you look at all these preservatives, all these things in our body, today we live in a prescription drug society. That's just what it is. And every prescription drug has a side effect, all of them, including aspirin. So I opted to go in a more natural space. I went away and got educated by a company called Bella Vita outside of California, Sacramento, and then learned about nutrition. And then when I was introduced to this company, a friend of mine called me. I was super busy, didn't have 2 seconds in a given day. I was like the entrepreneurs we have here. You don't have any time. But out of respect for him, I said, look, send me your product. Maybe I'll be a customer, but I'll evaluate it. Because they were going to launch this company in the United States. And this was right after Thanksgiving 2013. So he sends me this tea. I make the tea, drink the tea. I dropped 9 pounds in 5 days. Now, certain things you can't deny. I wasn't trying to diet. I wasn't doing anything differently. But 9 pounds in 5 days, I didn't drop 1 pound in 8 years. So I called him up. I said, look, you can solve issues, some problems with this. I know a lot of people can be helped by this because in 2 days, I had more energy. I was sleeping better. I said, well, send me some more product. I think I may want to be involved. Now, I was super busy with my own company. I didn't have any time, but I understood passive income because I remember I lived 8 years making $33,000 to $40,000 a week, and I was working about 10 hours a week. So I diversified in other companies because I got my time, but I had the capital to sustain, and that was important. So I said, okay, I work with business owners. They want to scale. Well, why can't they do what Walmart does and what Amazon does and Apple and all the other major companies? They already have customers. So how do we get in front of the customer with another product? Because the customer is going to leave you and spend money on something else anyway. So how do we do that? The nonprofits, we have a nonprofit. We serve seniors, veterans, and children. And I want to thank Bill Walsh publicly for supporting always amazing. You've always supported us. And because of you, we're able to feed children, keep them safe. And now seniors who are shut in to make a difference, just to do our part. And we're thankful for what you've done there. But that's a big part of how we've been able to have 6 figures of our own money. And hopefully we'll get to 7 figures. Now we'll get to 7 figures you mentioned, and then 8 to go out there and make a global difference in the lives. Because today we're understanding that everybody needs help. This virus doesn't care what you believe in, who you are, what you look like. Today we are our brother's keeper. So perhaps we always were. So when you look at this company, debt-free, AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau and Direct Selling Association, been ranked as a #1 all healthy, all natural product in 2015 and 16, and now again it's going to be announced for this year as well. This company, thousands of testimonials, money back guarantee, so there's no risk because the product works and results, and success leaves clues. So I began with this great cup of tea. This tea is made from 9 herbs, 9 plants, no caffeine, no pesticide. It is so natural that you can dry the herbs out and season your food with them. So natural that your 2 and 3-year-old can drink it. It actually is very refreshing to the palate as well. So it's not offensive at all to the palate. Just imagine an ice cold glass of water on the hottest day imaginable in Phoenix, Arizona. Okay, so that's awesome. Now, when you drink 2 8-ounce glasses a day of this product, it serves as a gentle detox. Gentle meaning it's not going to cramp you up. You're not going to have diarrhea, but it's going to break up the intestinal sludge in our body. The average human being has 10 pounds to 45 pounds of sludge that's locked up and lodged inside of our system, causing complications. So look at your body like a car, and you never change the oil. When you change the oil, the car runs better. Or maybe a sink, and it's a little stopped up, it's draining, but draining slow. But when you unclog it, it just drains. It does what it's supposed to do. That means you're going to get better oxygen to the body. You're going to get better blood flow to the body. Your metabolism ramps up. Then the body goes about the business of trying to heal itself, which is what it's supposed to do in the first place. Because metabolism goes up, 97% of the people who drink it, well, they're going to drop 5 pounds in 5 days without doing anything different in their diet, because that's a result of getting your body to run more efficient. It's good for people with IBS, people who are irregular or have constipation as well. It also cleans your blood system out, gets those metals and toxins out your blood, gets you mental clarity. That's why Bill can call me up, text me, and I'm on the phone talking to a group of individuals in another city. And then my wife hands me a phone and says, Bill, like you jump on the phone in 5 minutes. Okay, boom, I'm here. I don't have to think about it. Mental clarity, to be able to respond, to be on point and purpose at all times, to always operate on 10. And then it's going to get inflammation. I have friends of mine who have migraine headaches gone in a day. And I'm not giving medical claims. I got a ton of testimonials. This product kills parasites in the body. Now, these are worms that live inside of your body, and they eat the waste that's in our body, and they discard their waste, and their poop goes in our blood, and now we're getting prescriptions. And all prescriptions aren't bad, but some may be unnecessary. So we tell people, look, do whatever the doctor says. Try the product. I got a call from a friend of mine, Debbie Brown, 25-year friend, and she was talking to my wife about, she was on about 18 medications. They cut her down to 6, and the doctor couldn't believe that her levels, her insulin levels, her diabetes went down so low. The doctor wants to know exactly what she's doing. I said, whatever you're doing, I want to find out what you're doing. I need to do it too, because her doctor was in pain. So this product is going to be very helpful. We have the product that you brew and seep. We have the product you put in a bottle of water, shake it up and drink it. And then we have the product that's infused with CBD, hemp. Now, it's not the hemp part, not the part of the cannabis that makes you feel impaired, that you can't pass a drug test. This is the part that's close to the human DNA. It's going to help you relieve stress, pain, and anxiety, along with the detox. And it's raspberry lemonade or lemon, and it's really, really good. Now, we have other CBD products. So many people want to be in that industry. They don't know how to do it. It costs a lot of money. So we're going to talk about how do you build a part-time business where you can earn some additional income or life-changing income with a very, very low overhead. How do you make 7 figures and your overhead is under $10,000 a year? That's pretty cool. Unless you want to hire some people because you get tired of doing some other stuff. So you got to get your life back. Now, with this company, and these great products, let me just talk about the NutriBurst first. The NutriBurst is a liquid vitamin. Most people get sick from a vitamin and nutrient deficiency. Okay, so we want to boost our immune system, especially now. It's plant-based. It is 72 plants, 23 fruits and vegetables, 13 food grains, your fiber. It doesn't taste like medicine. Our son is 7. He takes it every day for 5 years. And you're going to feel amazing because now you're giving your body the nutrients it needs. So as you're detoxing and flushing out the toxins out of your body, you're replenishing with the right nutrients in your body. We have NRG for energy without the heart palpitations or jitters and no crashing. For women, it has 5-HTP. It's really good for your mood. For women, we have the Blossomate. That's good for your estrogen levels to balance out. If you're going into the change, you're in the change, don't want to change. It's a great, incredible product. We have products that regulate your blood pressure, blood sugar, lower your cholesterol, that are antivirus, anti-tumor, and anti-inflammatory. This is the chaga mushroom and the Ganoderma or reishi mushroom. Well, these are the products I use for cancer, as well as I use them for sarcoidosis. And again, we don't make medical claims. We tell you to do what the doctor asks you to do, but you can Google whatever the doctor says with Ganoderma and see what comes up. Google whatever the doctor says with chaga and see what comes up. Then you can make a decision, or you can consult with your doctor if they have nutritional background, because most don't. Now, we have products that help you with arthritic pain, products for eczema. We've got products that help you lose weight. That's a weight loss product that will curb your appetite. It's extremely effective. But the bottom line is that we have an opportunity. Now, we've teamed with Powerteam International, and in a short time, with very little effort, we've been able to funnel hundreds of thousands of dollars back into Powerteam, which Bill puts into his initiatives. And that's why he's going out there and ramping up his philanthropy and out there making a difference in scaling this incredible company, because people need to hear the message of all the great speakers, because most of them are friends of mine. I know what you've been getting, and you're getting enough, because when you build the mind, the body can follow. But if you want a solid home-based business, you want to text TLC 26786 now, and you want to hear about what's happening with our team, how you can start in your business. $50 get you your website, get you your kit, get you all of your training. We have the training we're going to give you on the back end, so you have access to myself and other leaders. You're going to learn from people who make millions of dollars and have taught other people how to do the same. You're going to have representative services 6 days a week, 24 hours per day. You're going to get a marketing kit. The next thing you want to do is get product. Why? Because your product is your salesperson, not you. You sample your product, and I promise you, you'll build. You sell your product, I promise you, you build, because people buy results. And if a person gets the issue cleared up, I haven't met a person that didn't want to have a long, active, healthy, exciting life and didn't want people in their family or people they cared about to be here as well. And we seem to be able to stumble up on something that's blessed the lives of so many people. And I will tell you that the top money earners, even though we've got a couple of people that do 6 figures a week, I'm close, but the top money earners have not even joined yet, because we rank in the top 5 compensation plan. So we're putting together an all-star team. We invite you to get the information and to work closely with us and let us find out who you are, because we will design your action plan based upon your life. You tell me you don't have time, then we'll show you how to get your time back. Look, most people are busy doing what they have to do, not what they want to do. Nobody wants to work for the rest of their life, even though we like to work. We're workaholics, but we want to have the option of that, to be able to bless the lives of other people, to be able to impart that. We can help the average American who has less than $1,000 in savings get $1,000 a month passive income. That's the difference between renting and owning. 98% of bankruptcies and foreclosures go away. Student loans they're saddled with, they're not even in their field, they're done. How do you help other people? How do you take amazing vacations? You can do that. And we get paid 5 ways. You get your product, you got your kit. You get paid now the product, I don't know, you may pay $300, $400, $500, $600, $700. I got $1,500 worth of product, so they bill. Totally up to you. But you can't have a grocery store without groceries, a candy store without candy. You need some product, because the product is going to be your catalyst to move. You let people try it, you got it. Now, we get paid through retail. We also have same-day pay. A customer buys on your website today, you get paid today. That's cool. It opens up cash flow quickly. We get paid for fast start when you invite other people. Who do you know that wants to make additional income, needs to make additional income? All the churches are empty and the bills didn't stop coming, and they need to make additional income. Every place where there was a gathering, people now are flocking because they're looking for something that can work. And health is something we can get around with, because it goes hand in hand with the experiences that we're having. So you can introduce people in 28 countries and get a fast start bonus without any limit to the amount of people you can share it with. Our residual income plan goes up to 20 grand per week. We have 18 people who have done it. There'll be 40 in the next 2 years. And you can will this to your family members. So imagine if you didn't get it to $1 million a year, then maybe you get it down to $100,000 a year, and you can will this. And then you got your matching bonus, which is the most lucrative way by helping more people.
Hey, James.
But the key to this will be the training and support that we will give you, and the vision that we will impart upon you, that we're here not just to make money, but to make a difference, to make the world better. And to
Hey, James.
Yours even better. Yes,
my
sir.
friend. Hey, buddy, I love you, man. I want to say a big thanks for you taking the time to jump in here and share all this great wisdom. You're just obviously knowledge is power, but put into action, it becomes priceless, and you're doing it. I want you to stay on just for a second, because I've got a very special guest that's joining us, and he is certainly someone that I have the utmost respect for, someone I've learned so much from, had the honor to work with, was able to share the stage a number of times over the years, and someone I've just has lived a complete life of integrity. And I tell you this, he's impacted millions and millions of lives around the world. I think he now has more than 50 books, and I don't know how many countries, but it's really what he's done in his life is something that every entrepreneur should strive to become, and really step into the way that he's created his success by serving so many. It was neat that I talked to one of my great friends yesterday, and he said, He said, "You're not going to believe this, Bill." He says, "But I've been listening to his stuff for 25 years. It absolutely changed my entire career in terms of the success he's had in the casino business." But he is an amazing dad, an incredible father and husband, someone I got a lot of time to spend time with it, and actually watched his son actually speak on stage at one of our events and just knocked it out of the park. But we're honored to have him on today, and I thought it would really be a gift for you guys to say just a really quick hello. Hey, Michael, can you bring Brian on the screen for a second? Because it's there we go. Mr. Brian Tracy, how are you?
I'm fine, Bill. How are you, my friend?
You sound great, buddy. I love you. Thanks for being on.
And there's James Bentley. Boy, he's a brain.
He's a bundle of energy, ain't he?
He's all brain. His head is booming with energy. You're right.
Well, you know why they call that $1 million smile? Because it comes to his house every year passively.
That's the very best way. It's nice to see you, Bill. You know, you've had a great influence on my life. One of the principles that I teach is that sometimes one idea that you stumble across can change the way you see your life forever. And you really had an impact on my thinking some years ago, as I've told you. And
yes.
So I'm very happy to be here with your friends and our friends and share some ideas. I've been actually sharing these ideas now all over the world. And these are ideas that literally profoundly change people's lives. They're simple, they're applicable. And today, in this time of the coronavirus, they're sometimes just what people need.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that, you know, when you and I chatted about this, it's how do people win through these incredibly, you know, times of adversity when, you know, we're going through things that most people have never experienced in their life. To go from normal everyday life, talking to meeting people, seeing people, to being quarantined is really something that has added so much anxiety and challenge and pressure to so many families.
Yes.
So I thought it'd be great to have you come on and just share, first of all, a bit of your incredible story of how you went from where your ideas were at to fruition to becoming one of the most well-known names in the world when it comes to leadership and creativity and sales and, you know, the habits of becoming a millionaire. I know you talk a lot about that and some of the research you've done. But if we could start there, that'd be most awesome.
Well, thank you. You know, I did not graduate from high school. I finished in the half of the class that makes the top half possible. And the only jobs I could get was laboring jobs. My first main job when I was about 16, 17 was washing dishes in the back of a small hotel. And my only big promotion at that time, after 6 months, working the night shift, getting off at 1 or 2 in the morning and then going to high school in the daytime, for all the good that did, I got promoted to pots and pans. And when I lost that job, washing dishes and pots and pans, I got a job washing cars. And when I lost that job, I got a job washing floors with a janitorial service. I actually thought washing was in my future, that I was going to be a washer. And I joke with my wife, she's always giving me things to wash. She said she doesn't want me to lose my edge, my critical skill. So I wash things. And then I started to move from place to place. I lived in my car. I traveled. I decided one day to go off and see the world. And I went, and I really didn't come back for 8 years. And I traveled in 80 countries. I've now traveled in 126 countries. But up till that time, I was gone in 80 countries. And I came back, and I went through some very interesting things, very interesting things that have a lot to do with colorful experiences. But what changed my life is I got into sales, and I thank heavens for that. And I struggled in sales and struggled. And then I started to ask, why is it that some people are more successful than others? And this really was the turning point in my life. I learned later, I began to study psychology and philosophy and metaphysics and things like that. And I learned this one little one-liner. It says that sometimes a single question that burns in you, that you start to think about that question, changes your life forever. And you'll take someone like Einstein. He had this one idea. He was looking for what is called a universal field theory. It is one physical principle that explained all acts in the physical universe. And that guided his life, made him one of the great physicists and mathematicians of the 20th century and so on. So my question is, why are some people more successful than others? And the first thing I learned, I began to study philosophy. And the great law of philosophy goes back to 350 BC, and it was expressed by Aristotle. Aristotle actually was a student of Plato, and Plato was a student of Socrates. So you had those three philosophers, and what he started was what was called a university, a college outside of Athens, and in there they just thought. And the first major breakthrough is he came up with what was called the Aristotelian principle of causality, which means the law of cause and effect, which, as you know, is the great law of the Bible, sowing and reaping. And what he said, that for everything that happens is a reason. And if you want to have a particular result, find someone else who's gotten that result and do what they do over and over, and then you'll get the same result. And if you do, you will, and if you don't, you won't. And it's not a miracle, it's a law. Now, this is very important. It's not an idea. It's not a hope or a wish. So you want to be a millionaire. You and I, when we were younger, we had this fantasy. We wanted to be millionaires when we grew up. And year after year went by, and we weren't there. And so you started doing the same thing. Why are some people millionaires? And what you do is, first of all, you ask them, what did you do to get from here to here? And then you read their books and you go to their courses, and then you do the same thing they did. And you do it over and over, and you make every kind of mistake, and very often you'll make it and lose it. Average self-made millionaire in America has been bankrupt or nearly bankrupt 2.4 times. I mean, that's a number. But so what happens is they had to learn how to become rich. And once they got it, as Jim Rohn used to say, becoming a millionaire is not what's important. It's the person you need to become a millionaire. Because once you are that person, you can lose your money and earn it all back again, and much faster. It may take you 5 or 10 years to earn $1 million the first time. It may only take you a year or two the second time. And you'll see people who actually become billionaires. And billionaires is an enormous amount of money, almost like a warehouse full of money. And what happens is people become billionaires and then they go bankrupt, like the big bankruptcy of the 2007, 2008. People literally went broke, from billionaire status to broke, and 2 years later, they're back to billionaire again. It's the most incredible thing. Is making money is trial and error. Is cause and effect. It's doing what other people do over and over until you get results easier and easier and faster. So that's how I got it started. And somebody asked me, how come you did this? I said, well, I just did this and this and this. And someone else said, what were you saying? And I said, well, you just do this and this and this. So I began to recruit and train salespeople. And those salespeople became successful. So they gave me more salespeople to recruit, to train. So pretty soon I had, within 1 year of pursuing this cause and effect idea, I had 95 salespeople in 6 countries. And they're all making money, and I was getting a percentage of all of it. And I earned more money in that following year, following this law, than I'd ever dreamed I could ever earn in my life. And I've had some rough times in between, and always you just come right back up again because you know how to do it. So that's what you do, and that's what I got so much from you, is you've taught me so many cause and effect relationships. Do this, get this result. Do this, get this result. And so I've learned a lot from you, and I've learned a lot from the people that you've brought to teach me and other people. And now I am so happy for the results that I have that I want to share them with other people.
Brian, I think one of the questions I get a lot is that, what do people do now? Now they've moved into this very challenging space. Now they're going through this time. What are some key things you would tell? And I love to see your library behind you. I'm sure that you probably read most of those books.
Yes, and this is just a fraction. All of those books are double shelved. That means there's 2 sets of books. I have books all over my house. I have books in my living room, downstairs, library, upstairs. They've got about 6,000 books, and I've read most of them. And some of them I've read more than once.
One of the things that I've always talked about, that when we had a couple of events in Vegas, you were always the first one to show up and the last one to leave. You always took the most copious notes of anyone that I've ever watched in a class. And it didn't matter if it was some big name speaker or it was just someone that was on the stage sharing some brilliance. Your ability, and I learned from that. I learned how, and I watched how you took notes, and I became the same way. Even if I go on like special events, I'll be the first one early in, the last one to leave, and I'll always take away those great things. But what are some things you would recommend people could do today, right now, to really break through some adversity and come out the other side even more powerful?
I am so glad you asked. As when I began teaching leadership, I found, and I studied Peter Drucker, and Peter Drucker said, the only thing that is inevitable in the life of the leader, all the people watching this, only leaders, by the way, will come on to something like this to learn and take notes. So the only thing that is consistent in the life of the leader is the crisis. It's unavoidable, it's repeatable, it comes back, it is inevitable, it's continuous. The crises never end. And I studied military strategy and great generals for years, and you find that the only thing that's inevitable is that the enemy attacks them, and they have to go into battle, and they have to change, and they have to adapt to what's going on. So the second part is that the crisis is the test of the leader. That's how you prove what you're made of. It's sort of like this is the testing time. This is your exam. So when you have a crisis, you realize this is inevitable and unavoidable. The only question is, what do you do? And I'm going to give you a couple of ideas. But one of the things that I've always taught is that you never become angry or upset about something you can't change. And you cannot change a past event. So you don't become upset about the coronavirus. It is a thing that has already occurred. The second thing that I teach people, and I decided that problem solving, decision making, crisis management were really important. And I began to become a student of the subject. And about 2 months later, and I learned this, is that if you immerse yourself in a subject, you will get a chance to use that information. 2 months later, I got a call from IBM, and they said, we've decided we want to do a course for our people on problem solving and decision making. Would you be up to it? Would you like to do it? And I said, absolutely. 2 months later, I began teaching, and I taught large groups of IBM people all across the country. And I learned, and I studied, and I read and created workbooks, and it had an enormous impact on my life, because whatever job you have, you are a problem solver. That's all you do from morning to night. You get up and you have problems. You have obstacles that hold you back from where you are to where you want to go. If you want to be a millionaire, well, here you are now, and here's where you want to be. So what you do is you find out what's holding you back. One of the things that I learned and taught was the theory of constraints. Is that between you and any goal, there is a constraint or a choke point or something that determines the speed at which you achieve the goal. So I say to my sales audiences, I say, how many people here would like to double their income? Everybody would like to double their income. So I say, okay, what sets the speed at which you double your income? What sets the speed? And the first question is, why aren't you already earning twice as much? If you want to double your income, why aren't you already earning twice as much? And you think about this, and they discuss it with each other. And so what you find out is, what is the constraint that's holding you back, and remove that constraint. And people are just amazed. They say, well, it can't be that simple. I say, well, I'll tell you what. I will give you 7 ways. I have it in my desk here. I have several workbooks. One of the workbooks is how to double your productivity, performance, and output. And it can be a half-day course. It can be a 1-hour course. But what I do is you want to double your income. Here's how you do it. They say it's not possible. I say, okay, look, in the course of our time together today, I'm going to give you 7 ways to double your income, absolutely guaranteed. Any one of them will work. If you use them all in combination, you'll double your income guaranteed. And again, people say that's not possible. I've been working at my job. We've got a virus, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, just say in normal time, I'll say, if you're in sales, how do you double your income in sales? Well, I've studied, and studying is really good. I've studied and I found that the average salesperson works 90 minutes a day. This goes back to 1928 when they first began analyzing it, up to today, because every year the sales magazines and research companies analyze it. They ask salespeople themselves, how many hours a day do you work? Now, when are you working? Well, the answer is when you're face to face, head to head, knee to knee with someone who can buy and pay for your product immediately. That's when you're working. You're not working when you're in the office and drinking Starbucks coffee and shopping on Amazon. You're only working when you're face to face. We call this FaceTime. So the average person, now some are above, some are below. I worked with people who spend 90 minutes a week with customers, but the average is 90. So let's say you are the average. So if you want to earn twice as much, what do? Well, you spend twice as many minutes with customers and your income will double. You do not know who will buy or when or where, but you will only know that if you double the amount of time you spend with qualified prospects, you'll double your sales. And I've had people, a guy came up to me in a seminar not long ago. He said, when I heard this, I said, this is a bunch of California BS, motivational crap and so on. That's not true. And he said, and I left the seminar and I was a little bit ticked off. And he said, well, what if it's true though? So I know. I'm going to prove to that bastard that he's just a motivational speaker and that it doesn't work. So I began to track and I told people, get yourself a stopwatch and turn it on when you go in to see a customer, turn it off when you leave, on, off, and count up the minutes every day, every week for a month. And he decided to do that. And he kept very close track and he began to double the number of minutes from 90 to 180. And surprise, he doubled his income. He said to me, he said, I've been in my field for more than 10 years and I doubled my income in less than a month just by that one simple little technique. So what we know is that one little idea, and ideas I've learned from you and you've learned from other people and so on, and we learn them, we pass them on. We learn them. So one idea. Now here's the key. You never know which idea it's going to be. So what you have to do is you have to scoop ideas. You have to read and listen and learn and go to courses and take notes. It's another thing that you and I learned is write it down. Write it down. Don't just listen to these things and say, oh, that's a nice idea, and then go off for coffee at the break. Write it down. Capture it. Napoleon Hill used to say, catch the idea and write it down. Catch the idea and write it down. Because other than that, 90% of ideas we will lose within 24 hours. You'll forget it completely. So write it down and then review it. If you look at my notes, I have so many notes. And sometimes I'll go over a note. I think, oh my God, I hadn't even thought of this for such a long time. And, and I've learned lots of great stuff from you too. So that's the key. It's not remarkable. We used to say that if only one person had started with nothing and become a millionaire, then that would be quite a deal. What if two? Well, that would be a coincidence. But what if in the US now we have 30 million self-made millionaires? 30 million. I have a book here called Millionaires and Billionaires and How to Develop the Habits That Made Them Rich. And what I did is I began to study millionaires and billionaires. And I found they all have the same habits. And at one time, they didn't have those habits. And now they do. And what they had to do is just repeat over and over again until it became automatic. Goethe, the German philosopher, said, everything is hard before it's easy. So habits, automatic behaviors are hard before they're easy. You just got to work at them. And pretty soon, they just go automatically. And what took you a week or a month, and when you were younger, takes you a day or a half a day now to earn that same amount of money. So coming back to our crisis today, a question that I always ask people is, what is the highest paid work that you do? Or the most valuable, most important, highest paid work that you do? And the answer is thinking. Is the quality of your thinking determines the quality of your life. And it's because of the word, one of my favorite words in the whole world is consequences. Consequences. what are the consequences of doing or not doing something? And what we find is that the consequences of learning and applying, we call the cause and effect is learn and do. The consequences of learning and doing these things are enormous. They change your life forever. And when they work, they automatically program you to do them again and again. And the more you do them, the easier it becomes and the more results you get. And pretty soon you become wealthy, and then you become wealthier. So this is what I pass on to yours and my friends. And we don't have a lot of time, but I would like to share 3 principles of crisis management with your guys if you're interested. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Bill.
This is awesome. Go right ahead. I've got about 3 pages of notes already, so I'm loving it. So yeah, go right on.
Well, after I started speaking for IBM, I spoke for them for 30 times, which was very helpful in my career. Is I began to do a major, if you like, a full court press on crisis management, and I came up with a book called Crunch Point, and or Crunch Time, and I presented it to a couple of publishers, and they said, well, they like the idea Crunch Time, but a lawyer who taught this sort of thing had copyrighted the title, so they came up with Crunch Point, and it was going to be Crunch Time, what to do when the you-know-what hits the fan. And they changed it to Crunch Point, 21 secrets to succeeding when it matters most. There's 21 ways to deal with crisis. I'm the only person that I know of in the world who has done this kind of work. And it's got 21 chapters. It's published in multiple languages all over the world. It's available, I don't know, $10, $20. And this book makes me an expert, because there are very few people who've done the amount of research that I've done on different ways. And one different way will change your life. So let me give you 3 keys. And I've looked at all the stuff that's going on today in terms of crisis management, and they all come back to about 3 main things. Number 1 is stay calm. That's the most important thing of all. It's when the world goes to hell in a handbasket, stay calm, take a deep breath, relax. And you look at this stuff in the newspapers and the emails you get, everybody's saying the same thing. Stay calm. Don't get excited. Now, there's a reason for this, and the reason is that when you're calm, you can think with great clarity. You can make good decisions. You can change your decisions quickly. You can see things and feel it. But if you're upset and angry for any reason at all, your ability to think shuts down. You just become so upset you can't think clearly. So the other thing is, remember that as the leader, everyone is watching you. Everyone is watching you, and they're watching how you behave in the crisis. And if you're calm, they will be calm. I remember one of my favorite people to study was Napoleon Bonaparte. And Napoleon Bonaparte was extraordinary military leader, one of the top 3 in the history of the world. And he directed more than 200 battles, very often against incredible odds. He only lost 3, and the only one he's remembered for losing is Waterloo. But he won 200 battles. There is a piece of statuary in Paris called the Arc de Triomphe, the Arc of Triumph. And it's this beautiful, beautiful building in the center of Paris. And on it, it has the names of the battles that Napoleon won and defeated other armies. But it goes on and on and on and on. It's so many battles, so many victories. And one of the reasons why is in the middle of a battle, the battle's going on, there'd be sometimes 50, 100,000 people. And these people were fighting with swords, with spears, bayonets, rifles, short-term, cavalry, and there were thousands of them. And this is where you shot, or miles away. This was up close and personal. In other words, in these battles, if you lost, you lost in a very painful way. And what he would do is he would plant himself, with his hand in his shirt, he'd plant himself in the front of the battle, and he would direct the battle. And no matter what happened, he would tell them, do this. Don't do this. Move these people over here. Bring up the cavalry from that side. It was absolutely amazing. People just in awe of his ability to think with such calmness and clarity in the middle of the battle. So stay calm. And one of the ways that you stay calm is you ask yourself questions. You say, okay, what can we learn from this? How can we benefit from this? What is actually happening? And so what I do is I say, number one, stay calm. Say, look for the good, look for the valuable lesson, think about what you could do. Remember that the only thing that we know about the future is that it will be different from the past. The only thing we know about the future after this virus, it will be different. It will go back in many ways to the way it was, but it'll never be exactly the same. So your question is to ask. I used to ask, what is the highest paid work you do? And the highest paid work is thinking clearly about your situation, thinking about where you are and where you want to go. That's why you and I teach goal setting. In goal setting, you help people become absolutely clear about where they want to be sometime in the future. 80% or more of people do not have goals. And if they have goals, they're not in writing. And so they forget their goals. But successful people like you and I have clear written goals and plans, very much like a blueprint for success. Like an architect who builds a beautiful building, they have a beautiful blueprint and they follow the blueprint. So number one is to stay calm, breathe deeply. Remember this, don't get upset about something you can't change, and you can't change a past event. The second key is to, let's see, I wrote this down here. The second key is to get the facts. And this is really important because many people get upset about something and they don't have the facts. They don't have the right information. One of the things that a person should do if they're concerned about the coronavirus is keep current, is read the papers, watch the television shows, get the information, stay calm. You know what the likelihood of you dying from the coronavirus? It's 1/1%. If you get it. In most cases, even if you get it, the chances are that you will bounce back from it within 2 weeks. So it's not like it's a plague that's going to wipe you out. It's something that 1 in 200 people who get the antibody are going to suffer from it. Stay calm. All right. And also, most people who die from it are older people or people who have conditions already, heart conditions, diabetes. They're already ill, and the virus just tips them over. Young people, most young people are not affected by it. So you start to think about these things, and the more information you have, the calmer you remain. Then you're careful to do things like washing your hands, like living in a clean environment, like getting more information and so on. So get the facts, not the assumed facts or the supposed facts or the hoped for facts, but get the real facts. And don't jump to conclusions. Remember, weak people jump to conclusions. And then finally, accept responsibility. And those three biggies, I've got 21, but the three biggies. Number one is to stay calm. Number two is get the facts. What has happened? How do we know that has happened? How do we know it's true or not? There's an enormous amount of stuff on the air today because of political reasons. It's simply not true. They're saying all kinds of things, especially about the current political leadership and so on. That's just simply not true. And so your job is to always say, how do we know that is true? What is it based on? What are the facts? And just stay calm. And then number three is accept responsibility. And this is the mark of the superior person. When I began teaching my 2 and 3 day seminars, I began teaching this two great principles. One is you become what you think about most of the time. So if you think clearly and calmly about who you are and what you want to do, you're a very different person than if you don't. And number two is that you are responsible for your own life. If you're not happy with the way things are going, you're responsible. So I teach people to say, I am responsible. I'm responsible. I refuse to blame anyone else for anything. Don't get mad at the politicians. Don't get mad at the Chinese. Don't do anything. Just stay calm, get the facts, accept responsibility, take action, get feedback, take more action, and so on. And if you'll do that, and then use this time to learn new skills, learn this time to practice, to do some of those things that you've been going to do for a long time anyway. And if you do, you'll come up with great ideas. You'll come out of this coronavirus sailing. You'll come out with tools and ways of thinking and acting that may enable you to make more money than you ever dreamed possible. And that's your goal. So those are my big three. Remember, your ability to think determines your whole life. And the three key thinking tools is stay calm, get the facts, and accept responsibility. And you'll be okay. I can't hear you.
It's really great to have you, but it's crazy that, I remember looking at the video more than 10 years ago where you came and you trained at our Rainmaker Summit. And I look around, we always study some of the folks from the videos, how they've done. And it really is incredible that even going back, they still say, that was one of the greatest weekends of my life. And here's why this happened to our business. And it was great to have you a part of that. So I know you've got a great gift for everybody today. I put the message there. Just text the word free gift to 26786. It's only available for like 24 hours, everybody. So please get the gift right away. And Brian, I'm not sure if your team share with you the gift that you're giving away. Did you get all the details on your gift for today?
I'm sure they did, but like I told you, just like you, I just want to help people improve the quality of their life. So I think whatever we're offering is something.
It's really amazing. It's really about, what it takes to become a millionaire and some kind of breaking the code. So if you're listening today, this is a perfect start. That get the gift. It's a download. There's nothing to buy. You can just go in there right now and get it. And Brian, I just want to say thanks for your time. Like I've said, and I've told you many times when we've been together, that I just appreciate the person that you are, the life that you lived, and are really living now. Even though people talk about all their challenges, but you continue to innovate. You continue to bring your message to more countries. And I just want to say hats off for that, because I know so many times in your life you could have just retired and said, I'm done. But you know what? Your wisdom and your generosity and your integrity shine so bright. And I just want to say thank you for being here today. And if there's anything last you want to share, I'll give the mic over to you for another minute.
Well, my friend Harvey McKay just recently wrote a book, and basically what it says is that no matter what you've accomplished up to now, it's only just a fingernail on what is truly possible for you. Is that your future is going to be quite extraordinary, and your job is to take these lessons and ideas. And what Peter Drucker finally says, and it's in my book on crisis management. He says, at the end of the day, action is everything. Take action. Do something. If you make a decision, take action, and take action now. Do it now. Don't wait till tomorrow or next week or next month. If you get a good idea from Bill Walsh or anyone else, just act quickly. And if you act quickly, the chances are you will get feedback, you will improve your act, you'll get better results. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. Just learn and do, learn and do, learn and do.
All right, listen, I'm going to let you run. I appreciate you so much. But before I let you go, I've got a young entrepreneur I want you to meet for a second. Him and his family have created one of the greatest board games ever called House Guests from Hell. And this young man is someone that I've watched literally just in the last year alone step so far outside of his comfort zone. He's never done public speaking, none of this stuff, but he's an entrepreneur totally at heart. And his entire family, the Pritchett family, literally came from a total place of service in life. And they launched a board game that I'm going to send you a copy today, and you're going to love it. That really is how to get rid of all the house guests from hell that you've had in the game to win the game. So let me see if I can bring Peter Pritchett on for a second. Hang on. Hey, Peter.
Hi there. How are you?
I want you to say hello, Mr. Brian Tracy.
How are you?
Hi there, Mr. Tracy. Thank you for sharing. That was awesome. I definitely like the get to know the facts part. I've tried to work on taking responsibility and clearing my thinking, but I need to work on finding out information for myself.
Hey, is your mom or your sister there too? They built this whole business, Brian. They built this whole business as a family endeavor and literally are taking this country, this game all over the country. It looks like Elizabeth there, and I thought I seen, where's Shelly at? Somewhere in there? Hi. Get it a little closer. Get it right there. We go. Now we can see
Shelly. I've never played games until the last little while, and now I'm playing games with my growing kids and our grandkids. And it is a wonderful thing to do with your family.
Do you have a picture? Do you have a picture of the game, guys? Where's the picture of the game? This game helps people with communication, team building, how to sell. It is unbelievable that you've got to negotiate all the way through the game, and the other members on the board have to allow your solution for the problem to be able to utilize it to solve that dilemma. Like I said, you're going to love it. I'll send you a copy.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, Brian, thanks so much for being on. I appreciate you once again, and all those wisdom tips, just priceless. I'll talk to you real soon. Have an awesome day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
So, Peter, I've already given you a nice introduction. So I thought it'd be great if you could share with everybody just a little bit about your own story, your background, and of course, why creating this game was so important for you.
Well, how much of the background do you want? Just more of the game, or
just give me a couple minutes of how you got to where you're at today and why creating this game is so important to you and your family.
Well, I grew up severely dyslexic and not good at school. I failed first grade twice, and I was a grade school dropout, and I couldn't read till I was really older. My mom homeschooled me and had to do whatever I could do, and then I just played hockey instead. It's like I've always thought that I wouldn't be able to make money in other ways, so I just set out to be a professional athlete from a young age and train really hard, and I went after that, but I had a lot of injuries and I burnt out and of course didn't make it. So I just focused on helping the family out, and then along came the board game, and then that's where I really felt my value again and had a lot to contribute to the gameplay.
Tell us a bit of how you contributed to the game and why every home in America should have the game.
I didn't get started with the game, but I really changed kind of the feel and the flow of the game. When it was too stressful or too easy or not difficult enough, and to have more pathways and more replayability, more layers of strategy while not being taxing and just making it more funny. So we each all contributed in our own way, and we would come up with great ideas, and then one of us would have a bad idea and the other members in the family would kind of override us and fix it. And I think every game should have this because it brings your family closer together and it brings connection. We're all connected, via media, but we don't have that human connection, that human interaction that we all need deep down. And this game will help you get together again. It's an excuse to spend time together, and it's really fun. And when we made this game, I loved my family, but to be honest, I didn't really like them. And so this game helped me learn more about my siblings and my mother and actually have more admiration and to like them more. So that's a great thing.
Maybe give me a couple of ideas of what happens when you play the game. What are some of the situations people could face when they're playing the House Guest from Hell game?
Well, you can get problems like me and my mom were playing earlier, and the loincloth nabber, your favorite panties are disappearing and someone is stealing them. So this is like a dilemma you would get, and you get handed solutions, and you have to try to figure out how to get out of it. And you can't just pick any solution. You have to try to sell them on what you have. And so my mom tried to sell us that she was going to have chocolate cake and that was going to keep people from stealing their panties. And me and my sister said, no, they're a pervert. They're not a sweet tooth. They're still going to take them. So then she had to wait till she got a better card, and she got home protection. And then she saw us on how the home protection would, alert and alarm when they're sneaking into your house and steal. So we voted yes to that. Or my sister had your guest set your kitchen on fire while cooking an omelet, and she got, water, and she was able to put that out. The spit sprayer, your guest shares more than their opinion when they talk to you. So I got a medical supply kit, and I argued that there was a mask in there, and then I used, social distancing and COVID-19 as a joke to help sell the point of, oh, you better social distance, and here's your mask, and don't spit on me. So those are some of the scenarios and how you would try to solve them.
And so as you've gone through to create the game, right, it's always fun to figure out where do you find your passion to stay focused on doing this work, even though right now, you know, there's a lot of challenges going on? How do you every day stay focused on, you know, getting the message out there? And I know games are starting to sell every day and people are getting the game. And I just put a post in there, guys. There's a link. They're offering 50% off during the COVID time. So I recommend, if you really want to laugh more, have more fun, and really learn about sales, communication, and team building all at the same time, I recommend you get a copy today. We've had the game played at a number of our events. I'm telling you, our customers loved it. The videos show the proof of people just having so much fun. But what are you doing daily to stay focused?
Just self-improvement, falling in love with the process. If you get too focused on the end results, like, it's good to have goals and it's good to have a big vision, but then if you get too focused on that, if you have setbacks or negative feedback or a delay, then you'll lose energy. But if you find a way to get joy and energy out of just the process of making yourself better, the process of learning to have better sales or to make your product better or make yourself better, then that will give you juice every single day to keep on going, regardless of the feedback or, you know, it taking a little longer to reach your goal.
And that's really good stuff. But I also know that when people play the game, maybe you could share a bit about some of the things they learn when they actually play the game, not just the, you know, the, what I would call the step by step. What are some of the big takeaways that they get when they play the game?
I would say validation and joy and humor. It taps into your humor. It helps you have more joy, and then it gets people together in different ways. Like, usually, like, you get introverts and extroverts and very creative people and linear people that get together, and it itches and, you know, gives them that joy in the same way that very few things do. And it helps you to learn more about the people around you and find new things about yourself as far as creativity.
What are some of the things too that, you know, when they're going through this, let's say they begin to solve the dilemmas, have you found that when they're trying to pitch a dilemma or the solution to the dilemma, that they can also learn about themselves as well as who they're playing the game with?
Yes, you can learn to tap into creativity you didn't have. And I think a lot of things in life make you afraid of trying new things, and the failure makes you afraid to look for new solutions. And this game kind of taps into that. And it also helps you overcome rejection and learn to overcome those failures. You may think you have a great idea, you sell it to the group, they vote no, and it's not as damaging as other things. It's like in a game fun format. So then you have to reformulate a new pitch or a new card that you're going to use. And then that success at the end of that gives you like this triumph and this feeling. And so that's what's so fun in the game is, like, you know, having triumph and victory over those dilemmas and your bad house guests.
I think we've all had bad house guests. So in the game, who would you say are some of the worst house guests they could run into? It's always fun to hear what are some of the biggest dilemmas they might have to face. And then, of course, they've got to use the solution card. They've got to pitch the whole table. Does the solution make sense to solve the dilemma? But what would you say are some of the toughest or the funniest ones that are actually the dilemma cards? And this is for business, everybody. And it's not just for fun. I mean, I'm telling you, if kids can play this 12, 13, 14 and up, no doubt to have lots of fun and laughter. But you're going to find that companies are now using this game also as a way to really bring the teams together, work on their communication, work on the negotiation skills. I told Greg I'd send him one too, because he's obviously a master negotiator. But what are some of the dilemmas that you have found are some of the funniest dilemmas and things that that people will go through as they play the game?
Your guest is scratching their butt in public. Some of the, like, one of the most difficult ones for me is your guest just left you at the door to pay for 3 deluxe pizzas. And so how are you going to pay for that pizza unless you get money, or do you find an item that you barter? Or one time I got a steak and I said, no, I'm going to make my guest eat this steak and I'm just going to take the pizzas back and not have to pay for it. And isn't really set in any particular thing. It really depends on the group because everyone's voting in the game. So it's more on the sensibilities of the group. So I found with certain groups, they want to be violent and say, I'm going to whack this person and make him stop. And then other groups will reject that and say, we don't condone that. And other groups like to bribe and say, I'm going to give you these donuts. Can you clean up this mess? And so I think it's less the individual cards and it's more about feeling out the people you're playing with and knowing what they will and won't vote to. So you have to learn really quickly in real time how to tailor your pitch and what the group wants.
Those are the things. I know you guys are going to be on WLS AM radio tomorrow night sharing this message. And, you know, how can people listening to the stream right now, how can they help you with getting this message out to more people? What are things that they can do that you would recommend they can help you guys get more games? Because as you know, we believe that every house in America should have a game, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's playing more board games now than ever. If you do have to go to the store, and it's one of the bigger stores, you're going to find that board games are flying off the shelf because once again, you know, they've got to check out from the laptop and, you know, really check their brains out. And this is a great way to do it. But how can everyone that's listening today, how can they help you or help the family bring this message out to more people?
Buy the game and share it and post on social media. Send little clips of scenarios you have or jokes people made, or take a picture and just put us out there online. And just word of mouth too. If you play this game and you have your neighbor over, tell them about it. Have your kids' friends over. You know, it's hard now because of this. You know, being locked up and social distancing, but, you know, play with your family, have fun, and share it online.
Well, listen, everybody, you've heard it here first, you know, and I'll tell you what, we're super excited. We've used this game in a number of events over the last couple of years, and people have absolutely loved it. My kids have played it. They've shared it. We've all laughed together playing it. But now it's, you know, up to you. If you need some more laughter in your house, this is a good time to order the game. And I will tell you this, too, that when you're getting this 50% off price, maybe order 10. Because you won't see this for very long, so I recommend take advantage of it. But I think that what you guys are doing is absolutely fabulous. Are there any other last-minute words of wisdom you'd like to share with some of the audience? Anything you want to talk about at all?
I would just say to not put conditions on your happiness. I think a lot of people live their life and they're always putting their happiness on something external, where they're trying to get a job promotion or drive a certain car or make a certain amount of money, and they deny themselves joy, love, passion until they reach that goal. And by then that hole's so big it doesn't fill it. And it's good to have big goals. It's good to have like a big vision and want a lot out of your life and to accomplish things, but it shouldn't be too heavily attached to what makes you happy and what makes you feel love and success, because that often can, you know, deprive you of joy and happiness and love. And so if you have that tied to something a little more simple, then you can have love and joy with, you know, the process and reaching that goal. So
I'll say thanks. I know that I love getting the message out there, and I think every home in America should have the game. And we bring you on each week. We thank you for sponsoring part of the show as well. And hopefully you guys all get a chance to buy the game. Do me a favor, buy the game. And, you know, after you buy the game, shoot me a text, and maybe I'll send you a little extra gift today. If you take action today, that's only today. So if you decide to buy the game today, just text me direct. I'll tell you where you can text me at 312-543-7555. If you bought the game today, you do it today, just text me real quick, and I'll send you guys a little extra gift just for doing it. Peter, man, love you, brother. Thanks for being on, and give a big hug to the whole family and tell them way to keep up the great work. And can't wait to see you guys actually in person. Quarantine is in, but it's time for the quarantine to go, but safety first, of course. So once again, thank you so much. And let me bring on, I know I've got Michael Silvers here waiting to come on, so I'm going to bring Michael back on. Peter, will let you go. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Michael.
Hey, Peter, have a great day. All right, I got to put all those notes away, Bill. Brian was just rocking.
Brian was on fire today. I don't know about you, but he was absolutely on fire. I thought that he not only delivered, he way over delivered, and I'm just honored to have him on. And you know, it's really rare in your life that you get to be around people like that just come from a total place of integrity and truth, and I think that's why he's had so many blessings in his life. I mean, what a difference that is. And I just think, once again, it's just great timing. So I know we've got a very special guest coming up next. He's a TV star, mobile, runs events, does all kinds of global broadcasting, just been knocking it out of the park. So I want to give him a big heads up, and thanks for promoting as well. But I'll turn it over to you, and you can bring him on, and we'll go from there.
All right, fantastic. All right,
Thanks,
Bill,
brother.
see you soon.
Appreciate it.
All right, everybody. So we are going to continue moving on. I want to thank you all for being on the stream with us today. And, like Brian Tracy was a tremendous amount of information. It's just great. And while you're home anyways, play a game, I say. So make sure that you, of course, at 50% off, just go to www.houseguestfromhell.com. It is a fun game. We play it at events, and go ahead and get it done now. Why not buy a whole bunch of them, gift them to people, send them around, let them have laughter during this time, and just a little bit relief, and really, Brian's strategy. Follow Brian's strategy as you do that. I think that's a really critical piece as we continue to move forward. So remember, again, stay calm, get the facts, accept responsibility. Life is great. All right, everybody, put your arms in the air. Move along. Now, if I go left, you're going to go right. So here we go. So everybody go right. I'll go left. See how that works? Everybody go left. I'll go right. Stretch it out. Okay, you're ready to go. All right, fantastic. We are going to move on, and we'll talk a little bit more about, a lot of you have requested for the virtual mastermind we're doing with Powerteam on April 21st. So if you text the word, it's actually just letters, SBA to 26786. Text SBA to 26786. I'll get you information on the virtual mastermind. We'll just get you the link so you can get signed up and be part of our team. It's amazing what we're going to be doing. I will introduce the next speaker. I can actually see him in the camera. He's playing with his signs. You should see what I see. It's like watching backstage as people are getting ready. They're still brushing their teeth. The toothpaste is falling out, and life is good from there. All right, here we go. Our next amazing speaker. And remember, if you've just joined our stream, you're in a virtual worldwide classroom to not only learn, but you're also to use it within your business. And if you have any business questions, you can also connect with me. And again, I'll keep telling you through the day how to connect with me. So our next speaker, it's a successful entrepreneur, award-winning marketing and media strategist, TV host personality, keynote speaker, and philanthropist. Let's give that a round of applause. He is CEO of Easy Way Media, which is a marketing and media firm specializing in delivering world-class content across multiple digital platforms. He is the creator of the social network and CEO of Easy Way Promotions, which focuses on building a customer's social proof. Social Boost is a game changer in lead generation and business developing and branding. I can tell you how much he's done. It's actually incredible if you think of, sort of what you've done with your life, and then you take a look at this. But it's really about getting out there and making a difference. Weekly Billboard published him as one of the top 10 social media influencers and was named Digital Trailblazer by Hollywood Weekly magazine. His cover on Hollywood Weekly magazine was the highest selling cover of all time. You should see how beautiful this man is. Wait till I put him up here. And it's great to actually create that in life. He's also been seen on the cover of Influential People magazine, as well as Fox, ABC, Entertainment, and Extra. He's appeared on over 50 stages. In 2014, he was recognized by Congress with the Robert Novak Award as an influential digital journalist. Eric, I am so proud to bring you up. Let's give a big thunderous round of applause. And applause. You can applaud. You can type applause into your stream so we know you're all there. Let's give him a huge round of applause for Mr. Eric Zolli. Eric, you're on.
Hey, all right. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for that awesome introduction. I'm going to need to steal you from Bill to introduce when I go on to broadcast now. Okay, but thanks so much for having me on. And I have to say as well, it's definitely an honor to follow a legend like Brian Tracy. And I appreciate you guys for having me on the Powerteam USA, the Success Summit 360. And nice to meet everybody. It's pretty awesome what technology can do, right? And we can all be sitting back in the comforts of our own home, looking at a cell phone a touchpad, or if you're watching this on smart TV, which I hope you are, because that's what we specialize in, is helping you build a business through Roku, Apple, and Amazon and all that stuff. But I'm here for you guys. I'm really an open book. I mean, I could talk about a bunch of things, tell you my story, do all that stuff like most people do, but I actually have your guys's. So I see Edna is saying applause, John Dillman applause, Maria applause, Michelle Finnegan, and I want to also give a shout out to Michelle Finnegan. She's been a great supporter of ours, and she's actually one of the people that kind of helped us get involved with the Powerteam International team. And one thing, guys, I want to tell everybody is you got to make sure to always give credit where credit's due. Give the power of appreciation. And that's one of the biggest things that's helped grow my empire and what I've done and the people that we're working with and what we're able to accomplish at this point is because I'm still going back 10 years later when a deal happens 10 years and I go, give them PayPal, whatever. Just never, ever forget people, man. Don't ever forget the people that have helped you get to where you're at. And I just appreciate all those people that have helped us do that. So a little of my story, if you guys want to hear my story, I started from one microphone, got up to 14 million viewers. I have a YouTube channel. And as that wonderful introduction said, I deal with some of the most powerful influencers in the world. We have what's called the Easy Way Wall of Fame. We have a magazine, we have radio, television, all that fun stuff. And we've been building influencers acceleration for quite some time. And it's one thing to be an influencer. And tell me if you guys agree with this. Say yes if you agree. It's one thing to be an influencer. It's another thing to have an influencer business, to turn your influencer status into a business. And that's one of the biggest things that I had to learn within travels of meeting people like the vice president of Warner Brothers and the co-founder of E! Entertainment Television, the president of Sony Pictures, and all these people in entertainment. Then I ended up meeting, all these people in business and so all right, let me backtrack and really tell you guys my story and kind of how everything started. And if you guys have any questions along the way, Anika says yes. Thank you, Anika. I appreciate it. If you have any questions along the way, please, don't hesitate to ask a question or post a thumbs up, or a like, a share every now and then. We appreciate those. But basically, when I first started, I was doing music, and I never thought in a million years that I would be a speaker. I mean, I'll tell you right now, what I'm doing right now, I never thought in a million years I'd be a speaker. I'd be a coach. I'd be an interviewer. I started out playing video games. Honestly, you guys remember Warcraft and StarCraft? I mean, maybe your kids play that. That's what I started out doing, actually. Like if I really go way in the beginning, I played StarCraft and Warcraft, and that was my game. I played Zelda. But what I did as a kid growing up is I wanted to make sure I played games that made you grow your intellectual knowledge versus made you stupider. So I did a lot of strategy games, which actually exercised my mind and actually made me think in a different capacity. And then I ended up I got into music. I actually had a birthday party. I met a friend of mine. I worked at CompUSA. I learned a lot in sales. Sales is the best thing I can tell you guys, honestly, is learn your sales. Learn the 7 key points of sales: recognizing buying signals, painting a picture, asking qualifying questions, close-ended questions, getting rapport. Really study and learn sales, because that is the key thing that's going to make you successful in your growth in your business. And so I worked at CompUSA for over 2 years, became a business machines lead. All the people I trained top level in their tier. And so then I got into music. But at CompUSA, I ended up meeting a gentleman that did like some rapping and freestyling and stuff. I went to MBA America. I sold mortgages. I did a lot of different things, but I met people on the way. I did a birthday party. I was 21 years old. And they came and at the party, they started freestyling. Like they were rapping, and perhaps I might have to make you guys take your cash, and I pull out my hat, pull it off the top of my head, and you guys, your face will turn red because you'll be blushing. You didn't know I'd be rushing with just so many tones and just roaming around the brain. You guys are watching me and going, man, Easy's insane. And I'm not just this business guy going to talk to you about social media and business and how to make money and how to be successful. That's all bull. No, I'm kidding. It's not actually. But you got to have accuracy when you're trying to do what you do. But leave people with deja vu, and everything you say, don't be a hater, make sure it's true. But yeah, so I started getting into freestyling and getting into rapping and performing and being an entertainer, right? And I learned, as I was trying to rap, I learned that thinking off the top of your head is so important. Being able to off the cuff improv, just be able to do it. So my best suggestion for all you guys out there is to make sure that you put yourself in a position where you can think off the cuff. Okay. Because I think that's a big reason why, like right now, as I'm talking to you guys, I'm looking at this screen over here. I got like 5 screens in my studio here, but I'm trying to basically, give you guys information, but at the same time, I'm also trying to see you guys do your thing. And so just make sure that you can have your brain be able to improv. That's gonna be one of the strongest things that I can tell you that I've done, for you guys. So anyway, I started getting into freestyle, and by doing that, it made my brain think faster. So as I'm talking to you guys, my brain's really moving, and I'm thinking, in a lot of different directions. So you're multitasking. And so I started doing that. I started performing. I started getting, and it's because I performed, and then I got into hosting. I'll get into that in a second. But because I was a people person, I was always a people person when I was growing up, by the way. Always a people person. I was always that person where you see somebody, you go into a room and you got to know who everybody is. Ever think about that? You ever wonder who everybody is and who you can network with and how you can network with them and what you can, how you can make a win-win happen. That was me. I was that people person, and I always had kickbacks in my house. But anyway, so I started getting into music, started getting into performing. And so that was, I think, the first part where I really started getting with the audience and learning how to absorb and learn from my audience. Then what happened as I was performing, I had a publicist come up to me and actually say, wow, I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm loving your audience, loving what you do. But let me tell you this, guys, when you have an opportunity to grow and excel more in whatever you're trying to do, seize that opportunity in every way that you can. Make sure your ambiance, make sure that you're remembered, make sure you're memorable. Okay, so what I did was I made sure that I had a suit on and I had my hat. Like right now, I probably look different than everybody else on this awesome Success Summit 360, but I wanted to be memorable to you guys. So that's a little tip. All right, whenever you have an opportunity, whether it's broadcast, live, in person, whatever, make sure that you're memorable and you're just dressing always unique. Like I got my glasses, easy way. And so when I did that, that was the biggest reason why it started everything that I have. My YouTube channel with over 13 million viewers today, my other YouTube channel with 5 million viewers, my other channel with like 3 million viewers, and everything that we've been able to build. And so what ended up happening is I was discovered by a publicist because I showed up in a stretch Hummer limousine with like 14 beautiful models, and I showed up looking the part, right? So right there and then, everybody's like wondering who this guy is. And I killed it on stage. I did my little performance thing. I think I did okay there. But the publicist basically said, you know what, I want to work with you. And she was doing a documentary at the time. I'm a dancer, by the way, too. I'm a dancer great. Do a lot of the cool popping and the breakdancing stuff. Well, I used to. I'm older now, but I used to do the breakdancing, the head spins, and the coin drops, and all that fun stuff. And I'm a performer at heart. You could be a speaker, or you could do what I do, which is being a speaker-tainer. Okay, I like to be a speaker-tainer. I like to entertain people. Like right now, we're in a broadcast, and I'm hoping I'm entertaining you guys with my little story here. I like to really draw people in to the story. All right, and so I'm a performer at heart. And so anyway. So let me backtrack a little bit before I get into that Hollywood opportunity and that microphone and the lights, camera, actions. I used to, when I was doing the music thing, I got into producing and engineering and all that type of stuff. I had a producer come to my studio, and they had a girl music group, and that producer happened to be a TV producer as well. Well, the funny thing is that situation that opened up that first opportunity and the first original situation with the studio, those two came together because that publicist knew that same producer. So when she brought me to her event, I showed up there and the producer was there. That was the day I actually saw the microphone thing and the lights, camera, action, and I fell in love. I was bit by the bug. Okay, and it wasn't necessarily. And this is the funny thing: when I was bit by the bug, it wasn't because I wanted to be famous. I never really wanted to be famous. I can't lie. Being famous, lights, camera, action, that's all cool and it's exciting and stuff when that happens. But by the way, guys, if you like anything I'm saying, and when I get into the really cool stuff on how you can make money with broadcasting, you're going to really love it. Make sure you go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. It says it right there on the bottom. If you guys want to talk to me more and learn more. But basically, my story is very interesting because I'm trying to give you guys as much as I can with the time frame that I have, but basically I had one microphone, okay? One microphone. I had an opportunity. And if you want to know more, I actually have my book. I'm going to be doing my book. My book's coming out, which is my first book. Yay. I tell more about my story, but it was the opportunity of a microphone. So from one microphone, I turned it into producing, into promotions, into publicity, into event promotions, into coaching, into speaking, into, again, making an influence turn into a business. And so fast forward, let's get to where we are now in 2020. I own a television channel with Roku that's on Roku, Apple, Amazon, My TV to Go, Clearview Broadcasting, Simul TV. I have multiple shows, about 40 something shows now that's paying us to actually have a show on that. And they're getting paid even above what they're paying us. And we have about 430 something channels that we syndicate to get the message out there. Okay. Now, how did I do that? What was that thing that created that opportunity? I had an opportunity because of all the publicity and the events and everything. I had an opportunity to meet a gentleman named Freddie K. And Freddie K was a publicist in film. And I was in a business meeting, really important business meeting. And he called me like 5 times. And I really appreciate Freddie for being persistent, because I may not be in the same position I'm in today if he wasn't so persistent. So again, power of appreciation, right? So he called me up and I said, Freddie, I'm in a meeting, man. I'm like, there's $1 million deal, right? Like, this better be really important. He's like, I don't care what you're doing, Eric, get up and you need to meet this person. And I'm like, okay, Wayne. So I decided to do it. And I said, can you guys excuse me? And I got up, I met the person. Well, the person I met happens to be my president today for Easy Way TV. And she was the president for Evander Holyfield's family television network, which was on, they have She TV and Holyfield TV and all these different things. And it was a pretty big deal. And so we were doing an event and they needed consulting help. They needed help with the event. And long story short, we moved that. I became the CMO of that. I helped them, make $300 million in assets and brought 14 something television networks and shows. And I brought all this stuff to them. And not all business relationships go right. And you got to just keep your head up and you just got to keep moving. I always have backups when I do what I do. So as I was working with them, I still had my backup. I still had my television network, which I did online. You go to our website, you'll be able to watch our stuff. And I always did our YouTube thing. I mean, I was already doing that. This transitioned me into OTT, smart TV, and really where we are now today. And so anyway, she's now the president for my TV network, and me and her are really rocking together. We've given over $12 million in charity airtime to a lot of different causes and a lot of different things. And so my point being, and this is like the shortest version I've ever done my story and ever, because I'm trying to be respectful of the time here. My point being is, make sure that you're positioning yourself. And is there any questions, by the way? Natalie says, yes. Michelle says, super tip. Make sure you're memorable, dress unique. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. My dad's on here. Oh, my dad. Shout out to my dad. Everybody say hi, Dad. Eric has become a portal between online media, radio, and television. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it. And so my point being, guys, make sure that you're positioning yourself digitally. Because now, especially right now, and by the way, our prayers go out to anybody that's dealing with any issues with the coronavirus and what's happening. And right now, it's forced us to become digital. We're in a position now where we have to position ourselves from brick and mortar to now broadcast, like we're doing right now. And by the way, Bill's doing a really great job of it, by the way. This is a very smart move. And I recommend a lot of people, copycat. We're doing a big summit as well. We're going to do a major summit. Bill's going to be speaking on it. And if you see in the back of me, guys, you saw James Dentley, JD3 TV. That's actually a network we're building. We're going to be launching in June. He's one of our clients, and we're building a lot of big networks. So, solid Powerteam, they'll connect you to us, and you'll know more about how we can help you to be a business that is self-sustainable through broadcast. And so what I recommend to everybody, I don't really want to tell too much of my story. I want to help you guys. And again, if you have questions, let me know. And Edna says, hi, Dad. Thank you, Edna. Appreciate it. Here's the biggest thing I want you guys to remember. Above all else, it's about him. Okay? Above all else, it's always about him. It's about God. It's about Jesus Christ. He will always work through you, but you just got to know those messages and knows what he wants you to do. He gives gifts to everybody, but it's a matter of what you do with that gift, right? It's above all, it's him. Second thing is it's about accelerating your audience. It's about building a community. It's about making sure that you have people that support you. So like right now we have 21 people on here live, and I cannot wait today. Let me digital handshake with all you guys. Hello, how you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing this too. Or maybe we'll do a little pound, do a little digital handshake pound. But it's all about accelerating your audience. And let me give you guys a couple tips. So number 1, streaming. Number 2, podcasts. Number 3, funnels. Number 4, e-commerce. Doesn't necessarily need to be in that order, but those are the 4 things that you need to study, recognize. And here's the thing too. I got knowledgeable by going on YouTube. I've got knowledgeable by going on Google. Everything that I didn't know, I would go on Google and YouTube and become a pro. Okay, if you don't know, go on Google and YouTube, become a pro. So those are the 4 things that you guys really want to focus on. The other thing is make sure that you're positioned to capture. If you're not positioned to capture, if you're not in a position to capture database, in fact, I got to give props to Bill and what he's doing, because the way he set up the summit, he positioned his business to capture in ways I have not seen. And Brian Tracy was right. Bill knows his stuff. Okay. I love how the fact that he politely forces you to go to his brand, to his company. He makes sure that he's positioning himself to capture the income as well as the database. So you guys need to do the same thing. Always make sure you're positioned to capture. And is my time up? Oh man,
you guys finish. You can make your point. Finish your point, please.
Okay. So guys, if you want to learn anything else, you can go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. I could show you guys ways. I mean, most of our clients right now are, 6-figure income, making a good amount of money, making things happen. The community has tripled. Just go to, Powerteam International, they'll tell you about us, and you can look me up, go to Easyway Network, take a look at us, join. In fact, if I may, and this doesn't promote us in any way, but we have a magazine which you guys actually you have Sharon Lecter, okay? You have Sharon Lecter on your thing, and I wanted to show everybody this. Our magazine just came out, and I want to promote Sharon, because she has been so influential and such an awesome person. That's the cover of our magazine, and you can go through our magazine, look at other things and other influential people and the Wall of Fame and all the other stuff that we do. We have a magazine and broadcast and multiple affiliates, and it's all about affiliate marketing. So take a look at what we do, and I really appreciate what you guys do. And again, going back to the original thing of what I said, guys. It's all about the power of appreciation. So I'm very appreciative of being here on Powerteam International's Success Summit 360. And we welcome Bill, and Bill will be doing his thing on May 29th and 30th on our Easyway Wall of Fame Success Summit, Easyway Wall of Fame virtual summit.
There we go.
Yeah. So thanks again. I appreciate you guys, and all you guys. I see you. Thank you so much. And Powerteam says great work. And anybody, if you have any questions, I'm a digital handshake away.
All right, Eric. Thank you so much. Give everybody a round of applause. Give Eric a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Eric. Have a great day. Fantastic. Again, if you want to work with any of our speakers today or Eric, you just go to www.ipowerteam.com/freedom. And you can work with anybody who's spoken today. Eric, again, thank you. We've had an amazing day so far. We are just going to power right in with our next speaker. We're ready to write. Remember, for those of you who just came on, by the way, that's your paradigm for today. It's how the clients come into your system. If you don't have a business yet, we'll figure that out. It's how they funnel down. It's how they follow their path. And it's how, again, you make a difference in their lives and how they make a difference in yours. My name is Michael Silvers, again, for those who have just come online. I'm Executive Vice President with Powerteam. I'm Head of Global Training. I'm so excited to be with you all day today. I'm with you every Thursday. It's great to see all the comments. Again, if you're out there and you're still alive and you've gotten a drink, see, I have my iced tea going. No, I'm not shamelessly promoting Lipton. Make sure that you keep that up. Make sure that you keep the fluids up. And we are going to move with our next speaker, who I don't see actually in the camera at the moment, but I know she's going to sit back down in that camera. So I'm waiting. Sophia, she'll sit down any minute now. And once I see her in the camera, then we can move forward. And if you want to move forward with us, that really critical piece and what makes a big difference is that you can spend time with me, right? And so you also are going to be part of our virtual mastermind, which is next Tuesday, April 21st. And to be part of that, just go ahead and text SBA to 26786, SBA to 26786. That will send it to me. I will get you information and just get you the link to get into the mastermind. Don't take a spot if you're not going to show up. And then you can book into my schedule and we can talk about what it is that you need and how that's going to look for you. And really, again, the power that you can really move forward with. So it's just a great day. It is a great day. You got to have too much fun, and life is really good. So we're going to move into our next speaker here. I'm going to make a quick change. All right, here we go. So Wendy, I'm going to bring you up. Are you ready? All right, Wendy's always ready. All right, fantastic. Our next amazing speaker is Dr. Wendy Labatt. Provides audience something extraordinary, the financial cure system, which will empower audiences to develop strategies to take control over their finances, reduce their tax liability, acquire proper protection to avoid financial ruin. You need to know what Wendy says, actually. I've heard it before, and people went, I finally get it, and I can relax and take a breath. You want to take a breath. Protect retirement and investment portfolios with no market risk. Best of all, they'll learn how to create generational wealth and become financially free to live the life they desire. Let's give a huge, thunderous round of applause for Dr. Wendy Labatt.
Hey, how are you all? Well, it's
Good.
difficult to follow after Eric with all that energy. I'm a low energy person right now. But first, I want to thank you guys. Mike, I want to thank you and compliment you on the excellent job you're doing. You're doing a real good job. I want to thank Bill, of course, for putting this together, and the Powerteam International family for being a part of this. I'm going to start out with a quote. And I think it's appropriate for this time. And it's saying that not all storms come to disturb your life or disrupt your life. Some of them come to clear a path. And we're in a position now where it seems scary and panicky, but our paths are just being cleared. So I'm going to talk about how to diagnose your financial health and thrive during these economic times. Now, you have to pardon me. I will be referring to my notes because I do have a few issues here, but I'm going to do a quick, synopsis of my story. I started my entrepreneurial journey 36 years ago with no experience, no business experience, very little money, no internet, no social media back then. And the only thing you could do with a cell phone was make an expensive phone call. So I had a corporate clientele that required I have the brick and mortar, the employees, the inventory, and all the overhead that goes with that. So I had to pay expenses whether I made money or not. So I ended up learning the hard way, how to make my money work for me, how to take control over my finances and being disciplined with my money, as well as how to leverage for things that I needed, but, couldn't afford to buy. And that, was my real learning education about business. And that's what made me the entrepreneur I am today. Back then it was a struggle, but now you look back and you thank God for those experiences. But I want to fast forward to 2014 when the Affordable Care Act was enacted. It required or really mandated that individuals have health insurance, or else you would get penalized. And it mandated that employers provide insurance for their employees. Now, I expanded my business to include financial services and insurance. So I purchased all the products I was trying to sell to my clients because I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I wanted to be able to, say, okay, if someone asked me, which they did, what do you have? And, why did I have this? So, and they were telling me, well, where, I can honestly say, yes, I do have it, because I figured, if I'm going to sell it, I need to be able to use it myself. So fast forward till 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And I didn't think it was a death sentence or anything like that. But once I started, got diagnosed and started talking with my oncologist, I ended up getting chemotherapy every 3 weeks for a year. I had 5 surgeries. I did CAT scans, PET scans, MRIs, ultrasound, mammograms, all the labs, everything that you can imagine I had. And those chemotherapy treatments were $67,000 every 3 weeks for a year. Can you imagine that kind of expense in addition to your business and your personal expenses? Not only that, those surgeries and all those scans and tests, they totaled over $300,000. Can you imagine? That was in addition to the chemotherapy treatments. So if you can imagine that kind of expense, you're like, good Lord, that would have financially ruined me. But because I practiced what I preached, my health insurance paid for all those expenses, as far as the treatments and the surgeries, all the medical expenses. And then I had supplemental coverage that brought me a significant 6-figure tax-free shot in the arm that I called the Financial Cure. And thank God for the Financial Cures, that's the name of my company. But with that being said, we're going to talk about 6 obstacles to winning the money game, because we're in a difficult time economically. It's not just, the United States, not just Georgia, not just your household. This is a worldwide catastrophe, really. But the 6 obstacles start with your mindset or lack of knowledge. There's a saying that you don't know what you don't know, but with your money, you do know what you don't know. And if you don't, change your mindset to adjust or pivot to the times that we're in, then you're really going to have a difficult time. The next thing are tax codes and tax laws. A few years ago, the tax laws changed, and it really has impacted a lot of, the middle class. And excuse me, the tax codes, people don't realize 401k, IRA, 403b, those are tax codes, and those, are regulated by the IRS. Then you want to talk about critical and chronic illness and injury. I'm a living example. One diagnosis can ruin you financially, but fortunately for me, I was prepared and I had the proper protection. Then you have the investment losses and market risk. You know what the market has done. It has crashed down to the tunnel, not the basement, but we're in the tunnel. And I have clients that are, converted those, assets or those investment vehicles, the retirement vehicles, into a market risk-free index to the market product. And they're thanking me when that market started crashing. They were thanking me because they said, look, I'm not sweating it because I know my money is intact. Excuse me. But I have clients that, procrastinated and saying, Wendy, I should have paid attention. I should have done what you told me to do. But that's okay. Now, the next one is global economic impact. We've taken it for granted. We figure, okay, our economy is strong even before the pandemic, but we are a global economy. We look at what happened in China, which has impacted the entire world because everybody depends on China for products. If you look at anything you have just about made in China, your Apple phones made in China. So China has really started that whole disruption of the supply chain. And then you want to talk about your time and taking action. You have to move at a certain time when the time is right, like getting your money out of the stock market before it crashed, but you have to take action. You can't just think about what you want to do. You want to go ahead and get it done. Now, I know that over 20 million people have filed for unemployment in the last 4 weeks. What if you and your family are part of that number? Can you imagine what it would feel like if you were financially secure and all this is going on and you're like, okay, I feel for the world, I feel for the economy, but personally, I'm okay. So if you understand those, how to win the money game, then you'll be okay. So let's start out with the first category. People have, when you talk about budgeting, they're like, oh, I know how much I make. I know how much my expenses are. don't factor in their spending. And when I talked about that before the pandemic, before this crisis, I don't want to talk about that. I already know I got things in order, but now people are flocking to me saying, look, that budgeting thing or that financial planning thing, I need to know about it, because you have a new norm. You have to pivot to your new norm. What you did 3 months ago isn't going to be applicable now. So you want to look at your expense, or your income rather, and paychecks are going away. So you can't just look at the traditional forms of income. You want to look at your cash at hand, your bank account balances. How much do you have in that checking? How much do you have in the savings? If you have any CDs, and that's kind of the traditional money. You want to look at your emergency fund. Do you have an emergency fund? People kind of laugh at folks when they say, well, I got an emergency fund, but who's laughing now? So make sure that, you want to look at it realistically. You don't want to just, a pie in the sky. You want to look at the real numbers, the real statements, count out that, money you got in that jar that has all the quarters and dollars. Take that in or count it out. You got time. A lot of folks, put your kids, help them learn how to count. Pour that out, let them count and see how much it is. Do you have available balance on your credit cards? Because sometimes you have to resort to that. And, if you had to resort to that, do you have enough available credit? Do you have your economic stimulus? Have you received those funds yet? If not, go to irs.gov and check out the status of it if you're eligible. If you're lost your job or got furloughed, put in for unemployment. That's available to people now, and even for self-employed and independent contractors, those Uber drivers or 1099 people, you're eligible for unemployment. So apply. Don't be too proud to apply. Okay, did you, if you're a small business owner, did you put in for the Paycheck Protection Loan? If you didn't, get in there. I know they said that the funds have been exhausted, but I'm sure Congress is going to fill that bucket back up. So make sure you're in there. Make sure you're in queue. And if not, did you put in for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan? That's a $10,000 loan that doesn't have to be paid back. Put your name in the hat. You won't get it if you don't ask. And then other rebates. Do you have, rewards points or cash back from your credit cards, from your debit cards, and different store companies that you have loyalty programs with? Look at that. Okay, now the next area are your expenses. This is an area that you want to be able to cut, whether it's an economic crisis or not. But anyway, since we're in the economic crisis, a lot of companies are offering deferment. And what that means, it doesn't mean you don't ever have to pay, but it means that you can not pay this month or 60 days later or 90 days, depending on the company and depending on what their policy is. Utility companies are offering deferments. Credit card companies are offering it. Auto loan companies, mortgage companies maybe, but if you can afford to pay your bills, I say pay them. But if you can get these deferments, take advantage of it, but don't squander the money. If you can save $500 on a car note this month, don't go out and spend $500 on something else. Try to put that money aside, because you don't know how long this is going to last. You need to, start building up that reserve. Also, you want to access free downloads. People are, getting self-help downloads or summits, things that you can, build your skills, get better at something, and take advantage of the free downloads, the books, the movies, the videos, the exercise videos, where you can keep fit. And then, you can build, and not just for you, but for your kids as well. There are educational, academic type programs that are free of charge. Now, you want to also cancel unused memberships and subscriptions. Now, you may have signed up for the gym. Now, there are two kind of gym people. You got the folks that are dedicated and go every day regardless. And then you got the folks that, it's my New Year's resolution. I'm signing up for the gym, and then January 15th, haven't been back since. cancel that membership. Even if you're an active gym person, cancel it because they're closed. You know, you can't go to the gym right now. So save that money. You could always get back. And I'm sure when the gyms open again, they're going to have specials because they want to draw people back in. The apps that you're not using, change, you know, go ahead and cancel those. You can save hundreds of dollars by canceling subscriptions and memberships that you don't use. Now, another thing you want to do is contact your utility companies and cell phone companies, places where you can renegotiate your contract, whether you think you can or not. People can renegotiate, because when you got that cell phone contract, it was probably 2 years ago, a year ago, a better plan has come up that's less expensive that you will probably qualify for. Same with your utilities, you know, that gas price that you've got, you could probably get it cheaper. And you can probably get the same level of service for less money. So keep that in mind. Now, this next category is the killer of all budgets, spending. Spending will kill your budget every time, because people that spend too much, they always wonder where their money went. They didn't plan where it went. They wondered where it went. So with spending, you know, there are things that you have to buy. If you do online grocery shopping, I want to just recommend that you start your grocery shopping in your own house, in your refrigerator, in your freezer, in your pantry, because you've probably got enough food to last you for 2 weeks or even a month. So go ahead, do your grocery shopping at home. If you find that you need to purchase things from the grocery store, have a list. Make sure that, you know, sometimes you're definitely going to have to buy your milk and your eggs and bread and fresh fruits and vegetables. Those things you can't keep forever, but still make a list. So if you go out and go to the grocery store, you go get your products, get on out of there. And if you go physically, wear your mask, wear your gloves, wipe everything down. So you want to take advantage of that. Now, you also want to repurpose things that you have already in your household. My son cleaned out our garage and found a case of hand sanitizer. And you know, that's a hot commodity. So that's a whole case of, I think it was 12 bottles, nice size, you know, I think 16-ounce bottles that I didn't have to spend money for. So look in your garage, look in your closet, look in your basement, see what you have that you can use, that you need, that you don't have to buy. And if you find things that, you know, that are good, put them on eBay, put them on Etsy, put them on, you know, Zulily, all these online shopping sites. Go ahead and, you know, post that. If not, give it to some of the domestic shelters, homeless people. You know, they're looking to help clothe them. And then you also want to just prepare your meals at home. You know, don't just go out there and, you know, I eat out every day, you know, and be careful with that spontaneous spending online. You know, if you're ordering some masks or some gloves and you happen to see some cute shoes, don't buy them. Or if you happen to see a nice outfit, don't buy it, because now's not the time. Nobody's going to see you anyway because you're stuck at home. So those are things: your income, expenses, spending. Those are key factors in your financial diagnosing your financial health. Now, the next thing you want to look at is your health insurance. We're in a pandemic. What kind of coverage do you have? You need to know your numbers, and the numbers are your deductible, your co-pays, and your maximum out of pocket. Your deductible is the amount it's going to take that you have to spend before your insurance kicks in. Your co-pays are the amount that you pay and then that you're required to pay when you get a service. And then your maximum out of pocket is the amount that when you hit that limit, then you're good to go and everything's covered at 100%. So my time is almost up. Okay, so I tried to rush. I was trying to be like Eric and be all fast and everything, but hey, can't be. But one more point I want to make. Okay, life insurance. If you don't have it, get it. If you do have it, make sure it's updated. Make sure your beneficiaries are up to date. Make sure you have living benefits, and make sure that the people know that, you know, whatever your wishes are, that they'll be able to fulfill them. And I want to thank you guys. And if you want to, you know, get a session with me, go to ipowerteam.com/freedom and then put in, I think, Dr. Wendy Labat. I'm not sure how it works after that.
It's actually a pull-down menu. They're going to see your beautiful name pop up, and then they can just fill it out and work with you. Wendy, don't go anywhere. Give Wendy a big round of applause, first of all. Just really quickly, I know a lot of people that applied for it actually several weeks ago for the 10,000 for that emergency, and they've seen literally nothing, or they're going to get $1,000, but that's all. How should they keep in touch? What's the best way, or just have a session with you?
Well, they really need to follow up, and I know don't follow up because they're not taking your calls. The bottom line is they said you can get up to $10,000. Then after they saw so many people were applying, they said, okay, you can get $1,000 per employee. So I just say, put your name in the hat and pray. If it's meant for you to get it, then you'll get it. If not, you're not trying to depend on that kind of money, but if you can get it, it's a nice little, piece of change.
Great. And you can really help people with that, right? Getting them, that's what I like. I mean, I know you can. I'm saying you can really help them get through that, the struggle, the fear, and really create that plan that completely makes sense. So you want to work with Wendy, just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom, and Wendy can walk you through all that. Wendy, you're one of the most patient people I know, and that's what people need right now.
And I just want to say, everything's going to be all right. Don't panic. Things will work out. Like Eric said, God's got us covered. So just have faith and do your part, and everything will work out fine.
Fantastic. All right, Wendy, thank you again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Wendy. All right. I have our next speaker ready to go. I see him smiling. So smiling is always good, isn't that? It's having that way to know that they're there, they're on, their life is good. So, and to work with our speakers again, you just go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. This has been an amazing day. You're working on your businesses, you're building. It's the afternoon. We have an amazing speaker still coming up, and then a powerful session with our CEO to really take you to that next level. So stay with it, go get water, do what you need to do. All right, you're all back now. That's fantastic. Let's just keep rocking and rolling. Our next speaker, Mr. Alan Stelvey. And Alan, if I destroyed your it's okay. You'll correct me, I'm sure. After serving in the U.S. Air Force as a medic, where he was selected as Airman of the Year, Alan worked his way through college and graduated summa cum laude. Give that a round of applause. Has a degree in business management with information systems. He then spent 25 years at IBM leading global teams and served as the program director of the IBM Academy of Technology. That's actually a great program. I know that program. Alan is currently the VP of Operations for a Dallas, Texas-based company and CEO and founder of Success Mastery Strategies, the author of the Success Empowerment Program, online video-based self-paced program. You guys got that? Online video-based self-paced program that helps propel individuals to much higher levels of achievement and success as they learn to live a life without limits. He's a master coach, focuses on aiding the clients in anything they need to break through their barriers, and he will help you with achievement, personal, business, and greater success. Please give a thunderous round of applause to Mr. Alan Stelvey.
Hey, Michael.
So how'd I do on your name?
You did awesome. It was perfect.
All right, you're on. Take it away.
That was amazing. Well, I want to thank Bill Walsh, Michael Silvers, Cheryl Brenner, and the rest of the Power Team crew for this opportunity to share with you what I believe to be the 5 keys to developing a plan of action that guarantees you'll be unstoppable, some of which parallels what Brian Tracy shared earlier. As you heard from Michael, I'm Alan Stelvey. He said it right. A success empowerment coach and the author of an online self-paced video-based success empowerment program. Now, when it comes to adversity, it starts with a mindset that adversity is simply an opportunity wrapped in a challenge. And although we can't control much of what happens to us, we respond to the challenges that come our way. The first key to being unstoppable is to boost your resiliency. This key parallels what Brian Tracy said earlier about staying calm in a crisis. Resiliency is the ability to remain optimistic and persistent in the midst of setbacks and challenges. to continue to move forward when it would be easier to just give up, and to bend but not break when hit by the winds of adversity. If you see adversities as opportunities wrapped in a challenge, if you can remain calm in the crisis, as Brian Tracy shared, you'll be far more flexible. You'll learn and grow from the experience, and you'll come out far stronger and far more capable. You'll be an overcomer instead of being overcome, because you have the confidence to face the challenge head on as you replace the fear of the unknown with positive anticipation and excitement about your prospects for the future. And as Brian was saying about being calm during a crisis, you'll be able to think clearly enough to develop a plan of action, a plan that helps ensure you'll be a victor over your circumstances instead of a victim of them. To boost your resiliency, first, realize that challenges present the greatest opportunities for you to learn and grow. So embrace the challenges that come your way. Second, understand that it's learning and growing that help you become who you need to be to have even greater success. Third, accept the fact that the only limits on how much you can learn and grow are the limits you place on yourself. And lastly, know that it's okay to reach out to people who already know you and believe in you, or engage in a mentor or a coach and ask them for their support, their encouragement, and their assistance. So when you're faced with adversity, as we all are today, say to yourself, I'm excited about this opportunity to learn and grow so I can become who I need to be in order to provide greater benefits to even more people, which will lead to my having even greater success. The second key is to clarify your purpose and your passion. An ideal time to reevaluate what your true purpose and passion are is when you're faced with adversity. Many people who feel who they are is based on the positions they hold or the titles they have may be struggling right now. Yet your position and your title don't define who you are. What truly defines you is your purpose and your passion, the why and the what that make you, you. The one central why, your purpose, is what makes you who you are. It's the deeper reason for your existence. Your purpose is fueled by your passion, the what that stems from your energy and your emotions. Now, knowing your true purpose helps you unlock your true potential and puts you in the flow in such a way that what you require will be there when you need it. It'll aid you in attracting the people who align with your purpose and want to support you. And it will help you have even more success as you develop plans that fulfill your reason for living. And it will bring more joy into your life as you focus on achieving what you were meant to achieve. To discover your purpose, or to ensure you're living a life that aligns with your purpose, complete the following 8 key statements. And don't worry about writing these down, because when you connect with me, I'll get you a copy. Number 1, the things I can easily do better than most people are. Number 2, the activities that give me a true sense of accomplishment are. Number 3, the things I really love doing and that bring me real joy are. Number 4, I feel the most fulfilled when I am. Number 5, if money was no object, I would be. Number 6, the people I best serve are. Number 7, what those I serve want and need is. And number 8, those I serve benefit from what I do by or because. Completing those 8 statements will provide you with a clearer understanding of who you are, what you should do and focus on in life, who you can best serve by what you do, what those you can best serve want and need, and how they benefit from what you do. The happiest and most fulfilled people are focused on who they can serve, what those they serve want and need, and how they can benefit them. After completing those 8 statements, you should now be able to complete this statement. My true purpose in life is. Now, you should start by writing down the first thing that comes to your mind. But don't stop there, because the first thing that comes up may be from your past condition or conditioning. So keep writing down answers, even if they're just slight variations, until you feel a shift in energy and a surge of positive emotion. The emotion, well, that stems from your passion, and it's an indication that you just nailed it. With a clear understanding of your life's purpose, who you serve, and how you benefit them, whenever someone asks you that question that we all hear all the time, so what do? You'll be able to answer them in a new and empowering way. Instead of naming your job title or profession, you'll be able to respond with passion and excitement about the value you bring to the people you serve. So the next time you're asked, what do? Instead of saying, for example, I'm a teacher, you might say, I help people learn new things that can help prepare them to live a truly fulfilling life. Or if you happen to be a life coach, instead of saying I'm a coach, you could say, I help people overcome weaknesses, clarify their goals, and unlock their life's purpose. Answering in this way makes it clear that you know exactly who you are, who you serve, and the significant value you bring to the world. The third key is to establish clear, inspiring, and specific goals, something else Brian Tracy touched on earlier. And I'm sure you've heard the saying, plan your work and work your plan. But you can't plan your work without a set of clear, inspiring, and specific goals. As I like to say, if you don't know where you're going, you're lost before you start. You see, winners have a definite sense of direction. And the best way to establish a clear sense of direction is to let your purpose and your passion be your guide. When you connect with me, I'll provide you with a free copy of the Success Empowerment Program Goal Planner. It's an easy-to-use, editable PDF file I designed to allow you to easily record a set of short and long-term goals across 6 key dimensions. As you develop your goals, the key is to flow in the field of possibilities. While you ask yourself, if nothing was impossible, who would I want to be? What would I want to have? What would I want to create? And what would I want to do? Here are 4 key tips about setting your goals. Don't let where you are now limit your vision of who you can become. Don't worry about how you'll get there. Just identify what your goals are. And think about things that would really excite you and put a big smile on your face if you accomplish them. And lastly, prioritize your goals and identify your top 3 to focus on. Because if you focus on too many goals at the same time, you run the risk of diluting your efforts to the point that none of them are achieved. Having established a set of clearly defined, prioritized goals based on your purpose and your passion and your vision of who you wish to become will place you in that rare class of people who live their lives on purpose and with clear intention because they know where they're going. And knowing where you're going will help ensure you are unstoppable. The 4th key is to develop a plan of action that leads to success, because a dream is just a dream until you develop a plan that will get you there. When you connect with me, I'll provide you with a free copy of my Success Empowerment Program, Task List, and Target Date Log. It's an editable PDF file where you enter your top 3 goals at the top in 3 different columns, and then you list the interim steps required to achieve each goal, along with a set of target dates to complete each step or task. And I specifically said target dates, not deadlines, because if you miss a deadline, you might feel like you failed and end up discouraged. But if you happen to miss a target date, however, you can simply move the date without feeling like you failed at something. Also, be sure you engage others, mentors, friends, or coaches. Because as Bill Walsh says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with a team. As you execute on your plan, be sure to focus on avoiding distractions and busy work that simply prevent you from focusing on your key tasks, and eliminate negative self-talk, such as, I can't do all this, because that'll just smother your motivation. And if you do end up struggling with negative self-talk, the next and final key is going to help make it easy for you to overcome that. The 5th key is to reprogram your subconscious. Now, why is that important? Because neuroscience has revealed that we run our lives with our creative conscious mind only 5% of the time, and that 95% of the time our life's controlled by the beliefs and habits that are programmed into our subconscious minds, that part of our minds that operates below the level of our consciousness. While some of these default routines that run in our subconscious mind are positive and empowering and helpful, psychologists believe that the majority of the default programs that are running in our subconscious in most people are disempowering, self-sabotaging, and self-limiting. So for most of us, our internal operating systems, as you might want to call it, need to be upgraded so they don't hold us back and sabotage our efforts to succeed. And here's the great news. We can reprogram our subconscious mind by introducing it to a set of new, exciting, and highly positive experiences. Oh, but while you're stuck at home, how do you do that? Well, while that may sound difficult, it's easier than you think. What makes this easy is the fact that your subconscious cannot tell the difference between real experiences and experiences you vividly imagine. For example, if you vividly imagine yourself successfully completing a task or reaching a goal, especially if you combine it with real emotion, to your subconscious, it'll be the same as if you were actually doing it. You can reprogram your subconscious so it boosts your success by doing these 3 simple things. Each day, write out your top 3 goals. If you take time each day, preferably in the morning, to handwrite your top 3 goals, you'll be subtly reprogramming your subconscious mind to aid you in taking action to achieve them. Number 2, use positive self-talk or affirmations. Affirmations are important because many of us have been told we're not capable, we're not talented, we're not good at something, or we can't succeed in some critical area. And these statements, most of which are not true at all, have become a part of who we are. These deep-seated internalized beliefs have led us to use a lot of negative self-talk like, yeah, I'm not good at all that, or I always mess things up. Positive affirmations are one of the best means of overcoming such negative programming. And I can tell you, I had a lot of it from my childhood. And that's where a lot of it comes from for many of us. To develop your own personalized positive affirmations is easier than you might think. All you need to do is list the things you believe or you've been told are your shortcomings that might limit your ability to succeed. And then write an opposite and positive affirmation for each item you wrote down. And be sure to begin each statement with I am, because the words that follow I am will follow you. If you wrote, for example, I always procrastinate, an opposite and positive affirmation might be, I am proud of the fact that I have the motivation to get critical things done without delay. And lastly, to wrap this up, leverage the 5 minutes just before you go to sleep, because it's a time when your mind and your body begin to calm, your muscles begin to relax, your heart rate begins to slow, and you begin to go into a deeper mode of relaxation. And your brain moves into an alpha brainwave state. That's a state that makes your subconscious far more open to being reprogrammed. So as you're preparing to drift off to sleep, do one or more of the following 3 things. Envision yourself as the ideal you in great detail. Imagine yourself being successful at something you've never been successful at before and feel the emotion that that success would bring. Or visualize yourself achieving a long-term goal and imagine the achievement in as much detail as possible, including you're being applauded by colleagues and friends. Because your subconscious mind is in such a receptive state at this time, right before you go to sleep, it will directly internalize what you're envisioning as if it were truly happening. This final and simple exercise can absolutely transform your life and make that statement, you become what you think about, a reality for you, so you're truly unstoppable. Again, I'm Alan Stalvey. It's been a pleasure sharing 5 keys that can help you develop a plan of action that guarantees you'll be unstoppable in times of adversity. And remember, when you connect with me by visiting iPowerteam.com/freedom, I'll provide you with a goal planner and the task list and target date log I mentioned to you earlier. And we can discuss how I might help you identify and break through barriers that may be holding you back from achieving even greater personal and business success.
Fantastic. Alan, stay there for a second. I want to give you first a round of applause. Everybody, you can type in applause. I love your background. So, you're sitting there and you're talking about the conscious mind, the mind, and what we do. And I'm watching, I'm going, oh, this is like so relaxing. I love it. I love it. And I wanted to also just do a shout out while you're still on, to let all of you know that Alan is also one of our founders, has helped really build what we're building, to bring centers into the country that you can come to when you can come to them again, and really help with the message of Powerteam and help entrepreneurs get over that hump to get them to that next level. And Alan, Sophie, and Michelle, thank you so much for being founders. You're all amazing. Michelle, I'm going to bring you live just for a second. Oh. Sophia, I'd bring you live, but this is what we're going to see. Sophia is not there at the moment, but I wanted to just thank you all really for your support, your caring for the organization, for changing the lives of people who really need it, right? And entrepreneurs who need that vision, and just for seeing the vision and being part of it. I wanted to thank you all very much, very personally.
Well,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. And thank you, Alan.
My pleasure.
All right, we're going to move forward here. And what's amazing is the next speaker I'm about to bring up. I see a balloon, because I'm going to talk about that in a minute, and I see a banner, which is the most amazing thing. And I'm still visualizing there's going to be a speaker sitting there for a moment. So we do obviously events all around the world. And the one thing you always do is you check backstage to make sure they're ready to go. Or if you're sitting in the green room, you check on the next person. And typically what happens on the big stages is that's typically a point, and trust me, Sophia's not in this, but that's a point where people sometimes get nervous, they run to the restroom, and all of a sudden you don't see them anywhere. They might have taken a walk outside to just get the energy going. And you just realize when you're up on stage as an MC, it is what it is. Everybody get that? And it's not about me blabbering. Sometimes I'll get, they'll be standing, there'll be 5,000 people in the room, and the person all the way back is going like this, which is stretch, right? Stretch. I haven't got that sign yet. But again, it's truly, you just go with the flow. There's nothing to get nervous about. Go with the flow. It's funny, I just said they're in the rest. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But you go with the flow. You just do whatever it takes. And really, as you're on the stream listening, get the education, get the knowledge. And we've got the powerful speakers ready to go. I see her sitting in her chair. I love it. And she's smiling too. Okay. And Sophia, I gave a big shout out to all the founders too already. So she's gone again. She's back again. Okay. So our next amazing speaker, Sophia Falk, number one priority is your mental, emotional, and spiritual health. To that end, she is a certified coach in personal and professional development, presentation skills. She is also a motivational speaker and best-selling author. Everybody give that a round of applause. Awesome, awesome. Sophia excites audiences with her wit, wisdom, and unwavering support of their greatness. Her easy style brings a sense of spaciousness to any coaching, keynote, or seminar interaction. She has refired her career over the years, working in healthcare administration, labor relations, marketing, academia, hospital chaplaincy, and church ministry. Her most recent publication is Embracing Greatness, a guide for living the life you love. With a big thunderous round of applause and a happy birthday to you. I see the balloon. I'm getting texts from all the group. You're a founder. We're giving you a big round of happy birthday. Everybody start typing happy birthday. She's here. Let's give it up for Sophia. I can't even get it. Hi, Sophia. How are you?
Hello, Michael. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Have an amazing time with them, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Yes, it's an interesting time to be celebrating a birthday because, and actually I've gotten most of my calls to say happy birthday while I'm sitting in the waiting room. So I'll have to go back and listen to the messages. Has this been an amazing day or what? I mean, so far I've heard powerful speakers that not only are teaching you the tech of business and the business development aspect, but they're asking you to go within, to get in touch with that inner strength that you have. They're offering you tools and skills and knowledge to move you forward. So I was going to announce that it's my 73rd birthday. Thank you, Michael. Again, I'm Sophia Falke, Embracing Greatness International. And I have a question for you. How many Trekkies are out there? I'm trying to look in the right place, and I'm thinking I'm having a little trouble here. So anyway, I'm looking at you, okay? How many Trekkies? Now, how many of you remember the Star Trek series and all of them? Well, Star Trek Next Generation had a collective, the Borg. And the Borg would go through the universe and try to absorb all life forms. And when it came upon the Starship Enterprise, of course, the crew and the captain resisted. And the Borg's message always was, resistance is futile. Resistance is futile. I was thinking what a wonderful metaphor that is for what we're going through right now. Our Borg, in essence, is COVID-19. Our Borg could be that we have to stay at home. And what do you do when you're staying at home all the time? Our Borg could be a reduction in income or even seeing it wiped out overnight. There are many things right now that we're being invited to step into because the possibilities are endless, but the challenges seem endless also. This is an opportunity to look at the crisis and remember the Chinese symbol for crisis, which is danger and opportunity. So we're focusing, during my time at least, and I think everybody's been focusing on opportunity. What opportunities are there for you? And I'm offering today 5 keys to thriving in times of complexity and change. I mean, are they not complex? Are they not very much changing times? So what is your particular Borg? What are you facing as far as a challenge? What would it be like to be able to go up to the door of opportunity and not only open that door with a key, but open up all the other doors beyond it that are filled with endless possibility? So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to open up a few doors. And the keys that I'm offering you today are there to give you the tools to move forward. And the first one is acceptance. First key is acceptance. Now, this is not the time slot I was originally given. I was supposed to be on at 4:10. And because of technical difficulties, I'm now here with you. And I'll tell you, I was thinking, oh my goodness, I'm talking about acceptance. I need to just breathe through this and accept that this is simply the situation. It is and is. I know some people ask, well, is acceptance the same as approval? Far from it. Approval implies that you agree with what's happening, that you like it, and that you support it. No, acceptance is being like a Teflon and allowing all your stressors to simply flow off your back. Teflon. That's what acceptance will do for you. Now, you might be feeling frustrated and confused, and that's all right. Simply get in touch with how you're feeling and accept that this is where I am, and be loving to yourself. Now, as part of my 5 Keys webinar program, I have introduced also affirmations. And an affirmation is powerful because it invites you to start programming your subconscious mind. Because your subconscious mind doesn't really recognize the difference between what's real and what is made up. It just accepts everything that you are filing away in it as if it's the truth. So an affirmation that is first person, singular, present tense, is affirming what it is that you want to see in your life. Now, Michael, I want you to notice, I saw your funnel, and that's high tech. I have higher tech than you. I printed it out. So the affirmation for acceptance, if you can see it, is I accept my life and feelings. I have the power to create a greater life. And you can add now to that affirmation if you like. So if you want, say it with me. I accept my life and feelings. I have the power to create a greater life. So acceptance. And that gets you into a more expansive state of being. The second key to unlock the doors of possibility and opportunity is allowance. To be in allowance. Do you remember when you were a child and the anticipation and excitement for your weekly allowance, and whether you had to work for it or it was just given to you by a loving parent, you were there, and you're receiving, and your allowance muscles, they were strong. And you were willing to accept all the good that your parents wanted to give to you. But did you notice that somewhere along the line, those received muscles got a little flaccid? Do you remember when you started blocking your allowance capability? You know, was it the first time someone told you that you are being greedy? I've got to plug in my computer. Okay, there we go. When you're being greedy, or if you have something, there's not enough for others. Did you ever start plugging into that kind of energy? And so you blocked your allowance. And you had the key to that door, ready to open it. You knew there was good and there was abundance and great possibilities on the other side. And then you shut the door on yourself. It was ready to open. Yeah, because basically we live in an abundant universe. It's not a supply issue. It's a distribution and acceptance issue, an allowance issue. So our affirmation for allowance is I allow all the good the universe has to offer me into my life. Again, I allow all the good the universe has to offer into my life. And by the way, when you sign up for a free coaching session with me at powerteam.com/freedom, I will also send you copies of these affirmations. I said these are the first two affirmations. Acceptance, appreciation, or the first two keys rather. And they set the stage for the third key, my favorite key, which is appreciation. Why would appreciation be my favorite key? Well, because appreciation and its cousin gratitude are very high up there on the vibrational scale, and so high up that they will attract all types of good to come to you, to rush to you when you get at that vibration. Most of the programs you've probably run into that are personal development, spiritual development, business development, ask you to keep some kind of a gratitude journal or gratitude list. Yes? Why would they do that? Because we know that what your mind focuses on is what is going to come into your life. That's what you will attract, whatever you focus on. So it's inviting you to really look for the good and what you can be grateful for, even if something is stressful, difficult for you. Somewhere in there, there's just a little kernel of good. And if you can find that and focus on it, then that good will expand. So that which is uncomfortable for you will fall away. One of the things also with appreciation, and I just alluded to it, is focus on what you do want, not on what you are happy you avoided. So say you were almost in an accident. Instead of saying, oh, I'm so grateful that I didn't have an accident. See, again, that subconscious, it's a weird little critter. And it doesn't hear the don't want. It only hears that noun. It hears accident. So it's going to start the attraction for accident. But if you shift your gratitude to, I am so grateful I'm safe, then that's what is going to be attracted to you, safety. Now, gratitude is more of an action, appreciation, a state of being. So you might be grateful, even though you were injured, that the doctor and the medical staff took good care of you and that your body has this amazing, miraculous healing ability. And your appreciation is simply that joy of simply being alive. So the affirmation for appreciation, again, remembering that this is what you're going to be attracting more of into your life when you can go into that vibration, is I appreciate the fullness of life and all the good that rushes to me. Okay, again, you see the rushing. It's an abundant universe. Match that high vibration of supply, and you will have the fullness of life and all the good rushing to you. And let me just talk about vibration for a minute before I move on, because I'm using that term a lot. And I'll give you an example. Remember a time when you met someone who just seemed so vibrant and live, and you just felt good? It was like basking in their sunshine. That person was at a high vibratory level. And then you'll meet another person, and that person, their energy is dense, and they have a low vibration. And as a matter of fact, they're just sucking the energy out of you. And they're basically repelling their good. The high vibration person is going to be attracting high vibrational fullness, goodness into their life, prosperity, abundance, all good. The low vibration person is attracting a vibratory match, which is more troubles, more sadness, more depression, more disaster. So that's basic 101 on vibration. So now we're on our fourth key. So do you see how when you can come into these states of being, you're more open to possibility? So when the boar comes and says resistance is futile, you can say, that's all right, I can overcome, because I have these tools, and I have the mindset, I have the consciousness to carry on through. So the fourth key is authenticity. And I love this one also, because it's inviting you to be the amazing, authentic person you truly are. Whenever I do a broadcast or Facebook Live, I tell people, remember, if no one's told you yet, you are amazing. You have greatness in you. Embrace it, because that's what I see. And people talk about what's your why. Part of my why is I get such a charge when I see you thriving and making the choices to be your authentic self. So instead of living in the shoulds of your family and your coworkers, the government, the schools, because those around us try to normalize us so they feel safe. During this COVID-19 isolation that so many of us are experiencing, it's a wonderful opportunity to truly get in touch with who you are in your heart. Because at your core, you are amazing. And then there's who you're afraid you're going to be. I'm trying to keep this open here. Okay, who you're afraid you are. And then how you show up to others so that they don't see who you're afraid you are. And yet you're at your core, you are the light, the love, all of creation trying to express through you. There is nobody else like you. So now we get to the last key. And these additional keys, the acceptance, allowance, appreciation, authenticity, they are opening us up for abundance that is unlimited also. Now, when I talk about abundance, and sometimes, abundance and prosperity are used synonymously, what do you think of? A lot of you will be thinking first of money. Well, there's more than just money. I know I used to think, well, to be abundant and prosperous, I have a lot of money. But what about other areas of your life? What about your time and money freedom? We've got a lot of time now, an abundance of it in many cases. How are you using it? Are you planning your next trip? Are you looking at creative ways to generate more income for you? Because I know some of you are sitting there saying, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? Because overnight, your income went from up here down to, down the basement. How about your relationships? How about the richness in your relationships? And then there's also your career and your creativity, creative expression. How abundant do you feel there? And how about your physical, mental, spiritual, physical well-being? Where's your abundance there? Now I see Michael's smiling face. Come on, Michael, smile. And I am done. I am done. So with abundance, just remember, it is an abundant universe. And that is the affirmation. Michael, are you jealous of my technology or what?
I love it. It's better than mine.
I'll see you in funnel and I'll raise you. I live in an abundant universe and I claim my good now. In all of these things, this is your preparation truly to go through every one of those doors, to open the doors, because you are amazing. You have it within you. Embrace your greatness.
Sophia, thank you so much. I give you a round of applause.
Thank you.
To work with Sophia, go to ipowerteam.com/freedom. And it's a great time for that message, Sophia. And so everybody just go on right now to ipowerteam.com/freedom. Find Sophia, set up some time. And sometimes it's just getting you through the moment and really let her help you, be there for you. And Sophia, happy Power Team for myself and Bill birthday.
Yeah.
And from
Hey,
all the
thank you. Appreciate you.
speakers and platinum speaker and golds, happy birthday.
I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Have a great day, Sophia.
Goodbye.
Bye. All right, here we go. We're going to move into more. The action is picking up. Sophia is just amazing. So please work with her. It's the right thing to do. She's just, you felt it. It's the heart. It's a great time to work with somebody. All of our speakers have heart. And she did whatever it took to get on here, and I love it. Our next speaker, ready to wrap it up, and then we're going to move into fire hose of information. Michelle Jewsbury is an international philanthropist, speaker, author, coach who has traveled the world as an advocate for less fortunate. In July 2017, Michelle founded Unsilenced Voices, a 501c3 nonprofit focused on inspiring change in communities around the globe by encouraging victims to break free and survivors to speak up about domestic violence and sexual assault. She has since completed and published her personal memoir, But I Love Him, and her second book will be released later this year. Recognized as a valuable resource in the speaking industry, Michelle Jewsbury is the go-to professional speaker who uses her own story of survival as an encouragement and motivation for others with a confident yet calming approach. Michelle's story makes a lasting impression, and the audience gives them the power to take back their lives. Without any further ado, with a huge thunderous round of applause, let's please give it up for Michelle Jewsbury. Michelle, hello there.
Thank you so much, Michael. I'm super excited to be on this Success Summit and to share my knowledge and experience with other people, because I know there are so many people going through some major difficulties and challenges and obstacles right now. So it's how we deal with that, right? How we react to those situations. But first, I really want to thank Power Team. I really want to thank you, Michael, and also Bill Walsh for allowing me to come on and for asking me to come and share. And also Sophia, happy birthday. I mean, 73 years old. I hope that I get to look back at my life at 73 and see how full it is, like Sophia's life. So that's absolutely amazing. And she shared some really great tips and great points. So I'm just going to kind of dive in. I know we don't have a lot of time. So I know most of the people who are watching this know some of my story, but then there are some people who don't. So I'm just going to kind of tell you a little bit about who I am and then talk about how I was able to overcome and the steps that I used. And they're the same exact steps that you can use today in this challenging time during this pandemic. So if you don't know anything about me, I was born and raised in Sandpoint, Idaho, and my daddy was military, so I moved around my whole life, and I ended up moving back to Idaho after a stint in Hawaii and Vermont and Arizona and kind of all over the place, around 16 years old. And at that point, my mom was working in the restaurant industry as a manager. So she trained me in the restaurant industry. So then I became a hostess, a server, a bartender, and a manager. And I, worked my way in high school and also in college. I worked my way as a restaurateur person. I love the restaurant industry, and I always have. I get to interact with people, talk with people. And if you do know me, sometimes I'm a little bubbly. So going up and jumping in front of people and, hey, how's your meal? This and that. So it was great, but I knew I wanted more. I knew I wanted to do something more. Anybody ever feel like that? I know that there's no personal interaction right here, but I know everybody's nodding their head yes. So I decided at that point that I loved theater. So I ended up moving to Hollywood, California, sunny Hollywood, California, to pursue an acting career. And it was going well. I was producing plays. I was in commercials. I was in independent films. I had lots and lots of extra gigs on major network TV shows. So I was on my way to success. But in 2011, I ended up meeting this guy who swept me off my feet, blonde haired, blue eyes, amazing smile. And I began dating him. And 4 months into that relationship, my head ended up going through the drywall. And if you heard about me or about any of my story, I ended up staying with Paul for roughly 4 years. And during that 4 years, I thought that I really loved him. And, looking back, I really did. And I wanted so badly for him to change and to help him. But you can't help somebody who doesn't want to help themselves. And typically hurt people. So that's where Paul was. Paul was a hurt person who ended up hurting the closest people to him. And during those 4 years, I endured physical violence, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse. And I didn't realize what I was going through at the time. I didn't understand that this was the beginning of a domestic violence relationship. So I stayed with him, and I really tried to help him overcome a lot of his challenges. We went through therapy and did all of that. But there was a breaking point, like there is in many abusive relationships. And that breaking point allowed me to kind of break free from Paul. And I ended up going back home and sitting in front of my computer and distraught, anxiety stricken, didn't know where my life was going. This was an entirely new change. And I had to step up in order to gain the confidence back and be able to move forward in the world. And that's kind of where we're sitting now, isn't it? Where we're all very, very confused. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but we have to continue putting one foot in front of the other. So backtrack where I ended up sitting in front of that computer and I started documenting what happened to me. And when I started documenting what happened to me, it came out in a play format. And I ended up writing and performing a 65-minute me on stage talking for 65 minutes, playing roughly 15 different characters where I beat myself up on stage, but I was able to take my power back. I was able to show the audience what I endured, but also in the end, I'm alive. I had made it through, and I broke through those barriers that many people get trapped in. And at that point, so many people came up to me and started talking to me, telling me their stories, because so many people have experienced this type of abuse. And then it dawned on me that I needed to do even more. So in 2017, I started Unsilenced Voices. You can see it behind me. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. We work in Ghana and Sierra Leone, Africa, and we are expanding also to Nepal and the United States. We're planning our first event in July or August in Los Angeles, where we provide resources to survivors and provide education to the community. And then from there, I was asked to start speaking and to start sharing my message on stages all around the world. I literally just got back from Egypt and Ghana and Sierra Leone 3 weeks ago. I'm very, very happy I was able to make it back into the United States. But I travel all over, and I speak about not only trauma and domestic violence, but about any type of obstacle that people are facing. Because, I mean, everybody faces something, and it is how you react to those situations, because those situations don't define who you are. And now I coach and I get to mentor and help people from all walks of life, and it's amazing. But I wasn't able to do this until I started to understand what I was going through, understand what I had went through. So I'm going to take I've got about 9 minutes left, where I want to talk about the steps that I really took to overcome my challenges. And they're the same steps that people can take now to overcome the pandemic challenges that we're seeing, to overcome those anxiety feelings, the depression. So many people are reaching out to me because they're depressed. They know that they can't go outside. They've lost their jobs. They don't know how they're going to be able to pay their bills. Well, right now is a great time to innovate. Right now is a great time to sit back and reconnect with who you are and where you want to go. So let's dive right in and talk about these 5 steps to help you overcome obstacles and challenges. So step 1 is recognize. You have to recognize what you're going through. You have to accept, understand, and realize, I have gone through this, or currently I am going through this challenge. But this challenge isn't going to define who I am. And this challenge may be an opportunity for me to do even more. So I remember when it finally dawned on me that I was going through something horrific, and I realized how bad it was. When I finally had that aha moment, that realization moment, then I was able to take further steps to progress myself and to overcome those challenges, and, take the action steps that I needed, which was therapy, which was intense counseling and speaking up. So we've got to be able to recognize, just like with any 12-step process, it's the first step, recognition. Step 2, thoughts. You've got to be able to elevate your thoughts. Now, Henry Ford once said, whatever you think you can or you can't, you're right. So what does that mean? It's if you think that you can't overcome, if you think that you're going to be stuck in this challenge every single day of your life, if you think that we are going to be stuck in our houses all the time, you're going to constantly think about that. And that thought process is negative thoughts. So those negative thoughts will come out in every area of your life. Your reading, your conversations with people, the way you feel about yourself, your emotions, your feelings, and your thoughts. You're going to continually believe that you can't overcome. So we need to be able to destroy those limiting beliefs and be able to elevate your thoughts. I want you to think every day, I can do this. I want you to think, I will overcome. I want you to think, this isn't going to inhibit my growth. This isn't going to define me. And I am going to possibly use this as an opportunity to do something more with my life and helping those around me. So elevate those thoughts. And then from there, you have to go from your head to your heart. So that's thoughts to feelings, your emotions. You need to take responsibility for how you're feeling, but you also need to allow yourself to feel. That's the biggest thing, I think, the biggest challenge that a lot of people face is they're so anxiety stricken right now because they have no idea what's to come. And this isn't something that we've experienced before ever in any country. The world is shut down. So there are so many people that are telling me, I'm depressed. I don't know what to do. I'm sad. I'm crying. I'm trying to reach out, but I'm stuck. Well, we have to be able to express those feelings. So I typically recommend writing therapy. Get in front of a computer or a pad of paper and write out your feelings. Because if you suppress your emotions and if you don't allow yourself to feel, then those emotions will still be held in your body, and it will come out in physical and or emotional ailments when you get older, meaning autoimmune disorders, chronic stress and fatigue, chronic pain and headaches. So we want to stop that in its tracks. So in order to do that, you take responsibility for those feelings, you allow yourself to feel. And then when you allow yourself to feel, then you start to feel better. And then you start to think differently. And then those feelings start to be, okay, today's going to be a good day. I'm going to go for a walk and I'm going to have an attitude of gratitude and look around at the clear blue sky and the birds chirping, listening to them and really feeling gratitude and grateful that we're still alive, that we still are able to be on these Zoom calls, and that we're still able to move forward, even though we don't know what's to come. The next step is words. Now, I teach a lot about words of affirmation, and Sophia said this correctly. Just like Sophia said, we have to have affirmations every single day. And those affirmations come through language, come through our words, come through subliminal language, come through all these messages that come at us and help us really move forward. So what we typically teach is to write on little Post-its, I am enough. I am grateful. I am powerful. I will break through. This isn't the end all. Write all these positive power words around your house. Put Post-its in your bathroom. I'd say in your car, but I know a lot of us aren't in our vehicles right now. So all around your house, in your office space. This is actually my homemade office. This is partially a closet. That's why there's a big white sheet behind me, because I had to make it an office, right? I had to put positivity around me so I could innovate during these times. And I've got words of affirmation. I have books all around me, reading positive books like Failing Forward by John Maxwell, Think and Grow Rich, getting on Zoom calls like this, and listening to these amazing speakers and amazing people who have dealt with horrific circumstances in their lives, and they have been able to move forward. You manifest what you speak. So when you think positive, then positive words will come out of your mouth. I know I have a couple minutes left, so I'll tell you a quick story about words. I actually was involved in a multi-level marketing company called Amway years and years ago. I still love the products, Legacy of Clean, great products. But I remember when I first enrolled in the organization, they really talked you into diving into their teaching structure. Well, their teaching structure was us listening to these amazing entrepreneurs, us listening to these amazing leaders, and reading great books. So it was ingrained in me in an early age to put positivity into my mind, so positivity comes out of my mouth. Because what you speak will happen. Because it's the same thing that what Henry Ford said, what you think you can or you can't, you're right. It's the same thing. What you speak, you can or you can't. You're right. So if you speak up and you say, this is not end all. This is not defining me. I will overcome. I will innovate. I will write a book. I will spend more time with my friends and family. I will reconnect with my feelings. I will reconnect with my God. When you say those positive things to yourself, then the stress, the anxiety, the fear, the depression, it kind of like this, it kind of floats off. So we teach people to do that. And then the last step, I can't miss the last step. It's action steps. I've already talked about some action steps, but make sure you meditate, take care of yourself, exercise, sleep well. I know a lot of people right now are cooking. I'm cooking. I was cooking cookies, and now I've realized that I've gained a couple pounds. So now I just got to cook more vegetables. But cooking, doing things that make you laugh, make you smile, and that's what's important, right? Be around people that make you laugh. Watch funny movies. Take this time to reinvent yourself, because right now we are here to reconnect. So when the the stay-at-home orders are lifted, then we can reconnect in a way that we've never been able to before. And that means maybe we'll pay more attention to that person standing in front of us, having coffee with us, not dissociating, but really listening to what they have to say. Because when we listen to each other, we can help each other move forward. And it's so important. And I want you guys to remember that right now, during this pandemic, this is an opportunity. This is not something that is going to hurt us, but this is something that is going to allow us to explore multiple opportunities and multiple different streams of income to help us grow. So again, thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much to Bill Walsh, and thank you for having me on this. And if you'd like to connect with me, make sure to visit ipowerteam.com/freedom. And again, my name is Michelle Jewsbury.
Michelle, thank you so much. Thank you for being on with us. And it was perfect for this time, perfect for what we needed to know. And you have a great afternoon and rest of your evening.
You as well.
Bye, Michelle.
Thank you so much, Michael. Bye.
All right, everybody, here we come. Here we go. Here goes the power. The whole reason we are who we are and the whole reason that this company can do what it does is because of this next man. I want you to truly hold yourself in place for a moment. Get ready to write, get ready to rock, get ready for the education, get ready to move fast. We move fast at Powerteam. Again, we have hundreds of live events and we'll be doing that again. And now we have a virtual juggernaut moving through. We are here to give you content education, to be the entrepreneur base for everything that you need. We'll send you where you need to go if there's somebody else, somewhere else you do. And this next gentleman is the CEO of Powerteam. He has been on stages all over the world. He's a powerful speaker. He trained me, and most of what I know has come through when I realized what I've done and look back at all the trainings he's done. I am who I am because of gentlemen like this next man. Let's give it up for my mentor and the CEO of Powerteam International, Mr. Bill Walsh.
Hey there, and how you doing today?
It's been an amazing day, Bill.
Can you believe we're almost in another 6 hours? And the nice part is everybody will get access to some of these videos and content for up to a month for free. So, as we're building something, always understand that success is by design. So please write that down. Success is by design. So I would ask you today, what is going to be your new design? What is going to be your new plan? What is going to be your new initiative? So when I get to brainstorm, and a lot of times I'll always go back to watching some of the great pioneers as entrepreneurs and what they did during challenging times. When you think about the Depression, who made money? When you think about after the war, who made money? When you think about the baby boomer time, who made money? Well, this is the same thing, right? We're going through a very difficult time. But I would ask you today is that as you sit down tonight, I need you to work on something called your design. What is going to be your grand design as we move through? And this starts now. It doesn't start a year from now or 6 months from now. What is your design today? And what is going to be different about your business? So, whatever your business was just 60 days ago, starting tomorrow or even today, right now, it's not the same business as it was. And to think it's going to go back to just everything will be just fine and normal. When they talk about closing stadiums, when they talk about, different ways to do business globally, they mean it. And so my question for you today, you've got a lot of great information, great speakers, great content. I thought they all put together pieces of the puzzle as to how you can design something that really brings out your best, that brings out your new initiatives, your new concepts or ideas to grow your business, or maybe launch something new. You had James Dentley on for 20 minutes talking about start a new business. Text TLC to 26786. Here's a guy that works from home that's making, some ridiculous amounts of money. And even though he went from doing all these live events, he went to pure streaming, and he's probably working harder now than he's ever worked. But for you, what's going to be your design? Don't worry about somebody else's design. What's going to be your design? And many times anxiety comes when you don't have a plan, when you're really not sure, when something called self-doubt sets in in replacement of faith. So one of the things that I've found to really be on path and purpose as you go through this is I just want you to write down this first word, and this is critically important. It's called faith. And the first person you got to have faith in is you. You know, we're looking to the outside for answers, but I'm going to tell you tonight that the answer comes from in here. And if you're having a bad day, it's okay, own it. You know, get on the phone with some people and get some help. I gave up my cell number earlier today, and if you need some help, text me. I don't mind. I may not have time right that instant, but I'll make time. So I recommend, if you're listening now, share this last 20 minutes, bring on anybody you know that may be going through a challenge right now that says, how do I design a future that's better than the past? How do I take advantage of all the things that have happened, put them into one sequencing box and figure out with a little bit of faith, with the faith the size of mustard seed, you can move a mountain. And you've got to believe that in your heart and your soul. So when you think about what does my design look like? What does my grand master plan look like? I want you to take ownership of where you're at today, not what's happened in the past, because it's the past. Now it's going to happen in the future because it's not here yet. But what you do have is called the present. And the present moment holds so much for you. It's those that act in the present moment under the strictest parts of adversity, the toughest parts of adversity, that become really the most powerful and the most successful leaders of tomorrow. I mean, you know how a diamond is formed, right? It's because the coal gets crushed over time. And I want you to realize that what's happening right now is we're condensing time frames at a rate that our country's never seen before. So when you start thinking about what's the difference, right? The difference for those that succeed in this economy we have at present are those that are willing to take ownership. And I share that with you today because I think it's important that we write that down and then be present to it, right? So just write down the word ownership. And this is a big one. Above the word ownership, write down 100%. Because I've been teaching this for years that it is what it is, right? And so now you know what the rules are. You know some of the factors in the game. The question is what do you do different today, starting right now, this minute, right now, to have a better design, to have a little more faith? What I found when it comes to faith, there's something called group dynamics. And group dynamics works in sales too. If one person sees a value, someone else might see a value. If one person believes in you, someone else might start to believe in you. But the first person to believe in you has to be you. And I know when it gets tough like this, it's so easy to second guess. It's so easy to say, you know what, this is just craziness. And I understand it's craziness. Brian talked about it. Brian said during the toughest of times, right, is that you got to stay calm. And I thought that was a brilliant message for us all to hear today. So I would ask you the same thing today is that, you know, could you take a moment and maybe have a minute or have 10 minutes of calm and realize that it is what it is. Now that I've got to take ownership of what it is, how do I move forward? And these are the things that I would challenge you on today is that begin to take ownership of all the skill sets you have. Begin to take ownership of all the relationships you have. Begin to take ownership of all the, what I call intellectual property that you have. And now begin to think differently about that. There's a lot of people at home that could use some of your intellectual property. You probably have gifts that more things you know about your industry than some people will ever learn because you've learned so much over time. To listen to Alan Stalvey share those 5 keys, I was taking copious notes because either you plug into a process or a system, faith by itself is not going to get you there. It's faith with taking ownership of where you're at that allows you to springboard to become so much more powerful in the space that you're in. And as you know, we're looking for new entrepreneurs. We're looking for individuals that say, Bill, I'm coachable. I'll do what it takes. And I'll tell you this, that we've already taken a number of individuals new just this week that would like to be part of our Innovator, our Rainmaker Success program, but really with a whole lot of new innovation to it. So if you think you'd like to work with me directly for the next 12 weeks to work on your business, I would highly recommend you text the word system. Text the word system to 26786. And I share this with you because Many times we think we can do it by ourselves, and when we fall down or get beat up, then it's not so easy. Tyson talked about this, that everybody thinks they're a boxer until they get punched square in the nose. Everybody thinks it's easy. It's not easy to build that 7-figure business Brian talked about. It didn't happen for James overnight. It happened because he had plenty of failures along the way. And I challenge you that, don't live in your failures. Jack Nicklaus, they said, when he had a bad shot in the tournament, they said, how did you feel about that bad shot? And he said, what bad shot? And they said, the one he just took. He said, I've already moved on. I've learned from that bad shot. I need you to learn. I've failed plenty of times, everybody. I've been broke and wealthy, and broke sucks, but you find your real friends. But I learned from the challenge I've always faced, and the fact that I would always go outside the comfort zone. Even they said, oh, that's not going to be safe. That's not going to work. You've got to understand that you're going to have naysayers all the time. I seen somebody's post yesterday, and she said, out of 100 people, they all liked her. And I thought, man, that's pretty nice. I know out of 100 people, they don't all like me, and that's okay. But they respect me, and that's fine. I know that, I don't make everybody happy all the time, and that's okay. That's who I am. So understand, with all of our faults, right? That's truly what makes you even more powerful. When Greg talked about the win-win concept in negotiating, I loved his messaging about the longer you talk, you lose the power. So move into your place of power and passion and purpose. And to do that, you've got to think differently, right? So I'm going to put this up here for you now. I didn't see anybody add it, so I'll add it to 26786. And my team will call you tomorrow. They'll get together with you right away. But you've got to be the one, once again, that understand that to become that champion, maybe the champion you were yesterday or last month, to go into that new version of your champion, is that you've got to understand there's a design involved. And the design is not something you do by yourself, you do it with a team. But it starts with faith. And it starts with faith in yourself, and faith in your partners, and faith in your marketing partners, and faith in your programs, products, your services. And then, of course, you got to take ownership of wherever you're at. So when I talk about taking ownership, begin to write down all those gifts that you have. And yeah, we have a playback, Stella, so don't worry, you can watch it again. But as you start to go through this stuff, you got to begin to think that, what does it look like to play at the next level? How do I change what I've been doing? And these are key ones here, right? That I need you to understand that without this one here, the rest isn't going to matter. That we've got to be open to the idea to innovate. You've got to be open today to the idea to innovate. And innovate is not something I take lightly. Innovate is something that sometimes you just know what you should be doing. Sometimes you know what action is required. But many times we're not inspired enough to take the action. I'm telling you today that if you can look in the photos of your family and your kids and your brothers and your aunts and your uncles, right? Let all the people in your life that maybe didn't believe you could be that great, let them be one of your sources of inspiration. I need you to think about all your great customers. I need you to think about all of your good referral partners. I need you to think about the customers you had for the last 10 years, that you owe it to them to innovate. You owe it to them to step outside your comfort zone and really move into the place that you know you should be. And innovation has to come from that passion inside, and really knowing, not just guessing, but knowing the fact that it's your time to innovate. Somebody told me a story a long time ago that when they went through the toughest time in their life, they asked God, they said, why me? All this craziness going on, only to get the answer back that, it was God that was doing the shaking. And so many times, whatever it is, you're going through challenging times, they're going to pass. It might take longer, it might be shorter, who knows, right? Let the experts figure that one out. But it doesn't stop you from innovating. It doesn't stop you from having faith in yourself and your customers and your family and those that are around you. It doesn't stop you from realizing that whatever the design you had in the past is going to have to be adjusted. And so move into the future with passion, purpose, and power, but get a good team around you. Get a good design. You'd never, ever, ever build a house by guessing. No, you get an architect, and you get someone to pour the foundation, and you get someone to approve the plan. It's the same thing here. But make no mistake about it, and today we need more faith. So I recommend that you put together a little launch team, right? Put together people you can talk to every day if you have to. But on the innovation side, begin to think about, once again, take ownership of all your assets that you have and figure out, how do I turn those assets into profits? From assets to profits. And all that requires, and realize that even though the market has slowed down, I'm sure that Brian Tracy continues to push his products online, continues to send out emails every day. We don't want your emails. Good, then just, then get off the list. That's okay. You send us too many texts. That's okay, then move on. I'm not worried about it. I'm only focused, and I want you to only focus on the people in life that get it. If they're negative, energy-sucking vampires, this is a great time to go through your Facebook list, your Instagram list, your whatever social media channels you have. And for those that don't believe and you don't support your goals, your visions, your dreams, maybe just opt them off the list. They weren't paying attention anyway. They never supported anything you did that was good. They're only there sometimes when it's something they can get. Then move on. I learned this years and years ago that if you want to go fast, you got to clear the dead weight. It's really hard to run a 100-yard dash carrying 3 people on your back. But there's no better time than right now to really take a good look and of course, be thankful for those in your life that do support you. Go out of your way right now today when this call finishes, this broadcast finishes, go thank 10 people on your social media. Say, you know what? I just want to say thanks for being in my life and thanks for helping me achieve those goals and dreams. Maybe send out a couple texts to people. But broadcast it publicly. Don't hide it. I love people send me these messages. Oh, that was really good. Can you help me with this? I said, listen, if you want some help, go put it on social media. There's a lot of people that can help you. It's so funny that, in life that I believe there's always something called builders and wreckers. That's it, builders and wreckers. And I ask yourself today, what have you built in the last 24 months that'll be here for the next 24 years? What have you built for the last 24 months that'll be here for the next 24 years? Then who are the supporters while you're building? Who are the ones that show up to move something when you got to move something? Who are the ones that'll do email blasts and text message blasts? Mary Jo Hill gave such a heartfelt presentation today. She just shared from her heart that said, opt into Clarity and the 26786 and I'll give you some help. She doesn't need to do this. She can never work again in her life, but she loves it because she's passionate about it. She's totally on path, as you can tell. But even going back when we first started, Lauren today, right? Maybe she was nervous. Doesn't matter. She understands that if you want to grow the business, Instagram's a way to do it. She understands you want to sell high ticket, you want to run events. She can help you with some of those things. You got to hear from Barbara. You don't understand that she works for major universities, Fortune 100 companies with one topic only, inclusion. How do you build a better system? How do you create a better design, right? She just got offered the most amount of money by one company, probably in most of her life during the toughest time, because they understand that if they don't invest in resources now, their chance to elevate in the future, it's tough to catch up. So don't play the catch-up game today. Don't play the game that, this isn't going to work. Get your expenses down to nothing as much as you can, right? Work your very best at providing some higher-end products or services, coaching, consulting tools, whatever it takes. But be the one that takes ownership of it today. Don't wait on this stuff because you don't have any time to wait. Your story is too good. I share this all the time that, your story is too good to play small. The same thing. You heard Michelle. You heard Michelle totally speak from her heart today, right? To be on here and giving her time back and doing what she does, you know what? She's got all kinds of stuff she has to deal with too. We all do. But boy, if you're going through any major challenges and you got to remove those obstacles, get on the phone with her because she lives it every day. She's coaching clients every day. She's speaking, coaching, training every day. And I want to also, just pay a little bit to Eric Zulli for getting on there and sharing some great stuff. Dr. Wendy Labat, she has all the answers when it comes to what's going on with the IRS and the financial and the planning. Her story is that good. And I thought Greg Williams, once again, I gave him a lot of props today, but man, he was on fire today. you could just feel his heart right through the communication. Theresa, you know, she just went through our one-day speaker program less than a month ago. You thought she'd own that stage today. You know, for her to be able to help you create your workbooks and do this stuff for the prices she's doing it for, that's unbelievable. Take advantage of that. I'm going to hire her for some of my work because, once again, if she spent 30 years doing it for a little company called Nightingale Cohen, she can probably help you with some of your workbooks too and some of your content. It was great how James filled in. The Pritchett family, Peter just knocked it out of the park. He's not a speaker or a trainer or a coach, but damn it, he spoke from his heart today. He gave away good content. And, you know, I've seen a lot of people order the game today. Thanks, everybody, for ordering the game. Even if you already have the game, order the game for somebody else. I promise you the gift is worth probably 3-4 times the game. So take advantage of that. Sophia, happy birthday. We love you, 73 and out there doing it. I don't know if you were watching today, but imagine yourself, you know, at 73 with all of her energy. She's not making excuses. She's not complaining. She's reinventing every day. So when you start thinking about how this all comes together, what I tell you is that the other thing you've got to be able to do is you've got to learn a process and a resource called KPIs. Let me show that to you up there, KPI, right? So KPIs are the way that we keep score. I need you to keep score today. I need you to keep score right now. There's no time to not keep score. Key performance indicators. How many new leads? How many new customers, right? I looked earlier today that we had, I was looking at some of the numbers, and I'm looking away just for a second just so you guys know, but you know, the number of people that were actually tuned in or caught some of the broadcast today, absolutely fabulous. You know, 5,000-6,000 views, 1,400 engagements or more. These are things we wouldn't have thought of just 4 weeks ago, everybody. In 4 weeks, we turned a multi-million-dollar business from all live events to digital. In less than 2 weeks, had our first event, 11 days after that thought. That thought became an idea. The faith was there that we could serve a lot of people. We had to, of course, take ownership of the space we were in, right? We knew exactly the situation. Didn't have all the answers, but nobody has all the answers. But it's your job to take ownership and then step into it. We had to innovate. And I made my team keep score every day. More calls now every day than we've ever done, because that's what it really takes. If you're going to build something great, everybody, you got to build it by design. And so I would challenge you today to just map this little sheet right here, right? To lay out your design and let us help you with it. Have some faith in where you're going. Take ownership today. Be willing to innovate. And then keep score. Keep score every day. I know sometimes it's hard to do this stuff, and I'm not good at this, moving these maps around the screen. But that's okay. I'll get better. So with that, I just want to say I love you guys, and thanks for plugging in. I hope this 20 minutes was helpful for you. And if you need to watch it again, plug in again. But design it as if you know it's already happened. Have faith like you already know the answers to the score of the game. You know what I mean? Take ownership as to where you're at in all of your resources. On top of all that, innovate every day, and then just keep score and execute like a rock star. Execute like a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. And with that, Michael, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Bill, thank you so much, and thank you for creating this and allowing us to have this education through the day. You know, be part of the system. Just text system to 26786. Now's your time to move forward, to get that done for your business, and make a decision now. So right now, take out your phone and text the word system, SYSTEM, to 26786. We are so thrilled that you've been with us all day. It's been an amazing day. Let's all go together. Start typing, type one word. We'll all let it go. And I'll count 1, 2, 3, and we'll let it go as once. We're here for your business. We're here to move you forward. We do have John Asseroff next week. So it just gets better and better. Talk about mindset and money and development, everything we can do. You need to be on next week. And also, again, every Monday, I'm on at 3 p.m. We'll go through your business design, your why, your vision, and how to ground yourself in that business. Every Tuesday at 3 p.m., we do internet marketing. It's just a 101 and get you involved. If you got a high-level business, we'll dive in there too. And number 3, we have every Wednesday at 6 p.m., Mr. Bill Walsh, Speak to Sell, how the stages work. virtually and walking on a live stage. And every single Thursday, we have our success summits. Be with us. We are here for you. It's live events. Visit www.powerteamlive.com. We thank you again for being with us. We thank you again for spending your day with us. We're going to let it go with a word. What word do you want me to let it go with? We're going to do this together. And on April 21st, if you want to be part of our mastermind, our international mastermind, just text SBA to 26786. I will get back to you. I'm going to send you a Zoom link so you can get right into it. It's been a great day with all of you. Text SBA to 26786, and I'll walk you through everything you need to do. And I'll send you a link to be part of that virtual mastermind we're having April 21st. Thank you. Possibilities. Make it rain. Possibilities. I love that. It's all about possibilities. So thank you again. We're going to let it go with possibilities on 3. 1, 2, 3. Possibilities. Thank you all for being with us today. The feed's about to end. You've been amazing. I'll see you all on Monday at 3 p.m. Talk to you all soon. Goodbye, everyone.